Good afternoon and welcome to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting this fine day, July 8th, 2025 at 1 p.m. We're going to get our day started off with the invocation, pledge of allegiance, roll call, and approval of the agenda. I'm going to call forward Pastor David Lucas from the Connection Church in Inverness to lead us in the invocation. At this time, though, I would really, I'd like to ask for your prayers and your thoughts for those in Texas. What a tragedy. So please join me.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your kindness and for your mercy. And right now we just lift up our prayers to you on behalf of our brothers and our sisters in Texas, that you would grant them the grace, the peace, the strength, the resources they need during this time. Let them sense your hand upon their life in a very real and a practical way. And God, we thank you for gathering us here today. We thank you for every person that is a resident in Citrus County. We thank you for all of our leaders, our commissioners. And today we look to you. We realize that we need wisdom from above, wisdom from you. And so we ask you to grant us wisdom, strength, and unity. And we ask that all the decision makers would make decisions that would honor you and would be a blessing to this county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 8th day of July, 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrett, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you. Mr. Howard.
We have one item Commissioner Kennard had asked for your consideration. Is a K1 discussion and vote Pirates Cove letter of intent.
Is that it?
That's it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve the agenda with the addition of K1.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Board.
Next.
Motion to approve B1, 2, and 3.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Any
opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Please join me down front.
Would those representing Smart Irrigation Month please make your way forward? Whereas the Board of County Commissioners, Citrus County recognizes water as a finite resource that is vital to human life, and whereas the well-maintained green spaces are important to health and well-being of communities and individuals, and whereas the appropriate irrigation technology combined with best practices can significantly reduce water usage and runoff while creating healthy lawns, landscaping, and sports turf. And whereas the adoption of smart irrigation practices further improvements water use efficiency, and whereas July is a peak month for irrigation water use. And whereas the Citrus County Department of Water Resources encourages citizens to install WaterSense labeled smart irrigation controllers for increased water efficiency. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County hereby declares that July should be designated as Smart Irrigation Month. One, to be recognized the advances in irrigation technology and practices that help raise healthy plants and increase crop yields while using water more efficiently. And two, to encourage the adoption of smart irrigation practices to further improve water use efficiency in agricultural, residential, and commercial activities. Executed the 8th day of July, 2025.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for proclaiming Smart Irrigation Month. Today, Josh Madden with Southwest Florida Management District has joined us to give a short presentation on some smart irrigation practices.
So, all right, do I have control of the slides here? Yeah. All right. So, like Deborah said, I'm Josh Madden, the Southwest Florida Water Management District. Really short presentation for you here. First slide here is what is a smart irrigation controller? A normal irrigation timer tells your irrigation system when to start, when to stop. These smart irrigation controllers integrate some local weather data to automatically adjust and reduce run times according to what's happening locally. Some of them can also connect to the internet, so you can control them right from your smartphone, adjust run times anywhere from the world. And they can also integrate a flow monitor to tell you if you have abnormal flow or a leak in your system. And all of this, the whole purpose here is to reduce irrigation and kind of bring really high water use that's not necessary down to a more normal level. A lot of benefits from a homeowner perspective, namely a lower water bill. Usually folks that put in a control like this see their bill come down 20%, sometimes 50%, depending on how much they were using beforehand. Also can improve the health of the landscape. When you're overwatering, you're encouraging a lot of fungus and pests and disease. So when you're watering the right amount, you can actually have a healthier landscape. From a water utility perspective, a lot of utilities implement water conservation for compliance reasons with their water use permit, but also financially, it makes a lot of sense to do conservation. It's the most cost-effective means of generating a new supply to help support a population increase that's happening. Tampa Bay Water, for example, their next alternative water supply project that they're implementing is on the range maybe $5 per 1,000 gallons, whereas conservation is $1 per 1,000 gallons. So it's way more cost-effective to do water conservation than build these super expensive alternative water supply projects. A couple project examples, the district, we co-fund a lot of projects where utilities are implementing these smart irrigation controllers. I just have a couple examples to go through real quick. This one is with Bay Laurel CDD. They're up in Marion County. They offer $350 per controller to their residences. Their first phase, the water savings per controller was only about 40 gallons per day per controller, which was lower than we expected. But their phases that they're doing now are kind of on par and a much higher savings rate. Tampa Bay Water has a really robust conservation program. One of the things that they do are these direct installs of smart irrigation controllers. Between 2020 and 2024, they've done about 300. I think nowadays they're probably closer to 400. And their savings per controller was 122 gallons per day per controller. And now we get to Citrus County, and Deborah and the Citrus County crew here has done a really fantastic job. These are really one of the best smart irrigation controller projects that we co-fund within our region. Almost 800 controllers over the course of about 8 years. Those are the direct installs that the county funds, and then there are even more where the county offers a $100 rebate to homeowners if the homeowner is doing it themselves. And the savings are really well documented, looking at pre-water use versus post-water use data. The county has put together some really great figures that show between 20 and 40% water savings, and over 144 gallons per day savings per controller. And that's the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Would those representing the Key Training Center Run for the Money Week please make your way forward? Whereas on Monday, July 21st, 2025, the Key Training Center, a nonprofit organization, will host its 49th annual Run for the Money, starting at the state capitol in Tallahassee and finishing 6 days later at the center's main campus in Lake Canto, Florida, with a community celebration. And whereas this 180-mile run initiated in 1976 by longtime Executive Director Chet Cole, aims to raise awareness about the challenges faced by individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and to advocate for their right to live with kindness, love, dignity, and respect. And whereas we invite the community to join us for a night of fun, food, and fundraising at the Wizard of Oz themed dinner auction on Friday, July 18th, 2025, at the Chet Cole Enrichment Center. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida proclaims July 21st through July 26, 2025 as Key Training Center's Run for the Money Week in Citrus County to recognize the center's long-standing commitment to serving those with I/DD.
You notice our proclamation was a little shorter this year, so we weren't up here as long. We want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing the Run for the Money. It's our 49th year, and that is going to be July 21st through the 26th. It's amazing. I know when you read that, but I just want to emphasize that's over 19,000 miles that have been accumulated over the years. In those 49 years. You got the core 180 runners, you have the community 180 runners, you've got the cyclers 180 runners, our cyclers 180, and then we have our walk in a mile, and all those, and virtual teams. We have now virtual teams in the community that run for the month. Or in my case, walk for the month. Luckily, my team has a lot of powerhouses on it because otherwise my miles would not be that good. But with that support, that 19,000 miles, basically we have been around the outside of the United States, the coastline, and we're one lap around, and we're now on our second. Now, next year's our 50th anniversary, so our goal is to get more media coverage because that's just unbelievable how this community has come together to support the cause and what we're about. And of course, the run takes place in July, the hottest month of the year, and I always get worried, but we're very thankful to the Citrus County Fire Services and the Citrus County Sheriff's Department. Not only are they part of the core runners from Tallahassee, but they also protect our individuals and make sure vitals are being done, everybody's having water, taking breaks as needed, because of course safety is foremost. But the run, people always ask why in July, and basically it is to bring awareness to persons with special needs, and also to bring awareness to the challenges that they face every day. It's not easy to run in the heat in July, right? Every pounding step that takes place, but that corresponds with the challenges that individuals with special needs do every day. A lot of things that we take for granted is more challenging for them, and that's what the Run for the Money represents. We are raising money for scholarships. We have about 22,000 people in the state of Florida that are waiting for services like the Key Training Center, but our community raises almost over $300,000 each year, and that enables us to provide those that need services now and aren't on that state waiting list. And we cannot do that without the community support financially, but also body-wise and so forth. So with that, I'm going to stop because I just really ran on today. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Would those representing the NACO Achievement Awards please make your way forward?
All right, fantastic. I wanted to make sure everybody was up here. So Citrus County's been nationally recognized for best practices, earning 6 achievement awards by the National Association of Counties for 2025. The awards honor innovative, effective county government programs that strengthen services for residents. We'd like to not only acknowledge the individual programs, but also celebrate the collective momentum in establishing a culture of innovation in Citrus County. So I want to congratulate the offices, the departments, Water Conservation's up here represented, Housing Division, Library Service Division, and also the Building Division. So I always tell the story when I walk the halls about 2 weeks on the job. I asked some of the employees when was the last time Citrus County was recognized by the National Association of Counties. It was in the 1990s for using a fax machine, which was probably a really big deal in the 90s. And I said that stops today with all this innovation that's happened. We've rebranded the hallways and things like that. So I'm proud to say really Citrus is the winningest county now in the state of Florida. So in the last 31 months, we've actually achieved 24 National Best Practices Award, and that's because of Team Citrus coming together. I always talk about it's not about I, it's not about me, it's about us when we underline us in Citrus. So I congratulate the leadership of this board for embracing innovation, as well as all the employees that I'm proud to serve with. So congratulations to each and every one of you as we continue to move this county forward together. Thank you.
Does anybody have water conservation?
Got it figured out. All right, next on our agenda today are time certains, which is H1, a Plat vacation, Clark's Construction for Hughes, Mr. Eric Landon.
My apologies. Is Mr. Hughes or Clark's Construction here today? Do you want to speak first, or you want to just be here for questions? Be here for questions? All right, no problem. So this is an application to vacate a portion of a 7.5-foot drainage and utility easement on Lot 7 and Lot 8, Block 111 of Crystal Manor Unit 2. This is on Beech Tree Way and Acacia Drive. And here is the location of the easements. You can see there's 2 adjacent platted lots. And what they would like to do is construct a house. The easements are in the way. So this is the proposed house on the lot line. Can't really tell there's easements there. This is what it looks like. Utility companies had no objection, and staff has reviewed this and recommends approval.
That's it.
And the applicant is here if you have questions.
I'll make a motion if you want.
I think I'm going to
Move to-
open to the public first.
Don't do it.
Don't we have to do a motion and then open to the public? Or is it public hearing first? It's public hearing first. Oh, public hearing, sorry. Normally, I don't make that mistake.
Would anyone from the public like to address this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. Take it away, Commissioner Davis.
All right, make a motion to approve plat vacation PV 2025-00001, Clark's Construction for Hughes.
Second.
And I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. If there's no further public or board comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. H2, Fort Island Project Update by Mr. Eric Head.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Head, the Director of Community Services. I just wanted to come back. I know that there's been a lot of questions about where we are with Ford Island in general. I won't recap all of the devastation. You guys have seen that multiple times. You've seen multiple images and what we experienced out at Ford Island. So those damages, primarily from Helene, left the island pretty much wiped clean of most of those things. So just a quick recap from what we've done. And of course, we got the beach open back in February. You know, with what little sand is left there, what we're doing is we're grading and dragging that beach 3 times a week, trying to keep it as clean as possible. And I'll talk a little bit more about the sand renourishment in a moment. So we groom it as needed in addition to that. Last week, we had to switch contractors for the portalets because we're having to keep continuous portalets there. They weren't able to service the weekends adequately, so we've switched contractors as of July 3rd. We have a new one out there working on that. And we have some other plans for some other things we'll bring back to you with regard to cost effectiveness of that versus, you know, possibly investing in our own portable trailer for that sort of service, those care stations. So we'll be bringing you some of that in the very near future.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Eric, do you have any idea of timeline of when we'll be presented with the options for restrooms out there? So that it's not just an endless,
Correct.
on the public's eye and in ours, that it's time for those portalets to go away sooner than later.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. And I will go through each project in sequence. If you'll just indulge me for a moment, I will definitely have a timeline for you specific. And the other thing, of course, we reopened the boat launch quickly after we reopened the beach. So that's been well utilized, and it continues to be, especially with the holiday weekend and what's going on out there. So to the current projects that are in progress. Just first I'll cover, I wouldn't say the easiest, but it's definitely something that requires a lot of cooperation from a lot of agencies, and that's completing the sand. Typically we call it renourishment, but this is more of a complete reinstallation since we lost so much sand. That survey that had to be done, which is was done by Stantec, they have to go in from the asphalt to the buoy line. So from the asphalt all the way out to the jetties, they had to survey basically every square foot grid, and then 2 to 3 square foot grids where the sand and seagrass come together. That survey's been completed. That's been done. Included sand density and seagrass density. That is necessary. FEMA requires that. Army Corps of Engineers requires that. That piece is completed. The Army Corps pre-application meeting is scheduled for July 25th, so that's coming up in just a couple of weeks. Engineering on this is only expected to take about 3 to 4 weeks, so that'll happen simultaneously. The average permit time for the Army Corps right now is about 6 months to approve it. So we are pushing, obviously, for sooner if we can, because that will put also the FDEP permit application is running simultaneously. That's typically shorter. Then we expect about a 3-month bid process. That's from start to finish all the way through a bid award. And then 3 months for the actual installation and the rebuilding of the beach sand itself and all of that's included. So that target date pushes us, if we can shorten it by shortening the permit time, but we're currently with that 6 months looking at the additional about July or early August of 26 to have that completely restored. We're working with Stantec, we're working with FEMA, we're working with the U.S. Army Corps and FDEP. So there are multiple agencies. FEMA has very strict guidelines on what we have to do if we want to be considered for reimbursement, so we can't just put any kind of sand. Has to meet that Army Corps of Engineers specification very closely. So 12 months from now, we hope to have that completely restored and back to a beautiful sandy beach. It's important to note for all these projects, though, I mean, every agency we're working with, they're managing high volumes of applications. So we're in constant communication with them, but they're dealing with, and they tell us when we call, they're dealing with communities from South Florida to North Florida, back-to-back storms, plus they're still dealing with stuff from Ian and Idalia. So we are in communication with them and trying to push ours as much as we can. Simultaneously, the pier and the boardwalk. That's also been surveyed. That survey is complete. That was also done by Stantec. The permitting has been underway for this for about 2 months, so that's already in motion. There's interim notes and conditions that we work, that Stantec's working on with the Army Corps simultaneously, so it's not a static process. They have questions, they go back, that's a back and forth to try to get that permit as soon as possible. And it also has to be approved by the National Marine Fisheries, that's a NOAA Fisheries Agency. It's expected Army Corps Fisheries will publish, and NOAA will publish their final review in about 4 months. So as noted before, we hope, but the beach restoration, as noted, it is, we'll push them as quickly as we can, sooner rather than later. FDP also has to permit, so they're working in parallel with federal agencies, so they should be completed around the exact same time as Army Corps. Engineering's been underway during the same 4 months, so all of that should be completed around the same time. It's a relatively simple structure, so there's not a ton of complicated engineering, but they do have to add ADA compliance, and from what I understand, larger pilings to meet code, so it does have to be brought up to code. Our best schedule estimate for the permits, getting the biddable construction documents, will be about 5 months. Add 3 months general, hopefully less, for the bidding documents and award time. That takes us to about February of 26. Construction is estimated at about 5 months. So completing, hopefully, have the new pier and boardwalk completed by July of 26. Again, we're working with Stantec, NOAA Fisheries, Army Corps, possibly Swift Mud, FDEP definitely, and FEMA being the reimbursing agency, following their specifications as closely as possible. The next step for this one is we're scheduling a pre-application meeting with Army Corps. So, the beach restrooms, to your question, Mr. Kennard. Design's in progress. Everyone saw the demolition that was completed, but the project is with the insurance company. That's Preferred Government Insurance Trust. They are funding the replacement. Internally, what we're doing is reviewing the insurance company's processes to ensure that they fully understand what level of engineering and building code compliance is required to rebuild in this coastal region. Obviously, it's environmentally sensitive. They are taking our feedback. I heard just as soon as earlier this morning that they've taken some of the feedback from staff, and they're putting that towards positive steps and moving that forward. We don't have a specific timeline from them yet, but that will also include Blue Sky, who is the insurance company's contractor. So as soon as I have a specific timeline, I'll share that again. It looks to be an expected duration of about 18 months, which puts that in December of 26. Since it's insurance, that we have less control over that timeline, but we are monitoring it every day, and we will probably come back to you again with another update as soon as we get specifics on when they're actually going to break ground and start building that facility.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Eric, there was some discussion early on about whether or not Preferred would be, once they see the price tag on rebuilding and building above the flood zone, or the floodplain, I guess, that they may be encouraged to support the purchase of restroom trailers that could be pulled out of there in the event of another storm, that the price tag for them would be significantly less than building something elevated where would-be beachgoers are up and down stairs to go up and use the restroom. Has that conversation happened, and would that shorten that 18-month window?
I think, now I don't want to speak out of my knowledge zone, but I would get with the risk manager on where they are with that insurance discussion. I know that they had sent some engineering plans over that weren't sufficient. That was sent back, and that was dramatically updated to be more substantial to what it is, and they didn't seem to have an issue with that. We haven't got any indication that they're not going to fund it. I think what that would incur is a negotiation between the county and the insurance company if they decide that the rebuild is beyond their capacity, or if they push back on that would have to be dealt with at that time. But I don't have any information from them to that effect. we're moving forward with them as expected. They would build the new one. Each step we go along, it's kind of a slow grinding process going back and forth with the insurance company, but we have some other obviously plans in the works. If that doesn't work, what we could do out there, that would be an option, what you described. And as I mentioned before, during that 18 months of renting portalets is rather expensive. So we're going to be bringing forth some options for our own purchase of a portable care station that we would maintain. And even if the new one is built, we would have that station for other events or disasters if needed.
Sure.
So it's just more cost effective. The money we would invest in portables over that 18 months, we can invest in our own.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick?
I have a question.
Yes.
Because the beach is not going to be there till next June, we're not allowed to build yet, are we? In other words, if everything get approved, all the plans get approved, we can't start building till the beach is done, right? Or can we, because it's further back from the water?
It's, from my understanding, and I would call Tom on if I missed this, from a standpoint, that would be put on piling, so they can elevate the building necessarily, and then it would have to be backfilled underneath with the appropriate amount of sand. So yes, they can start construction before the sand is put in place.
Okay, thank you.
Ideally, you would have sand in place, but we would be juggling both the sand renourishment, the building. There'll be multiple projects going on at the same time.
And we're not going to.
We would not want to delay any construction of restrooms because of the beach sand. And then finally is our grant for improving the parking areas. This is something that got kind of pushed aside with all of the storms. But we have multiple partners involved here as well, including the FDEP Trails grant that we received. That was a $500K match. So that was $500 for the grant, $500K from the county. That got started in fiscal year '23. We have completed the National Environmental Policy Act, the NEPA study for that environmental area. As expected, that study did have us removing some of the additional boat trailer parking, but based on board feedback at the time, we weren't going to impact the environmental area with that. So that was kind of already being planned to be removed from that project. So it'll be all parking for the beach. They also came back with, because of Helene, the pavilions that were part of that project, well, they're going to be covered by insurance. They were structured on land, so that's no longer part of the project. So all of those changes are currently being reviewed by FDEP. Just important to note, I believe we're on our third grant manager from FDEP. They are pretty saturated, but we have been assured by them that they are going to get to it as soon as possible. So as soon as they review that and get that back to us, we can move forward with the next steps in moving forward with the parking project. And that's all I have for now. Any other questions?
I don't know if my question's for you, or it might be for Commissioner Kennard. Given the storms and what happens after those over a few months, how well has some of the mangroves and some of the seagrass and the trees, how well is it fared out there to protect as the first line of defense for future incoming storms?
The mangrove islands out there have fared remarkably well. I mean, you honestly, outside of bits and pieces of debris here or there, you really wouldn't notice a difference. What we see on our coast, because of the mangroves that you're talking about, is not necessarily a tremendous amount of destructive wave action that would tear them up, but more of just a steady rise of water that floods houses along the coast. But thankfully that the hard-hitting big waves that do the damage north of us and south of us, those mangrove islands protect us from that, and they have fared remarkably well. So still a beautiful place to fish on a Saturday or Sunday or Tuesday.
I just didn't know if we should be looking at maybe some living shorelines, things that could be more of a protection for that beach and erosion in the future.
That's outside of my lane. I don't know, beyond the barriers that are already there, the rock barriers that are out there, I don't know what else could be done to further protect it, because that beach is fully exposed to the west-southwest. And when those winds come, those are the worst winds for us in the event of a storm. And I don't know what, other than some of these large wave breaks or things like that can be put out there. I don't know what else could be done. Even at that, if the water still comes ashore, then you get the effect like they got at Hunter Springs, where it still washes all your sand right down up against your the face of that wave break.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
were you thinking of when we were at the Innovation Conference with FAC up in Pensacola? Because you and I sweated through that one. There was that, is it Escambia County? I always forget. They had a whole installation there that was essentially living barriers to help protect their shoreline. And they're a lot more metro and built up, so they need those to be added, but it's, it's always helpful to have more of those sort of natural barriers for storms. So that's a good thought.
Absolutely. We are investigating some of those things to see what might best fit. That is a small island, so we only have so much room to work with. But we've been in contact. I know Commissioner Kennard connected me with CCA, Coastal Conservation Association. They're interested in possible future partnerships. I know Duke Energy has expressed some ideas and thoughts to that, so we're always open to that, certainly, especially if we can find a partnership, a funding source to possibly do some things out there to mitigate at least the damage that comes in.
And FAC could hook you up with the folks that did the one in Escambia County just to see what they did.
Absolutely.
Well, and it goes back to the point where we've talked about, even as we go through our budget process, of being able to sequester X number of dollars into future grant programs, because that's like getting 50 cents on the dollar back. I can tell you through my Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, we've had multiple presentations over these living shorelines and some of the wave continuation devices that break the waves. We've talked a lot about some of the island degradation, how they're splitting apart. We're losing acreage off of them, and those are kind of the first line of defense against the impending storms, and they break the waves and kind of help break down the flooding as it goes more interior. But there is a gentleman that I met at one of the conferences, and he said that I told him, Crystal River and Homosassa, Ozello, and he said there's a significant amount of grant funding that would be available to Citrus County. So,
Madam Chair, that might be something that I've not been in on those talks. It might be something worthy of a workshop or a presentation at a regular meeting, because there are certainly a number of shallow water bars west and southwest of that end island out there, that if there were money out there to do something with some type of a living shoreline barrier or a living barrier out there, that there are some natural shallow water bars that are already out there that would lend themselves to
they make
something
these
like
things that go around the islands now, and they construct them that they look very natural, and then they have holes in them, so like the vegetation, sea life, everything can kind of naturally habitat in it, and it grows back in. It's some really cool, innovative stuff going on.
That'd be fun to hear from
Follow up
them.
with
That'd be interesting, because naturally that's a community asset that would be, if there's grant money out there to look at protecting that asset, then I think it's worth looking at.
And with the Marine Science Station and the other Environmental Academy, there may be some combinations that we can come together with all of the entities to try to make that grant proposal even stronger. So absolutely. I will follow up with you on that to get some details.
Great.
And some
Great.
names.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we're moving on to the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Second.
Go ahead, Commissioner Barrett.
No, I'm waiting for you to say you have.
Oh, I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan.
Okay, now can I say something?
Yes.
All right, C9. I wanted some of the citizens to understand.
Can we pull that? pull it for discussion?
Yep.
Is that what you'd like to do?
And also, hold on, C-17.
So we're going to pull C9 and C17 for discussion. Can we go ahead and take open to the public on everything with the exception
Need to
of?
revise my motion, and yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ditto. Open to the public. Would anybody like to comment on the consent agenda with the exception of C9 and C17? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, Commissioner Barrett, take it away. C9.
All right, C9 says pave rate release retainage. Okay, that's for the paving of the pickleball court with ARPA funds. My question to department heads, and I had talked to them, was what, this is just the paving. And people have asked me, where is the tennis court? Where are the seating? Where is the roof for shelter so that we're shade from the sun that are supposed to be with this project? And what I need to let people know is the tennis court has a few problems with getting permits. So that's not gonna be in the books until 2027. So if you're looking for the tennis court, don't keep asking. I'm just trying to keep information out there. Okay, and as for the seating and the roof is on order, but it's not done yet. So when it gets here, it'll probably be August or September for the roof. And the seating is on order. So this is the C9, I was told, is just for the redoing and paving and striping and painting and all of that of the tennis court. I'm not opposed to paying for that, but I wanted people and citizens to understand it's not completely done. Yeah, pickleball, I'm sorry. So, other than that, I would move to, motion to approve C9.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Commissioner Barrick, C17.
C17, I would really like the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Folser, to come up and explain to the citizens about what's going to be happening.
Okay, Mr. Howard, is that okay
Yes,
with
please,
you?
please come forward, Lewis.
Thank you.
So for C17, it's just updating our administrative regulations. Internally, our databases inside the environment. People have put addresses in that are specific to neighborhoods as opposed to the postal system. So we're just aligning our address system with the postal system so that we have the same addressing that they're using.
Now, that means that if you live in an area such as Citrus Springs, you and our system will now not recognize Citrus Springs, but you'll recognize Dunellen, because that's where the post office is.
So this is for internal databases? This doesn't have anything to do with the post office itself. It doesn't have anything to do with the routing of that. It would just align our address system with the post office.
But if our citizens call in and say they live in Citrus Springs, it's not going to come up unless they say, I live in Dunellen.
Well, if they give their address, it would come up.
If they give their address now, it's going to come up Dunellen in your system, in our county system.
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted people to be aware of that, so, because people get asked, Citrus Springs, there is no Citrus Springs now in your system. It'll be Dunellen.
So yes, the addressing will align with the post office is what we're looking at doing.
And I appreciate the, information so that everybody understands when they call in that you do live in Dunellen.
Yes,
Thank you.
if your postal address is that's what it's going to be reflected in our system.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve C17.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, this portion of the board meeting, we're going to go open to the public. Would anyone like to address the board? Please state your name and your address.
I will not, and if you, I was kind enough to get all of you a little copy of little information on the Constitution. If you'd like to open up them booklets and go to Article 4, okay, of the Constitution. This is just a briefing of this, about persons being allowed to be protected. Well, let's see. The right for people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. That includes giving your name out when you don't want to. Okay? Now, I don't know if Mr. Head left, but this involves some of his little doings. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. This is Chapter 119. This is part of the Florida Constitution. In fact, this is the whole section of 119 of the Florida Constitution. Your employees continuously violate citizens' rights, continuously deny public records, okay? I don't know who's watching the hen house, but they're doing a bad job of it, okay? The Sunshine Law. An agency is not authorized to impose conditions to limit access to public records. That's Florida state law, okay? Chapter 119, it is the policy of the state, county, municipal records are open to public inspection and copy by any person providing access to the public records is the duty of each agency, okay? I got trespassed from the government building, okay? The next Tuesday will be a year for trying to get public records, okay? I mentioned this on the 10th, that you got a person over there, Vicki Austin, that is continuously, I have to make an appointment to get public records. That's against the law. It's a misdemeanor, okay? But apparently we're not going to get nowhere with this. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to pick, this is for all 5 of you commissioners. I'd like to do a public records request. I would like to inspect Vicki Austin's personnel file. You also have a second in charge, from my understanding, over in the government building, Miss Rodriguez, okay? I would also like to inspect her personnel file. Now, there's a contract that the county commissioners signed to, it has to do with the boat ramps, which I spoke about that before, and thank you, Commissioner Finnegan, for referencing that after I walked out of here about checking up on people being able to go in there and get their permit, which I'm not gonna do because of the criminal aspect of that. I don't think everybody in the commissioners know this. I had an in-depth talk with Commissioner Barrick about this. She said she'd get back to me, still haven't heard nothing. Nope. Okay? So I should be able to walk in to an agency, okay, say Parks and Rec, where I believe the document is being kept. It's on a shelf in a binder. I should be able to go in there according to state law and say, hey, I'd like to see this. I'd like to inspect that record. They should be able to take the binder down, put it down in front of me, because I'm a citizen here, you know, of the state of Florida, born and raised here. Opened it up and see it. I've been blocked from this. There are agencies in the state that deal with this stuff. If you want, I can start calling the AG's office and start having them come and investigate this. If other people find out about it, which I hope they do, they're going to sue the britches off y'all people.
Thank you, sir.
This needs to be handled now.
Good afternoon.
Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. I have a record on, or a letter on file for 5 minutes. All right, so today it looks like it's Constitution Day here at the County Commission's office meeting. So I'm going to talk today about sorry?
So who's the letter on file? I mean, representing what group?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. So I am Curtis Bryant, and so I have a photography company. I'm going to be talking about the First Amendment today because my photography business is set on the freedom of expression, and I saw you guys limit First Amendment speeches at the May 27th meeting. So I'm concerned about that because that might affect my business.
Okay.
I do have a letter on file for Curtis Bryant Photography.
You
if
do or
that's what
don't?
you're asking.
You said you do? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I get my 5 minutes back?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. But I'm glad you asked that because now you are supposed to ask that for every single person who asked for 5 minutes, and I've never seen that asked before. But appreciate that. Anyway, going forward, so First Amendment, May 27th, you guys had a meeting. You silenced several people from talking about a pending land use application because you referenced quasi-judicial. So today I'm going to walk you guys through this. 2 weeks ago, I sent you guys all an email so you guys could be prepared for this, so you could do your research. I CC'd the county attorney so she could be prepared for an answer as well. So I'm going to walk the public through what I sent you guys so that you guys can respond to that at the appropriate time. Number one, I'm going to reference the county policy regarding public participation at the board meetings. I'm not going to read the whole policy, but basically the policy says that people can get up and express their concerns regarding anything under the jurisdiction of the board, as well as anything that's on that agenda item before it's done. Except for it carves out the quasi-judicial procedures in this. Now, reading your quasi-judicial procedures, which is Division 3 under your ordinances, going through those things, it does not say that there's a restriction for citizens to speak about a pending land use application before commissioners at a BOCC meeting. It talks about the process for that. It does not exclude that speech at a BOCC meeting. Importantly, state statute 286.0115, access to local public officials, quasi-judicial proceedings. It says A1 is that any municipality may adopt an ordinance or resolution removing the presumption of prejudice from ex parte communications with local public officials by establishing a process to disclose ex parte communications with such officials pursuant to this subsection or adopting an alternative process for such disclosure. Going further, C under that same statute, any person not otherwise prohibited by statute, charter, or provision or ordinance may discuss with any local public official the merits of any matter of which action may be taken by the board or commission on which the local public official is a member. If adopted by county or municipal ordinance or resolution, adherence to this following procedure shall remove presumption of prejudice and arises from ex parte communication. So the state gives you guys an option to enact an ordinance that would remove presumption of prejudice. Ex parte communication, your county ordinance defines that. Shall mean any oral, written, electronic, graphic communication with decision maker which may directly or indirectly relate to or which could influence the disposition of the matter other than what's made on the record during a quasi-judicial hearing. The Jennings case that you guys reference all the time says that any ex parte communication is presumed prejudicial to that hearing unless you guys can prove otherwise that it was done in substantial competent evidence. Now, the state allows the remedy for the ex parte communication. You guys are able to pass that ordinance, and that removes the presumption of prejudice. I sent you guys 3 different Supreme Court cases. I don't have time to go through every single one of them, but basically Ward versus Rocker racism in 1989 created the time, place, and manner restrictions. That basically regulates how laws are able to regulate when, where, and how speech can occur, meaning that they can set times, places, things of that nature. As long as they are content neutral and serve a significant government interest and are narrowly tailored and ample alternative channels of communication exist. Police Department versus City of Chicago, 1970, or Police Department of the City of Chicago versus Mosley, 1972. This case was talking about a person who was picketing in front of a school. The county passed an ordinance saying that you can't picket in front of the school unless it's about school-related issues. They filed a lawsuit. The Supreme Court overruled that ordinance saying that the content of the speech was what was being restricted because it wasn't, they were blocking that specific speech, or blocking all speech except for that specific speech. Reed versus Town of Gilbert, 2015. This case was involving a town ordinance that placed restrictions on temporary signs for religious and nonprofit events. So again, they were targeting specific signs, specific speech for those things. And the Supreme Court overruled those. On December 13th, 2023, this board set a precedent by allowing a member of the public to talk about talk about a petty land use case and allowed that person 6 minutes over the 2 different open to public periods without stopping them. So the precedent was set in that meeting that you allowed that speech to occur. But then on May 27th, you guys stopped people from doing that. Importantly, you guys failed the time, place, and manner test established by the Supreme Court because you're allowing all speech except for those on pending land use cases. That is content-based restriction and thus a violation of the First Amendment. Avoiding a lawsuit is not a compelling government interest. Those things are the things like public safety and health. Your county ordinance on quasi-judicial proceedings does not limit speech at public meetings or in private. State statute allows the speech to continue. You encourage and allow the email communication. Email communication is ex parte communication. So why are you guys allowing the communication to email, but you're not allowing someone here at the public? Now, the argument can be made that you guys can take the public hearing. If someone says something here, you guys can put it into the record as you guys do the emails. And I encourage you guys to seek that ordinance to make those changes.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Craig McCurdy. I live in Hernando, Florida. At the January 14th meeting, the board voted to proceed with soliciting bids for the new animal shelter. And 6 months has gone by, and to my knowledge, that has not occurred yet. And so I just wanted to get an update and ask when we can expect the bidding process to proceed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here. Next, please. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Alapreda from IB4. I'd have to say that it's difficult at best dealing with the public. Thank you all for serving this county. IB4 was built without any infrastructure of any kind. The roads are deteriorating due to no infrastructure. The runoff is deteriorating our roads, topsoil, and causing flooding issues. We have asked for solutions, offered solutions, and an MSBU was offered to us at $109,000 plus per household, or per lot, I should say. That's something that we cannot afford. And to make matters worse, not only were homes built on no infrastructure, but now the builder has filed bankruptcy, has released over 50 houses in various stages of construction. So people who have been waiting for 3+ years to finish their house now have to find another builder, incurring additional costs to finish. None of us thought to contact the building department to ask if the builder filed related permits, submitted a site plan, or followed any protocols to build a 400+ community with no infrastructure. Please do not waste any taxpayer dollars battling swift mud. Let wisdom prevail as the pastor prayed for, and come to the table and find a solution for IV4. Thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next, please.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hi.
Yes, I too would like to thank you all so much for your service and having to fix previous board's mistakes. Okay, my name's Anthony Ayo. I live in Pine Ridge. I'm bringing up this issue because it puzzles me and I don't understand it. So there are two main issues that I'm quite on top of. That one went through the PDC process, Planning Division Commission, and it was denied. Now it's going to come before the board. And then the other one was denied by a special master on legal reasons, and it too is going to come before the board. I'm like, I would think that once you can't pass the first hurdle, you don't get a chance at the second. But that's up to you all. I mean, it does bring into some questionable behaviors, what can happen. But I would like some clarification, and maybe you can fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Joe Hicks from Pine Ridge, Beverly Hills, and also I'm appreciative of all y'all. It's a very hard job that you have to do. Joe. Well, maybe so, maybe not so much. So I have two subjects today. Am I allowed to talk about Southworth PUD now that that's over, or do I have to speak in general terms?
No.
So
I'm
not
gonna let
allowed?
you define it for him as no.
No, the Southworth application was heard by the special master. There's a recommendation that's been provided, and that'll come to you at a future quasi-judicial hearing. So you shouldn't hear any matters related to that quasi-judicial hearing until it's noticed and open to the public.
Is that yes or no?
Her recommendation is no.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I'm going to stay general then, as permitted. So there's a Citrus Comprehensive Plan Policy number 1713.4, and that prohibits mining on sites, this is general comment, that cannot be returned to how they were before mining was done. So I would just ask the board on my first subject here that you not ignore that, or, you know, that we not change that before time. So then the second thing, at my last meeting on the 23rd of June, I emailed all of you once and 3 of you twice about 4 points that I raised there. My 4 points are still there and valid. I'm looking for some help. Point 1 is that Florida and Citrus County have laws that permit public discussion with the board on any item that's under your purview. Point 2 is that Citrus laws don't prohibit discussion with the board on any item that's under your purview. Then back to the May 27th, definitely public input was shut down just like just now. And there was some scoffing and some laughing. Now, it could have been about the public, it could have been about the process, or it could have been about the situation. I think you called it the circumstance. Doesn't matter to me which one it was, because it sort of just represents the whole gravity of all the line of public with their clock running, you know, trying to address it. So to me, that documented prejudice against the public argument. And so, second call, I would ask that the board chair, you were the person not participate in the Southworth stuff. So then beyond that, we do need to understand, and in my mind, we need to correct how we got to this place where public input on any item under the board's responsibility is not allowed during open to the public. And particularly, I would point to the 115 that stipulates how you eliminate prejudice. I mean, it says right there that it can be not prejudice. Thank you again for everything. I'm sorry to be pushy, but I do appreciate everybody's time. It's such a hard job you have.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Justin Robinson. This is my first time at one of these, so if I do something out of order or stumble, I beg your indulgence. My question was about the local option sales tax. I attended several of the town halls that were done last month, and one of the overarching questions at each one of the town halls was how the commissioners arrived at the idea of a local option sales tax. I'm not saying I'm for or against, I'm just wondering what the backstory was, excuse me. So if there was records, or if someone could point me in the direction for those records, or if someone could talk to me about that, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. You all have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Commissioners, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Chamber. Just a point of clarification. Just a little while ago, you said that somebody that has a private business with no employees can submit a letter and speak for 5 minutes on any issue. Is that the policy of this board? I did not know that was the policy.
Ms. Lynn? Well, I'll get to it afterwards.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
just think it's important that we know that we're all playing by the same rules, because the person that submitted that letter's worried about everybody else's letters, whether they have them or don't have them. So I'm just wondering, do y'all check to see if they have an occupational license, if they're a legitimate business? And why are we giving small businesses who I represent more standing than an average citizen? Why don't we give everybody 5 minutes?
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? If not, we'll close open to the public. Board members, do you have follow-up?
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Davis, Commissioner Davis.
We'll leave animal shelter update for staff. I did not get the woman's, in IV4, I'll get your name later. You were very kind up here, and I appreciate that. I've taken quite a bit of heat on the IV4 issue, even though I'm the one that drove and put all the people in the room together, Swift Mud and FWC and DEP, and tried to get a solution for that. And it culminated with the infamous 4 to 5 page letter that was signed by all of us, and it went out January of last year. That effort is why FDLE is investigating. I still continue to seek solutions. I'm not done yet. It is a seemingly insurmountable task, but I just wanted to let you know that I haven't forgotten about you guys, and I still work on it. Tony, don't understand why PDC and Special Master basically give us recommendations, and we can sometimes overrule those. So think of it as a two-step process. They're supposed to be the specializing in knowing a deeper level, taking a deeper dive at it, and then so we look at their expertise to help make our judgment. But then likewise, we have special expertise as commissioners because we have to do all the subjects, not just that subject. And so every once in a while, we don't go with their recommendation, but oftentimes we do. Joe, you want Commissioner Bays to recuse herself? I just ran into this on social media because of the issue with Inverness Airport. We are not legally allowed to recuse ourselves. Literally, if I want to skip a vote, I would have to call in sick, which I've done exactly once when I was monstrously ill. I don't shirk the hard votes that I have to take. And man, there's a lot of votes that I would rather not be here. Okay, but we are legally cannot recuse ourselves unless we have a fiduciary interest in the vote at hand. Okay, so she can't, just because you don't like something someone says, they are not allowed to recuse themselves. Local option sales tax. Personally, I can speak for my point as a business person that has run a company since I was 28 years old. I'm always looking for ways to get more for my money personally, and so I'm looking out to get more for our tax dollars. And it's basically you get 25 cents back to us on everything that we need to buy as a community. So it's not an additional tax, it is a way to achieve goals in the community where outsiders are paying for 25% of it. That's why I'm interested in it. We have absolutely nothing to do with it passing or not. That goes to the residents in an actual election. But that's really smart money, because guess what? Every time you buy anything outside this county, you're helping that county pay for their stuff because they have a local option sales tax. Don't you think our neighbors should return the favor when they shop with us? It's just that simple. And Josh, I wondered the same thing. We need to tidy that up as in terms of what's the criteria for a letter on file. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Lynn.
I think Commissioner Davis misspoke when she was talking about the disqualification. You said the word fiduciary. I think you meant to say financial.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks for the attorney. I'm actually the word nerd.
It's a financial gain or loss.
A financial gain or loss, yes. Thank you.
You have anything?
The issue that a couple of people talked about the comments on applications. I mean, I've discussed with Attorney Lynn a couple of times. I understand that thinking, but in a position where I'm serving with 4 other people who have hired an attorney to decide on these cases what we have to do and what we cannot do. I mean, we're following her lead unless 3 of us decide that for whatever reason that's not the right direction, and then I guess we'll have to have a conversation about it. But I don't know if the first gentleman that was quite angry here, he thanked me for something, but if someone I don't know his name, I don't know what he's talking about the ramp, so I would love to have looked at email or something and looked it up. I try to help everyone that asks, but I don't know what that's about, so I really can't comment. The sales tax, I think, is going to be citizen-driven. It was talked about before I sat in the seat, so thank you for the history. I don't really have the beginnings of that. I understand the concept, but I see the other side too about another tax. So I'm just waiting to hear what comes back out of those work groups and what the citizens want, and then they get another stab. If it makes it to the ballot, the citizens will ultimately decide, and they will decide what it needs to look like and then decide if they want it. So that's all.
Mr. Howard, can you update us on the animal shelter bid?
I'm gonna have Eric come forward real quickly. I think what's outstanding now, my understanding, is a permit, Swift Mud. I want to make sure we verify that, because I always say when you're in local government, you got red tape, you get into state and federal, you get quicksand. So we're having to work through all those, because you want to make sure we have all those permits in place before you put it out to bid, because if you can't get the permits correct, then you got to redo the drawings, you can't get them sealed. So that's a challenging thing, but I think that was the last briefing I was a couple days ago.
That is correct. We are still waiting on the Swift Mud permit. I know that they provided feedback to the engineers. The engineers are working on that to get back to them. We are still expecting that hopefully by the end of July. So we'll follow up on that again. And the building permits are happening simultaneously. So I know that internally we have review processes to make sure all of those permits are in place. The entire package will, once all permits are in place, that entire package will go out to bid. I believe our last update had indicated end of July, but the permits have slowed that down a little bit. So we will get back to you at the next meeting and give you an updated specific timeline based on the permit status.
Thank you. Is Mr. Hicks? Yes, Mr. Hicks. I don't know if you were in the audience the day that various individuals came before the board to talk about it. I was not laughing at the application. I think everybody was just it was like exhaustion, and even some of the people that were coming up, it was kind of a chuckle, like, I know, don't talk about this anymore. As a commissioner, I'm sitting here going based on the legal advice of our attorney for the commission. I was in no way laughing at the application. It was an exhaustion and laughing with the individuals. If you want to call it laughing, it's like, I know. So it wasn't laughing at it. So I want to make sure you understand that was not the intent. Ms. Lynn, can you provide some clarification on when we have quasi-judicial matters, why we have a PDC or a special master, and then the board has final say for the public, please?
Yes, so far I've got 3 things written down that you'd like me to address. So the first one is the PDC, the Florida statutes require the board have a local planning agency. The board, I'm sorry, I don't have the specific statute by memory, but I can certainly look it up and give it to you. But the statute requires that you have a local planning agency. Citrus County has chosen to appoint the PDC as the local planning agency. When an applicant is coming forward to make a comprehensive plan change and an Atlas amendment, which is an LDC Atlas amendment, there has to be 2 hearings, 2 public hearings before a decision is made. So those 2 statutes read in conjunction with each other is the process that Citrus County has chosen. So you have the first hearing in front of the PDC and the second hearing in front of the Board of County Commissioners. You have also adopted a mining ordinance, which is a separate ordinance, which requires that in the cases of a mining application that it would be heard by a special magistrate in lieu of the PDC. So those are all laws, either by local ordinance or by state law that sets up that process. Some counties have a special master in lieu of the PDC for all applications. Some counties name themselves, the Board of County Commissioners, as the local planning agency. Some counties use the recommending body, the first body, the local planning agency, as the trier of fact, and then change the rules so that the Board of County Commissioners sit in an appellate capacity. So there are many different ways throughout the state of Florida that those things are handled. Citrus County has chosen to have a PDC and a special master for mining and the Board of County Commissioners. So that's that question. The next question was related to the 5-minute thing. I would refer Mr. Wooten and the board members to Section 2-49, public participation at board meetings. That's the Citrus County Code. Under subsection 1, it states that it talks about the 3 and I'm sorry, it's actually subsection 2. Prior to addressing the board, each person shall fill out a speaker's form. Those are provided, the green forms. All comments are directed from the podium. Individuals representing, here's the key words, Mr. Wooten, individuals who represent a legally formed organization registered with the state of Florida shall be permitted 5 minutes during public input or public hearings to discuss matters related to the purposes for which the legal organization was formed. So that's what you have in your law. If you want to change the law to somehow change who gets to do those 5 minutes, that would be up to you. And it would be up to the board to determine whether or not the speaker's comments were related to the purposes for which the legal organization was formed. So that's that one. And then the next one relating to speaking about quasi-judicial matters outside of the noticed public hearing. A couple of you have mentioned that you're relying on legal advice. So remember, Commissioner Davis brought forward an agenda memo several meetings ago referencing 286.0115, which is the statute that I think Mr. Bryant referred to. That is the only way that the board can hear ex parte communications outside of the notice public hearing is if you adopt that ordinance or an ordinance pursuant to that statute. I believe that that's what Mr. Bryant was encouraging you to do, is he's encouraging you to adopt an ordinance pursuant to 286.0115. Unless and until you adopt an ordinance pursuant to that statute, then you would be subject to prejudicing your quasi-judicial hearings if you hear information outside of those hearings. So there's only 2 ways to go about it. Either you follow the Jennings case or you follow 286.0115. This board has chosen to follow the Jennings case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Commissioner Barrick.
The no-name gentleman did come and speak to me, and I spoke to him for almost 2 hours. And he and I wrote down 3 questions that he wanted me to get answers to. And I told him, when I get the answers, I will call you back. Now, he did give me his phone number, but he did not give me his name in almost 2 hours of talking to him. So until I got all the answers, there was no reason to call him back. So I want people to understand, if I tell you I'm going to get back with you, I will get back with you, okay? As for the local option sales tax, we are not privy at this point in time to what is being discussed by the citizens, because we sent people as our emissaries to be on the committee, okay? I picked out some people, Commissioner Kennard picked out 3 people, we all picked out, but we don't attend those. So we have no idea at this point, at least I have no idea, what has been discussed about the local option sales tax or what hasn't been discussed. Until Mr. Taylor brings his findings from that group to us as a board, then I have no opinion or no idea what they're talking about. And that's good, okay? Because that's what we want. Mr. Kennard kept saying it has to be from the people before we can discuss writing a referendum. And I understand that, so. The animal shelter, at this point in time, when you finally get to the realization of this is how much money we have and this is how much it's going to cost, there's a big gap. So if you get asked to raise your property taxes to pay for this, for those people that want this animal shelter, thank you.
Commissioner Kennard, do you have anything?
Nothing. I feel like they were adequately addressed.
All right.
Chair, do you want me to address the public records and the gentleman, or?
Oh, sure, go right ahead.
So with regard to the gentleman, I think there perhaps was a misunderstanding in the beginning. The county does not require someone to give their name when they make a public records request. They do not require that. However, we do need some method of communicating with an individual if they make a public records request, because we need to be able to contact them in some manner. I know that our records manager will often ask for an email address, a phone number, a name, some way within which she can communicate with the person. I wasn't privy to what happened, but I can just say that that's the county's policy. We have to have some way of being able to communicate back to a person if they're making a public records request. But I did want to say, it sounds like the gentleman made a public records request as he stood before you. He asked for the personnel records of 2 different county employees. So hopefully our records manager will hear about that, but I still don't know how we're going to communicate with him to provide those records to him.
Thank you. All right, moving on to bids.
Madam Chair, a motion to approve E1A through F.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Nard and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion to approve.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Are you, you know, we go very quickly through these. We go very quickly through these. E1E gets me upset because it says we're gonna keep a contract for somebody to help us write grants. We already have people in the Office of Business and Management that write the grants.
So
Why-
excuse me just for one moment. So we have E1A through E1E, or F.
F.
So would you like to pull E1E to discuss? Or do you just want to deny all A through F?
I just want to discuss E1E.
Okay, so you
Madam
will
Chair,
pull it then.
with all due respect, there's a motion and a second, so.
I will amend my motion, E1A through F, pulling E1E for further discussion.
I amend my second.
All right, so all in favor of approving E1A through F?
Do open to the public?
A through, yes.
Okay, getting very confused.
All right, so now we're going to open it to the public for E1A, B, C, D, and F. Does anyone have any public input on those? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. All right.
5-0.
Or 5-0, I'm sorry. All right, so E1E.
Motion to approve E1E.
Second.
So I have a motion to approve E1E by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board discussion?
Yes. I'd like to know why we're constantly doing something like this, okay? I went to meetings and people all talk about Doge and Doge and Doge, which means we need to be watching what we're spending and cutting what we don't need. If we already have somebody in our department that writes the grants, why do we have to continually get and, update this, so that somebody else can tell us what grants there are available? If we have a person that's what their job is already in our economic development. So to me, it's a redundant thing. And I'm trying to cut expenses. You're trying to cut expenses as other commissioners. I'd like to try 1 year without having somebody doing it.
Mr. Howard?
Yeah, this is really just on an as-needed basis. I can tell you when during the storms, I had a gun put to my head. I needed lots of resources to get revenues for this county, and this is one way of doing that. So again, it's on an as-needed basis. Our grant folks, we have some amazing people. They may not even be in those positions during storms where I need resources. And to do that, actually, the grants will actually pay for that staff to do that. And these are subject matter experts. We talked today about resiliency grants and things like that. So those are all important. So we're not spending any money unless we have to do it, but sometimes you have to have resources to get money. And some of these grants are very, very complicated. Transportation is a good example, very, very complicated. So sometimes you might need these resources, sometimes you gotta spend money to save money. And that's important to make sure we already have this bid out, so we have them on call if I need them. I can tell you, I could have used these folks the last couple of hurricanes. There's lots of money out there that's on the table that we're missing out on. So it's an opportunity when they will pay for it. I mean, the grants actually will pay for that assistance and help. We have resources, but we don't have the resources, all the resources. And again, some of our folks might be displaced during those times. And I need this to be on call just in case I need it. And that's what this is on needed basis. We won't be spending money if we don't have to do it, but if I can generate millions of dollars in grants and pay a little bit and let that pay for it, that's a good ROI. Every day I'll do that.
Every day I'm going to say no. It's
Well,
that simple.
And that's, everybody has their own opinions, and I just don't like to leave money on the table. And I think oftentimes we've been doing that.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Motion to approve E2, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve E5.
A and B.
Yes, ma'am. A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Welcome back.
First, Brian Lecanto. My question on this is Core Civic signed a contract with Citrus County outlining what they were going to do for their staffing levels. Let me remind you guys, they are a multi-billion-dollar corporation, hundreds of millions of dollars. Revenue last year was $63 million in revenue. And now they're asking you guys to lower their required amount of employees that are there to staff, presumably to get out of the monthly payments they have to make for not being in compliance. So my concern on that is that we're letting this company who agreed to this contract initially lower the amount of staff they have available to the jail.
Would you like to address that?
We'll have Joe come forward if I could.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Whittick, Contract Monitor. Concerning the gentleman's concerns, we're only reducing, we're not even reducing, we're tiering the fines. Fines will still be in place, and there's fines in other areas that weren't there before. So they may have, if they comply with staffing and the other area with misuse of 911 services, there would be fines there. So they're not completely off the hook. And they've had some, hiccups with staffing. So if it goes below a certain number, they're still going to be fined $5,000. So if there are any questions from the commissioners about that, I'd be more than happy to answer or have a conversation with the gentleman.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
I had some of the same concerns, but Joe, through a phone call, was able to alleviate some of those. So some of the positions that they would get fined for might be the yard maintenance guy. So that's what Joe said. If the lawn's not getting mowed that day, is that a concern? Well, of course not. All of my conversations with Core Civic were safety, if the right people aren't there, and how in certain pods, if somebody wasn't in the tower, they would get called up to another building. I didn't like that at all. And I feel like Joe has addressed some of those issues with them and those safety issues. And I will tell you, I still get emails occasionally from the warden talking about the system, making sure that the system's working, and they do checks on that. So at first, I had a knee-jerk reaction about this, but after a deeper understanding and seeing the tiered system, we really talked about that. I'm okay to approve this today.
I think you've done a great job
Thank you,
renegotiating this lease. I think it's, or the terms of this agreement. I think it puts us in a much better position.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we got a lot of bang for our buck out of this one.
Thank you.
Which is exactly why I made the motion. I'm not going to repeat it. Ditto, ditto.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Commissioner Barrett, I'm
I
sorry.
had some,
Okay.
I didn't want to ask him any questions, but aren't you going to open up to us to?
Sure, go right
Okay.
ahead.
Having read all this stuff and having worked in corrections, I did not like what was being sent to us. This contract is only 5 years old. They were the ones that wrote most of this contract, not us. Now they want to rewrite it so that it's good for them, not us as a county. You can say, well, this happened, the example he gave when I asked him about this at my briefing it's an example that would show, oh yeah, it's not going to hurt anybody. But the thing is, it is, okay? I've worked in the judicial system, in corrections, and they don't really care. They make millions and billions of dollars. Citrus County is just a little tick on their thing, and we're just asking for something that they agreed to 5 years ago. They came up with what the penalties were going to be, not us. And to come back and say, well, we want to change it now, halfway through the contract, there is no way that we should be even considering this. And I will not vote in a positive for this at all.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Just to alleviate some of Commissioner Barrick's worries, because, people know and have reached out because I've been pretty tough with some things on the jail. And why I'm praising Mr. Whittick is safety was a concern. And I know that you're saying they're rewriting it, but Joe has been working with them. So what's concerning to me is the amount of money that our taxpayers have to pay. And what he was alluding to with the 911, we're paying for that. The taxpayers are paying for that. So before there was really no penalty and it was being overused. So now, where it wasn't in the contract before, we get to save that money because now there's stipulations in place where if that's being overused and they're not spending jail money on providing a service that we would expect them to provide, there's a penalty for that. So I was thinking in terms of the taxpayer, and I know you do too, that's why this is good. There are some positions and, that was holding their feet to the fire, but not everything is a security and safety position. So it's smart, we're working as a partner. And I think this was a good partnership because it helps our taxpayers with the money we're spending on the services. And it also provides, I think, better safety and holds them more accountable for safety. So I don't know that we're on the losing end of this.
Can I rebuttal that?
And I'm not debating it with you. I just want to try to alleviate the fear.
Commissioner Barrett.
One of the things that he said that we are now doing at the county jail that probably should have been done all along is as a inmate or detainee comes in, whatever you'd like to call them, they now fill out a form to get medical insurance, okay? Well, if they get taken to our county hospital, we're paying the bill, okay? Whether it's taken by the 911 people or where it's taken by somebody else. We're paying the bill, the citizens are, because we subsidize the hospitals. We subsidize anybody that doesn't have medical. And to be adding this, that should have been added a long time ago, it should have been in there to begin with, that anybody going in has to, put in for whatever medical insurance, either they have medical on the outside, or if they don't have medical on the outside, then they get the money from the government. But it's still, we're paying. And then
Exactly. You're making my point.
when we start paying and paying. And that's why I can't agree with this.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
At the moment, 3-1. E8. Amend and reinstated initial assessment resolution for fire protection services.
Motion to approve E8, A, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Chair, can I please request that Commissioner Barrick pull her mic down because I'm not hearing her? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, well, now we're on to Miss Veronica. Hello, how are you today?
Excellent. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just have a few updates for you today. The first is this fiscal year's road resurfacing program. As we recall, last fiscal year's is closed out, so we don't have to think about that anymore. And hopefully we will be completed with this one by the beginning of our next fiscal year. Currently, we are at about 81% complete. So 111 out of 137 roads have been repaved. And the completion date that we're looking at currently is August 21st. So I will keep you up to date to see if that sticks or if there's any stragglers. We've also added 2 new road projects to this list, SCOP projects replacing the last ones that had been completed. So currently Deltona construction is on track. It was approved at your last meeting, and we are pending the purchase order and notice to proceed. So once that NTP is put out, then we will start seeing that road begin being paved. And Turner Camp is the other SCOP project that's currently underway. Visible construction activities will begin today. So they've been out there for about a week, but today is when you're going to start seeing the mechanics. Halls River Multi-Use Path, very excited to hear that we received $2.8 million in state appropriation funding for that project. So while that is not the entirety of the cost of construction for what is currently in design, it does get us a long way. We will need approximately $4 million to complete that at the current estimate with the money we have aside and the appropriation. And again, design is already fully underway. So once we get that completed, then those construction monies would be needed. And last but not least, we have core civic staffing at 83.42% as of June 30th, which is down almost 10% from 93.71. Any questions?
Board? Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Chair, can we please get the votes?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm very sorry. Commissioner Davis, could we get your vote on E7 and E8?
Aye and aye.
So E7 is 4-1 and E8 is 5-0.
Just want to do a shout out to the city of Inverness and Crystal River. My family had an opportunity to participate in the fireworks this year. Even though there was rain, we were able to see the fireworks, and I was a native and actually stayed even more local in one of the local hotel establishments and got a bird's eye view. And actually I've got a photo of me in Hunter Springs actually with my daughter. So we got to experience that as well. So I just want to do a shout out to the cities for all the good work that they did with the fireworks and the 4th of July celebrations. And also all the NACO award winners, congratulate them again for all the great work Team Citrus is doing across this county. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Commissioner Davis? Oh, excuse me, we have to announce the appointments and nominations for the Citrus County Veterans Service Advisory Board. There will be 1 replacement position, and we are now taking applications. The term will begin immediately upon appointment and expire on March 31st, 2026. So if you're out there and you want to apply for the Citrus County Veterans Service Advisory Board, please do so now. Now, Commissioner Davis.
Well, several of us went to Florida Association of Counties week before last. Sat in on a lot of really amazing workshops, which is a learning opportunity to bring back best practices to the county from other counties in the state of Florida. One was specifically, it's the third year I've sat in on this, and I'm pretty excited about this organization. It helps us preserve land. My email box and social media is always full of your paving over paradise, and we are really, really blessed with over 50% of our area that can never be developed, with the asterisk that means the state needs to actually honor the state forests, which is something that I would always fight for, honoring that. But that doesn't, two things. One, when I fly over Citrus County, I see vast swaths of trees and nature and water, and there's a few scars. But ground-based me, when I drive by those scars, I feel the same pain as the residents. It's like, oh, this is so ugly, and they cut down all the trees. But then I realize, you know, I live in Citrus Hills, and that looked pretty awful, I'm sure, way back in the day when that was originally built, and now it's a beautiful community. So the key is always to put the right things in the right places, but also to be mindful, always mindful of preserving the right things that we need to preserve. And so I came away from that workshop really excited at that presentation. And hopefully we're going to get a workshop on the agenda to talk about how to preserve even more land and area in Citrus County. So that was the most exciting thing for me. Again, it was the third time I sat through it. And so hopefully that'll get moving forward. And I think that's it for me. Oh, I know, there was one other thing. I know you sit on committees at FAC. I don't know if anyone else sits on committees for FAC, but our next legislative session is early next year. It's in January, which means we are now, I am seeking any ideas for things that need to change in Tallahassee. If you want to email me, make sure to copy Reese.Bilby, to make sure that he sees it as well as I do. Any ideas that might be good to put forward to the committee for Florida Association of Counties to promote on a statewide basis to Tallahassee. One example that I put forward at least one year, it's been a perennial thing, is code compliance. They took away the state. There's a big fight between Tallahassee preempting the county and not honoring home rule. The best government is the most local form of government, because you guys can run into us at the grocery store, at the ball game. You know who your leaders are if you care to know who your leaders are. And each community is so very individualized that home rule is the best thing. Tallahassee mandated that we cannot take anonymous code complaints, which means little old ladies are scared to report their drug dealing neighbors that have unsanitary conditions. And so they end up calling us, and then we have to go by and drive by and see it in person, and then we report it under our name. But that's the type of changes that Florida Association of Counties keeps promoting in Tallahassee. So please, I invite you, if you're a really into this sort of governance and leadership, and you have some great ideas that need to go to Tallahassee, please email me at holly.davis and Reese at Reese, R-E-E-S-E, .bilby, B-I-L-B-Y, at citrusbocc.com.
You all done? I'm done. All right.
I'm trying to keep you on your schedule.
Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you, and I will start off by apologizing for having to walk this on today. It didn't occur to me until just the last couple days that the 120-day time period for the county to officially offer a contract on the Pirates Cove property would be expiring before our next regularly scheduled county commission meeting. And so what I'm asking is for the board to vote in favor of officially offering a contract on that property, on all the parcels related to the Pirates Cove property, with the stipulation that we are not offering, well, the contract, let me back up a little bit. The contract would be for the average of the top two appraisals, which I don't have them right here in front of me. The top two appraisals, it's in the neighborhood of $1.2 million. The county, if the seller agrees to this contract, the county would provide, as we've agreed upon, the $900,000 that we have previously discussed and approved. That money would be coming, some of it from the TDC or from TDC funds. Some of it would be coming from Duke Special Projects Funds, and the remaining would come from park impact fees. That would get us to the $900,000. The remaining amount of money to get us to the average of those top two appraisals and closing costs would be raised from the private sector. So that, again, the county would only be obligated to the amount that we've previously discussed and agreed to. The purchase would be contingent on being able to raise those monies from the private sector. If we're unable to do so, then we would not be obligated to the $900,000. The seller would have 30 days to accept the offer, and then the county would have 120 days from acceptance to closing. And there's been an awful lot of discussion out there about what a fair offering price would be. The group that I've been dealing with now through this time period since we previously discussed it feels like that the top two appraisals were the most accurate appraisal of the value of those parcels, and that the average of those two should be the offering price. And again, I apologize for walking this on today. It was simply an oversight on my part that we were not having a county commission meeting on the 22nd, but rather on the 29th, and the 120 days expires on the 23rd. So I would make a motion that we direct the county attorney to draft a contract with those stipulations in it and offer that up to the seller of the Pirates Cove property.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard. I'll second the motion. Is there any? Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, so what you're saying is currently the county would pay $900,000 and you're gonna go out, or somebody's gonna go out and find some people to pay the $300,000 plus the closing costs? And to me, how can we actually offer the person the 1.2 million if we don't have the 1.2? Because if you can't raise it, okay, plus the closing costs, then the county is gonna be stuck with the 300,000 plus closing costs
No.
on a piece of property that we know floods, okay? That a lot of my constituents have said, we don't want anything to do with that. There's already a park out there in Ozello, or out there at Ozello Trail. There's a park there already that the porta potty keeps going out into the ocean. And certain times of year, they can't use it because it's flooded. So to me, it's been on your agenda to get this. You got it through the other people on the board to spend the $900,000, okay? But it's still, we don't need to be wasting money on something that floods. And I'm sorry about how other people feel, but that's exactly what I feel. Plus, we would be on the hook for the 1.2 million plus closing if he's not able to get private sector money to come in like he wants.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
Can I respond to that real quick first?
Commissioner Kennard.
That is absolutely incorrect. The contract would be contingent upon being able to raise that $300,000 plus the closing costs from the private sector. real estate contracts, virtually, I don't want to say everyone, many, if not most real estate contracts have contingencies in them. If those contingencies aren't met, then the contract is null and void. So it would not, the county would not be on the hook for the 1.2 million. That is not going to happen.
So the thing is, the property owner would be expecting us to meet the contingencies, okay? And we're taking 120 days to try and meet those contingencies? Or 60 days or 30 days, whatever. So then she has to take the property off the market. So she's losing money, because if she has a possible buyer other than the county, you know, I think we've wasted enough of her time by saying, well, we're thinking about it, we're thinking about it.
I know you won't get there, so we'll end that discussion.
Commissioner Davis?
I had your back on that, Commissioner Kennard. I was
Thank
going to
you.
say with real estate contracts, that part doesn't, and you know I've been on your side the whole time on this, all right? The only reason I didn't second it is I have a little bit of, we have that opportunity with North Florida Land Trust to come in and give us the whole landscape of funding mechanisms. And to my mind, in sitting through that, the example they used was Clay County. They are extremely red like we are, very conservative. They're getting run over by a toll road, sounds familiar? Slicing right through Clay County. They have 7 exits planned for Clay County. 2 of them are already being built out. Residents are screaming about shut down all the growth. All of this sounds familiar, right? They don't have 50% of their air plus 50% plus of their area in preservation already. We do, so we're super blessed. They are funding 200-acre and to thousands of acres tracts in their community to preserve it. We already have that. So they talked about a lot of the different types of land preservation, and one of them I went, yep, Pirates Cove, that's exactly it. Okay, so one would be recharge areas to help with stormwater. Another would be special areas, like, do you remember when I was 2 months in office and I did an entire business plan on buying Rock Crusher Canyon so we could keep the amphitheater? Boy, do I wish that had gone through, because that's a special place that we're really missing in our community now as we grow, right? So that could have been added to our park system. So to my mind, Ozello fits under those special places that we can't get back when they're gone, right? Because I am a kayaker and grew up on the water. So so we have recharge areas, special places. They brought up the need to make sure that all of our wildlife corridors are connected. So I don't know if we need to connect any wildlife corridors, but it's an area that we would look at to make sure that they're all connected to protect wildlife. And lastly, this isn't taxpayer dollars at all, is getting farmers and ranchers to do Wilton Simpson's Rural and Family Lands Act, where they sell the development rights to the state, but it stays in farming for perpetuity. And then the land is valued only for ag. So if their kids don't want the farm lifestyle, those kids that are coming up through 4-H that do want the farming lifestyle can actually afford to buy those large tracts of land to continue the tradition in farming and ranching. Because if we don't have that, we don't have a food supply, a local food supply. And if the last 5 years hasn't taught us anything, we need a local food supply in the state of Florida. So they actually come in as the land trust and they work with the farmers and ranchers so they understand the financial implications, the tax implications. And so that's why I brought back the booklets for all of you. I'd really like to get through that workshop and figure out how to fund Ozello. I'm not saying I'm not going to vote for this today, but I am just downloading all my information to you so you can respond.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard?
I don't know if it was the North Florida Land Trust or just the Florida Land Trust, but we've actually had conversation with them about this piece of property. They were in contact with the seller of the property, and that conversation went nowhere. So essentially, what we got back, and I don't recall if it was James Toy that was involved with that group that put us put us together, and they couldn't get it done. Essentially, they want to be, they suggested that they could be involved in negotiating the deal and so forth. And what we ran into the last time with the seller of the property was the county did not put an offer on paper in front of me. And so I was led to believe, or at least I walked away from that conversation afterwards thinking she's in the same place. The county's all talk, has not put anything on paper in front of me. And so here we are at the end of this 120 days, and the county has an opportunity, likely the last opportunity on this piece of property, to set it aside for conservation for public use, to expand our parks. So I would like the board to stick to our commitment that we're going to offer the $900,000 for it. I'm still committed to raising the remaining amount from the private sector, and I believe that we'll be very successful at doing that. But the group that I've been working with did not feel that it was appropriate to offer anything above the average of those top two appraisals. They felt like that was a very fair number, and that once the county put a contract in front of the seller, if she decided to agree to that contract, then we'd go out and get that money.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Commissioner Davis.
All of that was very well explained. Here's what, if I could wave a magic wand. We expedite getting North Florida Land Trust in here for a workshop, so all of us are on the same page as to the various funding sources and mechanisms that are at our disposal through that. I'll go ahead and vote for this today, and if it passes, then my ask would be is to listen very carefully to what they say, see if there's a way that we can get more than $300,000 from the private sector. Maybe there's something else that we can reduce the 900, because then that gives us still more money in those particular coffers where we can turn around and also get a wildlife corridor connected or whatever, because we got to make the most of every single dollar that the residents have trusted us with.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and thank you for your support. I think we need to look at every opportunity that we can and take every opportunity that we can to conserve those special pieces of property, not necessarily every piece of property, but those special pieces of property that are very unique to our community. You're right. Certainly, Rock Crusher Canyon was one of those. That was a lost opportunity or a missed opportunity. This is an opportunity that's in front of us. There aren't many coastal pieces. Definitely, there's one piece of coastal property that abuts an existing county park. So it is an opportunity to expand an existing park. So thank you.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Finnegan.
I've been waiting patiently. Commissioner Kennard, it's a no on how it's written from me today, but I'm not pulling my complete support, and I'll explain. When you came to us 4 months ago, you had said there was a lot of interest, and if we would give you the 120 days, you would have the money because there's all this interest. I haven't seen it. Now, still personally supportive. I haven't seen it from the community, and obviously you haven't come back yet with money. So I'm not sure why you're trying to get a contract right now. It sounds like when I look at this, you just need more time. So I would be willing if you came to the board and said, I couldn't get the funding in 120 days, but I'm still making contacts and negotiating. I need more time to see if we can get some private money. I would support you on taking more time. I think everything that you told us would happen by the 120 days didn't, and I don't fault you for that. I'm sure you're working hard on it. I just don't know that we're ready for a contract yet because it's not happening.
We don't need more days to raise the money. What we need is a contract in front of the seller. She gave us, she thankfully gave us 120 days. There's been a number of conversations amongst this small group that I'm working with about raising the money. And quite frankly, when discussing what the offering price would be, how much money did we need to raise, this group decided that that a fair price for that property was the average of those top two appraisals, and that regardless if if we decided we needed to raise $600,000 or $800,000, whatever that number was, that it would not be appropriate, it would not be responsible to offer an obscene amount of money for a piece of property. As bad as I want to see this property preserved, that it is worth what those top two appraisals say it's worth. And so now it's time to put something in writing. This seller's position, as long as I've been on this, has been very frustrating for her, that she's heard a lot of talk from the county, but has not had a hard piece of paper with an offer in front of her. And so it's not a matter of needing more time. We will raise the additional money to get there. But it's just getting that piece of paper in front of her and giving her the opportunity.
With all due respect, I mean, you're saying she's been waiting. I'm sure if she had another offer for 1.2 million or 900,000 or whatever, it would be sold and we wouldn't be talking about this right now. I think that she's holding us over the barrel. I'm assuming now we're the only people that are interested. So you're right, we need something in writing, even if there was a written commitment from the community saying, dollars raised, we're all in, go. But we haven't seen that yet. You're saying we don't need more time to raise money, but you haven't said that the money is there. If it's 1.2, I mean, we as a board committed the 900, so that I don't have a problem with that. If that's what the people that you're talking to are saying, we're good, we can pay that plus all the fees that go with it. But I feel that when you bring that back to us, we should see that commitment. We should see the community wants this so much that here it is. They're asking us to move forward, commit our funds. They're committing. The community wants it. Again, I'm sticking to my guns. If you want more time, you've got it from me. To get that document, to do what you need to do. But I think for the people that we represent, they want to see that support. I'm not hearing it. I'm sure you're in it, so you probably are, and I trust that. But I think we need to see that financial commitment.
Ms. Lynn?
So I don't know when the last time y'all had a chance to look at the letter of intent, but the sales price in the letter of intent is $1.8 million. So what Commissioner Kennard is asking for is for you to go back and reduce what the seller is asking for, the 1.2. It also talks about a closing date within 30 days. So you're going to ask her to extend the closing date to 1/20 from 30, and the letter of intent requires a $50,000 deposit. So if y'all are going to go for it, you probably need to talk about where that $50,000 is going to come from. Or maybe the offer is that we're not going to put a deposit down. I don't know.
Simply a counter offer, right?
Well, you've already, we've signed the letter of intent with those terms.
Right. And if that expires, then all deals are off.
You could have a brand new offer. Yes, sir.
Can we not put a contract together with these conditions and send that to the seller of the property?
You absolutely can, but I was saying I don't know when the last time y'all saw this, so I want to just. Yes, sir, we can do that.
Just checking.
Mm-hmm.
I, for one, appreciate the reminder.
Well, what I'm also seeing in here is it says the seller has 30 days to accept the offer. So maybe part of the negotiation for a deposit of $50,000 is that we don't pay that until she accepts the offer. If she accepts the offer, then we do the deposit.
Yeah.
That gives you, if we agree to this today, that gives you roughly 40 days to go out and accumulate your $400,000 or $500,000, whatever you need, and you'll know.
So I would say it's a great suggestion, that we would add to it the $50,000 deposit once she accepts the offer. If she accepts it, then that money would be held, in an escrow account, for the remaining, 120 days, what I'm proposing from the date that she accepts it. Now, as real estate contracts go, and you all know this, she can negotiate and come back and say, 120 days is too long, I want 90 days, or whatever it might be. But it's a negotiation of a contract.
And she may not accept the offer. So,
That's-
I mean, you've got 30, at this point, we're 10 days out, 15 days or something.
Mhm.
So you've got about somewhere between 40 and 45 days for her to accept the offer, which gives you the additional time to see if you can raise the monies. So in 45 days, you might know because this is a big difference at approximately 1.2 plus closing costs from $1.8 million in closing costs.
Right.
So she may come back very quickly and say, no, thank you. And we'll know that by we could potentially know that by the next meeting.
This is simply putting the ball in her court, that the county finally putting a written offer in front of her, a real offer, and, putting that in front of her and allowing her to make a decision, as to whether or not, they want to sell all that property now.
And refresh my memory, she said that was her negotiation. She wanted 1.8 million.
Correct.
So we're basically coming back and saying,
Here's our offer.
right.
And when it's in her rub, if you will, in the past, is that the county's been a lot of this over the years, and not this.
I'm sure.
In fact, the very last time this was discussed, when she had a real estate agent involved, we just started down the road of negotiating, and it was, county never put an offer in front of me, I'm done. Fired her agent, everything, or terminated their contract.
Commissioner Finnegan.
We're in a much better place to negotiate any kind of a contract when we actually have the money. And I understand putting conditions on contracts. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know that we should be entering into any contracts without the money. So again, I would support more time. I'm not going to support entering a contract when we don't have the funds to do so, or to negotiate. We're negotiating with money we don't have.
Commissioner Davis.
So just as a point of confirmation, if we do not raise the funds and the contract does not go through, the $50,000 is 100% refundable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, as a point of clarification, I see you have TDC funds listed.
Yes.
My understanding is that they do not qualify for a public park. But
that would be something I would have to go back and look at the previous discussion about that. It's been a long time ago, but I thought the TDC had already committed some funds to this. I don't remember the figure. If they can't, then they can't. And we've got money in that Duke Special Projects Fund that we can go and look at.
I'm just saying that whether or not it's true, I would have to confirm, but I did hear from TDC staff that they're not applicable to that use, but I'm sure we have attorneys that handle these things that can confirm or deny.
In fact, Mike Mankey had approached me. It was at the strategic planning meeting, and told me at that time, after this had already been presented to the TDC.
You talking about ours or the TDC strategic plan? Ours?
No, it was from ours.
In January?
Yeah. Well, no. Back when you did the strategic plan for the community.
Oh, yeah.
That meeting, Mike Mankey talked to me then and said that he was fully in support of those funds from TDC and that if there were additional funds needed to improve the passive park, that type of thing, that he hoped that I would come back to the TDC for the remainder of those funds.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that there's some part of it that the TDC can participate with, but if not, there's funds in that Duke Special Projects
I did
Fund.
think that it would qualify, but I just have to chase it down.
So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. And
Chair?
I'm
If I can please get some clarification on that. Y'all discussed amending the motion, but it was never formally amended. Were you wanting to do that?
I would amend it to include the $50,000 deposit upon acceptance of the contract.
Okay, would you like me to read the motion that I have into the record?
Please.
Motion to direct the county attorney to draft a contract with the following stipulations to offer to the seller of Pirates Cove property. Purchase of all parcels for a price average of the top two appraisals, approximately $1.2 million. Net to the seller. $900,000 from the county, either TDC, Duke Special Projects Fund, and park impact fees. Remaining amount, including all closing costs, to be raised from the private sector. Purchase is contingent on being able to raise necessary funds from the private sector, and seller has 30 days to accept the offer and 120 days from acceptance to closing. And then the amendment I have stated as the change in stipulations to the contract of $50,000 will be deposited once the offer is accepted and placed into an escrow account to be held for 120 days until closing.
I don't know if you need the part at the end to be held for 120 days until closing. I think just.
Okay.
It'll be
Just held
held
into the
until
escrow
closing.
account?
Until closing.
Until closing.
Closings don't always happen exactly as you
Okay.
set them.
So everything
Rarely.
else was good except for taking off the time period.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Oh, thank you. I didn't even ask. You just read my mind.
I saw that red light.
Well, I feel like a contract's going to be made. I'm not going for it. I am somewhat familiar with real estate contracts, and the attorney's saying take out the 120 days. So you think that this person with the contract is just going to, since there's no closing date, that if Commissioner Kennard doesn't raise the funds for 2 years, that it's just active? I mean, with no end date in sight? I don't. And then how do we get our $50,000 back? I'm sure someone's going to want a date on that.
I think what she was referring to was the amendment that we wouldn't pay the $50,000 until she had accepted the contract, but the clerk had the 120 days on the end of it, just on that portion of it. And I think we already have the 120 days.
So you're keeping the 120 days from acceptance to closing?
Previous, in what she was saying, she said that closing would be in 120 days from acceptance of the contract. Then the additional language was solely related to the $50,000 earnest money deposit. So I just took out the redundant 120 days.
I'm very nervous about this. I think we're getting on the hook for something. Are you writing the contract?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think the direction is for me to write the contract.
And Madam Attorney, to address Commissioner Finnegan's concerns, do you feel that we are putting ourselves at risk of anything other than $900,000?
I'm hesitant when you use the word "of anything." That's very broad.
Do you see that we have any risk in offering this contract?
It's so broad when you say any risk. I mean, so let me tell you, I the woman was asking for $1.8 million. That's what you signed in your letter of intent. She's, it was for a 30-day closing, and the 50,000 was in 5 days of contract execution, which that's basically what you're saying now. You're saying upon acceptance, so this actually is a little bit longer. You get 5 extra days. So is there a risk? The risk is that she might not agree to your terms. So when you ask me if there's any risk, there's a risk.
When I say risk to us, that we would be on the hook for anything. That was Commissioner Finnegan. She says we would get ourselves on the hook. So I'm trying to clarify is, do you feel from a legal position, because I'm reading this as this contract that currently exists for $1.8 million is about to expire on July 23rd. Is that the date? So we're going to go back with an amended contract to say we are reducing the offer from 1.8 million and closing cost, or the net to you of 1.8 million, to a net of 1.2 million, with the county paying $900,000, the private sector to raise all the additional costs to 1.2 million and the closing cost, and that the seller has 30 days to accept this new offer of 1.2 million or whatever is close to that, and that if she signs or accepts the offer, that's the point where we would pay the $50,000 as earnest money. And then we would have 120 days to close. But if she doesn't accept the offer, it's dead.
So what you have already signed is a letter of intent to enter into a contract. So you're not amending the contract, you're not countering a contract. What you're doing is you're saying, we signed a letter of intent, now we are going to offer in the form of a contract. Okay. So your monetary risk will not ripen until she accepts your new offer. So when you say any risk, that's where I'm hesitant to answer. But if you're saying monetary risk, that won't happen until she accepts your offer. And then if you don't close, once she accepts your offer, then you would have the risk of losing the $50,000.
But isn't the $50,000 going to be, it's contingent, the whole contract would be contingent on being able to raise the additional funds. And that was one of the points that we made, is that the $50,000 would be returned if the contingency could not be met.
Yes, once she accepts the offer. So there is no risk until she accepts the offer.
But we can codify that the $50,000 would be returned in the event that the contingency of being able to raise the additional funds could not be met.
Yes, if that contingency or any other contingencies within the contract are not met, then your earnest money would be returned to you. Because there's also going to be the standard contract terms of due diligence, time to investigate, those standard terms. I'm assuming those will all be included in this offer. The letter of intent states that we'll use the FAR bar contract. I don't actually have access to the FAR bar contract, but we do have a sales and purchase and sales contract that we use for the county, and that's what I would use. It has contingencies in there for surveys and the normal real estate contract contingencies.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Is there a reason that we wouldn't just, is there a reason that we have to change everything with a contract? Because you stated that we agreed to and signed a letter of intent. Could we not just alter and see if she would be okay with a new letter of intent and then give Commissioner Kennard another 120 days? I mean, is that?
Well, I think we can do that, but I think that was his point, is that we have never offered a solid deal to her, that everything's been like a letter of intent. We've never actually
Well, we're
offered her
still
a
not.
contract.
This isn't a solid deal. This is, we still don't have the money.
Right.
And, you know, we want 4 months to try to get money. That's.
Commissioner Kennard,
Madam Chair,
I'm failing at your battle here.
I'll make one more point. We all know we live in a very giving community that will give for things that pull at their heart. So we have the folks that are really on board with the animal shelter. There is a lot of money that has yet to be raised because they've been waiting for this board to actually make progress towards an animal shelter. And then a lot more money, we've been told, will come in, and I do believe that. In hamstringing Commissioner Kennard's efforts to raise money, I believe that a lot of these folks are not going to want to put money forward until they see that the county, meaning us five, are serious about doing this. He also mentioned with the land trust, there's multiple land trusts operating in the state of Florida. They will not help us unless they see that we are serious. So that's why I went into this going, I don't know, Commissioner Kennard, I backed you this all the time, but I don't know. But I'm going to be a yes vote for all of those reasons.
Well, I was waiting to put this out on my agenda, or under my time, but I do want to bring up something that, with fellow commissioners out of Duval County, and it is going to be a presentation on a future agenda for us. One of the things that they've done there is they've created 501c3s, which are kind of a unique hybrid, and they did one for animal shelter, they did one for parks, and my memory is escaping me now. They did it for another one, but I thought it was a really cool concept, because if you have a 501c3, the public can then give to for these type venues, and they get the charitable deduction for them, as opposed to just doing it this way. So that is a presentation. I've already scheduled it to be, I believe, on our next agenda, but that's an option. The other thing that they did do in Duval County is the citizens went out and they voted $30 million, whatever that millage worked out to be. I think it was 2 mills or something, to go out and buy properties that they wanted to preserve. So they sequestered $30 million through millage to buy lands that they wanted to secure.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard?
I've actually spoken with 2 different 501c3s. One has expressed very much an interest in serving in that capacity, not for countywide projects, but specifically for this project, that the individuals who have expressed an interest in contributing to this would be able to go that route, would be able to contribute to that 501c3. 501c3 then could contribute the remaining 300 plus closing costs.
Commissioner Barrick?
All right, I've been sitting here, and it goes around and around and around. And from what I'm listening, on 7/23, the letter of intent that we have is going to end. Okay? If we don't do anything today. And we meet again on 7/29. That's a whole 6 days later. Do you really think she's going to sell the piece of property in 6 days out from under us? If not, I think we need to think a little bit more before we vote and take a vote, because it's one of these where I don't see positives. I went out there and I talked to the people out there. They don't want an extra park. They want a road. They want new bridges so they can get to what we already have. We already have docks out there. If Commissioner Davis wants to go kayaking, she can go out there any day of the week and go kayaking, 7 days a week. We also have a porta potty. We also have a couple of picnic tables. We also have a unpaved parking lot. That we already own. To be talking and talking, if the lady is willing to wait till the 23rd, she should be able to wait till the 29th when we meet again, and we can get more information about what you really want to do and what it's going to say in the language of a second letter of intent. Because it's not going to be a letter of intent, it's going to be a letter of, we want to buy this. And this is the conditions we would like for this piece of property. So I don't know about anybody else, but I'm still a no because of what I've seen and what I've heard from the citizens, not from a couple of your friends or a couple of your friends or a couple of somebody else's friends. If they wanted to put up the money, then they've had almost 120 days to put up the money and say, here's a check on this thing here. We have people giving money to the animal shelter. And on it, they earmark it, animal shelter. We could have had people putting up money to earmark it, Pirates Cove property. I don't see any of that. And that's where I think Commissioner Finnegan and I are on the same page. We don't see, here's the money, or here's half of the money, and then get you your 30 days to get the rest of it. I'm sorry. This is a piece of property that floods. It's a hard piece of property to get to. It's 10 miles on a road that goes up and down and floods. And the citizens really don't want extra thing. They want a new road and new bridges. And they want them elevated so that they don't flood. But you can have the floor.
Do you have anything else? I'm going to open it up to the public at this time. Would anyone from the public like to address this issue? Good afternoon.
I'm Skate Bob, Floral City. I think it's been a very good discussion, and I know all of you are acting in the best interest of the county and our citizens. And I try to develop in my mind the three main concepts of what's going on here simultaneously. And one is the concept of what's happening within the county, within the BOCC, as you represent all of the people in the Citrus County. Another one is what's the mindset of the seller. And a third one is what's the mindset of the citizens. So I'd like to kind of just give you my perspective of those three. In terms of the county, what you've really focused in on is negotiations versus liability. Negotiations in itself for the next 180 days or more, there's no liability there. Based upon what our county attorney has said, even in the structure of the potential offer, there's no liability with respect to the county, and there's no liability to the citizens, is there? It's strictly negotiations, and it happens in business all the time, including commercial and residential real estate contracts. So I'd say have confidence in what Commissioner Kennard is doing because he's in negotiations. There's no real liability. The second thing is the seller. What's in the mindset of the seller? Because we're at risk here. The seller has two different types of aspects. One is frustration. And a lot of sellers will say, the heck with it, I've got another offer on the table. We don't know that, but she could say, the heck with it, she walks away. Or she could be saying, if I don't do something now, there's going to be a loss of opportunity. So she's looking at her frustrations of continuing on with the county versus a potential loss of other opportunity. The third one is very interesting because it's what's in the mindset of the citizens. And I believe it's two things. There's an overwhelming feeling that we want to preserve our environment here. This is one of the steps that Commissioner Kennard is taking to preserve our environment. The opposite of that is a concern of our citizens is the effects of development. Because some large developer could be right now waiting to purchase that property, cut all the trees down, level it off, raise the elevation so it's not going to flood, and put a multi-residential, whatever could go in there, even maybe a high-rise, I don't know, because it's waterfront property. So what would the citizens prefer? Now, there was one really interesting aspect, and that's flooding. And Commissioner Barrick, if you've been to Phoenix, Arizona, there are thousands and thousands of acres in Phoenix that are parks, wonderful, beautiful parks and playgrounds and everything, and they flood. But that's okay because flooding will recharge the aquifer. It'll also help in diminishing saltwater intrusion because we're close to the ocean. So that's an important concept. Private citizens are not going to invest in preserving land for those concepts. It's only up to the government to do something like that. So just please take into consideration those three main aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Skate Bob.
I gotta fill out a green one? We should just have our stamp here or something. We just stamp it all the time.
Frequent flyer. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you? My name is Natasha Savage, and I'm in Rio Grande and Pine Ridge. I was just looking at the contingencies. As long as you have the contingency in there, then I think from my background, I think that would mean as long as you guys can vote on it and approve it and not keep jerking this person along, as long as that contingency is in there for you to get out of it, then you can negotiate with her from there and debate it. So I think it's a valuable piece of property. I'm sure a lot of residents of Ozella might not like all of us or the people inland coming out there too much. I don't know, I can't speak for them, but I imagine I'd like it peaceful out there. But we don't have a lot of access points for residents and a lot of parks on the coast, so I do think that that's a very unique opportunity, and I think that's a really good point about the trust. So I think if you get it under contract, you can explore all that and not risk anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Chamber. I was going to say Earl with small engine repair, and I want 5 minutes, but that ship sailed, I guess. The Chamber was for this before, and we're certainly for it because the price is going in the right direction. So we just wanted to show some support for Commissioner Kennard to keep trying. It was said that the citizens, I think Bob said it, the citizens are looking for us to make some strides in the area of some preservation, getting these types of properties off the out of the way of perhaps being developed. And there are some people out there that I call them cave people, citizens against virtually everything, that they don't want to buy it, they don't want you to build on it, they don't want anything. But, you know, this is a way, if we can start looking, and I love, Holly, I love your idea of having a master plan, and I think Don has talked to that company. And it'd be nice if they had you scheduled a workshop for them to come here. I think they were scheduled at some point.
I brought you one of these.
So that would be nice to have, to where y'all had a master plan where these opportunities came forward, we can get it. It's not going to be cheap, and it's going to take stuff off the tax rolls, but you read every day that we need to protect the nature coast. And so you're kind of putting your money where your mouth is. And so we'll see. And Denise has pointed out the risk, which is minimal. She may not even accept it. And if she does, then you seem pretty confident you'll cough up the money somehow from somewhere. I'm sure you've had those discussions. And I'm sure you would probably tell us more if the people wanted to be outed on the front page, you know. So we support the next step.
Is there anyone else? Yeah. Oh, there you are. You were hiding.
I'm back. Okay. I'm a big science buff, okay? So, Tony Ayo, Pine Ridge. Okay, so I'm a big science buff. 3 days ago, an international study was published about the SMOC. I don't know, I bet you all never heard of that. That's the southern overturning circulation in the Southern Ocean that circulates around Antarctica. Well, it's changed. It totally reversed. Right now, they have an upwelling of salt water, which usually goes down. So it's usually the cold water on top, and it's fresh because of the melting ice. And so they're having a change in the whole thing. They're projected that that's going to melt the ice quicker. And I don't know if you ever heard about the Doomsday Glacier over in Antarctica, but that's going to fall soon. And we're going to see at least a 3-foot level sea level rise in a very short period of time. I don't know what the elevation of this property is, but I think you need to consider that. If it's flooding already, you might want to rethink spending any money on that. Spend money where you need to try to keep the aquifer flowing, and so that we don't pollute whatever is left. Okay, because we do have manatees that we have to consider, and that is our major economic driver in this county. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Closing open to the public. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I've got some additional things I'd like to discuss under my portion of the agenda here. As I referenced earlier in our workshop, I had a meeting with the Habitat for Humanity governing board, and quite frankly, their position was we had this symposium on affordable housing, I believe a year ago, a little over a year ago, and a lot of very good discussion, but we haven't really moved the needle. You know, there hasn't been a whole lot of change in policies and direction to try and affect the inventory, if you will, of affordable housing out there. So we talked about a number of things. I've asked that this list be sent to that Steve forward this list to all of you. Nothing on here is anything that we're prepared to vote for, but I just wanted to put these things out there for, I guess, food for thought for potentially bringing them back and maybe having some vote, giving staff direction, that sort of thing. So the first thing that they talked about, that this group at Habitat talked about, was their utility connection fees. And if we're going to you know, what happened out there was they built the sewage collection system out there in Citrus Springs for 300 homes, whatever it might be. They built this thing to county specs and then deeded it over to the county, and then were charged for each one of the connections to hook up to the system that they had just built. And I understand that you know, maybe that's our ordinance, that's what's required, but it was a little frustrating to them where they're trying to make a significant change in offering affordable housing, and now the county's turning around and clawing back a bunch of that money. I don't know what we can do there to help out in that situation, but maybe we want to consider in the future where there's real affordable housing being built, that maybe there's a modification, maybe there's a change in that particular ordinance that would allow us to do our part in helping developers build affordable housing. The second thing on the list, and I won't belabor each one of these, again, we can talk about them as much as you want to, but the surplus property. The group from Habitat, the board from Habitat came to county and asked for a piece of property, 10 to 15 acres, that they could utilize to continue to build affordable houses for individuals, for families, and didn't really receive a warm welcome. They didn't go into any great detail about it, but thankfully they did not face those same headwinds in Hernando County and Levy County. So they are working in a partnership with our two neighboring counties that were able to come up with an inventory of properties that may suit their needs. Now, not every piece of 10 or 15 acres is going to suit their needs. It needs to be by existing utilities and so forth. But I would ask that this board consider allowing or directing staff to move forward with finding a piece that may work for Habitat and at least begin those negotiations. The third thing I've got on here is that the Florida Housing Coalition, there is a study that apparently Housing Services, Michelle Alford, has already got this the cost of this study in her budget proposal for next year. And this study essentially identifies shortfalls in affordable housing, where we're missing the mark as a county, and potential action steps that the county can take. And so I would just encourage this board that when that budget proposal comes forward, and that we support that, and then when that study is complete, that we really spend time looking at that and adopt the findings for making some real change in affordable housing. It's no secret, I've been sitting up here since 2016. We've talked about affordable housing, and then 4 or 5 years ago, the terminology changed to attainable housing and workforce housing, and there's still not a lot happening there. So I would like to see this board take some real action steps to, again, moving the needle on this. I talked earlier about collaboration amongst the entities that are already involved in homeless and keeping people in their homes. And that was a big part of our discussion with Habitat, was the number of entities that are out there working on this. Too often, as we've discussed up here before, these entities work in silos. Now, there was certainly some evidence of collaboration there, but possibly creating some type of a small work group. The Community Alliance meeting is a great meeting, an awful lot of entities there, but I don't know that there's the level of discussion that needs to be had to really try and make some great progress there. The fifth thing I've got here is getting multifamily or lower price point, smaller home options. And these applications that come forward, I would like for staff to have a clear message from the board encouraging these developers, encouraging those putting these applications together to mix in with their single family, half acre lots, so forth, additional housing options, smaller options for those single retirees that maybe don't need that big house, but want to live in a community where kids are riding bikes and there's activity going on. They're not ready to go to condominium where there's not necessarily anything happening, but they want to be in those larger communities where there are multifamily options, smaller housing options, things like that. And so I think those things, while I don't know if we can mandate that, I think those are things that we can encourage developers if there's a clear message from this board and from staff to those would-be applicants. Don't set those things aside where you people that with 1 and 2 bedroom units, you go over here and sit there, live and be quiet, and the rest of this community is going to be a live, vibrant community. We want to see these things mixed in with the families, with activity that's going on. I think that's better for everybody. We talked about it earlier. I think Commissioner Barrett brought it up about the transit accessibility that, I don't know that we necessarily want to, we've got such low ridership, seems like, on our buses that rather than necessarily expanding it, let's look at modifying those routes. And hopefully those are things that we look at frequently, but you've got an awful lot of new folks out here in Citrus Springs area, and these homes that Habitat is building, they need help. They need better access to the transit that's there. And then lastly, as much as I hate to talk about the punishing fines of our tree ordinance, it's certainly something that Habitat has experienced, that they got hit with a pretty hefty fine as a result of, and I completely stand behind the fines that we've imposed in our tree ordinance. But maybe what we could look at are those fines that we've talked about collecting under that tree ordinance, using those things, and we voted on that, saying that we were going to use those for beautification projects. Perhaps some of that money can be used for replanting trees that are used for affordable housing units, things like that, so that we're not forgiving them, but we're using those fines to help them along the way and encouraging development of affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing, and in the interim or along the way, we're planting additional trees for those trees that do need to be taken down so that those things can be built. So that is all that I've got. I know I threw a bunch of stuff out there, but again, it's food for thought. I hope that that by this time next year, that we can have made some real changes that encourage development, not just habitat, but these developers that are coming forward, that we can continue to make some changes or make some real changes to add more inventory of affordable housing to what's out there.
Commissioner Kennard, I want to follow up just on a couple of things. Might need a little clarification here. What exactly, don't we give a discount on impact fees for affordable housing? I think there's a discount.
Have Eric come up, and he's been in the weeds with impact fees lately.
While he's coming up, can you be a little broader in your explanation between I think there's a big confusion out there between affordable and workforce. Can you describe what you mean when you say affordable?
I think that would be something that we would look to the experts for. I don't have a set definition for it. It's certainly less than market rate housing. You know, the developers that we've got coming forward now that are talking about building condos, building single family homes, things like that. They're going to sell these things. I don't know if they'll sell them as fast as they can build them, but the market is out there for those price points. What we're looking for are smaller units, smaller homes, multifamily type homes. I'm not talking about subsidized homes, but stuff like.
But you're looking at home ownership.
Yes.
As opposed to having housing that workforce can live in without being a home owner.
Or if you've got a developer who's willing to bring forward projects like that, those are things that we want to encourage. I think projects that can allow greater participation in people being housed, our workforce, our first responders, our teachers, that they can reasonably afford their housing costs. Now, I don't know what that definition looks like specifically. Commissioner Barrett talked about it a meeting or two ago, that affordable to a police officer or teacher may not necessarily be affordable to the single retiree that's out there. And so I would look to Mid-Florida Housing, so forth, those folks, Michelle Alford, to give us a better explanation of what those things look like.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Eric with Growth Management. Yes, we do give reductions in impact fees based on income, and habitat is one of those that qualifies. The property owner, the end owner that they sell to, has to maintain ownership of the house for a certain number of years to waive that reduction, or to ensure that they have that reduction. So we follow the deeds, and if they sell it within a year or two, then they have to pay that money. But as long as they maintain ownership, then those impact fees.
Is it like 10 years? They have to live in it. I believe it's 10 years.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And then, do you know what the reduction is?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay.
I want to say it was about a third.
Yeah.
A third of, like 2/3 less, something like that. It was a pretty good one.
And I do know that there's also, and Michelle kind of briefly touched on it a little bit today, there are down payment options also to help with that, as well as if you're living in places like the Colonnade or some of the other, I think there's a couple of others in town, but if the idea behind those, they give back a percentage of what your rent is towards when you build a home. When you move out, if you're building a home, they give a percentage of your rent back to you it might not be much, but it's a little bit, maybe your first month's mortgage or something. So I think there's things out there. I just think that I think for me, I think a lot of these developments that's, particularly one at 501 today, that will be a multi-generational type development. So I think that's one of the things that we're looking at, but I think also going to your point with these developers as they come in, when you're looking across the state of Florida, that's being asked of the developer to more towards the workforce development housing, because it's more rental based than homeownership based. And then they have things that are set aside for, it may be 60% AMI, it might be 80% AMI, and then 120% AMI. So you're getting a balanced mix of different type people in the workforce and their earning ratio to what they can afford. And it's the old analogy, all the waters, help float all ships. So I think that's kind of something that I think we have to start to learn to ask for as these developers come to us. I recently met with a gentleman, and I can't remember if I talked about this last meeting or not. They've developed like 4,000 units across the state of Florida of apartment-style living. It's kind of a real, very unique concept, and they have multiple concepts, but this particular concept that he talked a lot about, and what piqued my interest about it was Career Source. I met a gentleman that runs Career Source in Sarasota and Manatee County, and it's a fractional ownership. Career Source actually invested $300,000 for 12 apartments. And so there were multiple people that made the investment of $300,000, companies, to guarantee that they had a place for their workforce to live. And this particular company, what they do is they also train these people if they want to be entrepreneurials. They come in and so everything on these 4,000 units, whether it's carpentry, lawn maintenance, swimming pools, janitorial, whatever it is that they want to learn a trade or a skill for. And they set them up in a business, they run dual books, they teach them accounting and finance, and then they take over and they do these services at a discounted value for as long as they want the contract. But each one of these businesses have a guaranteed 12 apartments for their people to live in. It's set on a business performance model where they actually get a return on investment, so they get a dividend check back. Then about every 8 to 10 years, they refinance it, recapitalize it, because they can accelerate the depreciation. They take the profit out of it and pay it back to the investors. So I thought it was a really cool model, and it's something kind of unique and out of the box. And it gives an opportunity for your community and your businesses to make an investment and offer something to their employees. And they had different AMI models for each, for whatever they have or how they wanted to set it up. It's kind of up to you what you want on the parameters. But I thought that was a cool model, and I've been talking with Mr. Howard about having that gentleman come and make a presentation as well.
Yeah, they've been doing this for 40 years too.
Yep.
So they've been around a long time.
Did you have anything else you
That was it. I think it was very enlightening, having some discussions with them. But I think most importantly, we're talking about Florida, over 4,000 of these units within Florida. And they've been around for 40 plus years. They were like the Chamber Business of the Year in Manatee and stuff. So, they've got a really good track record of that model. And it's like I said, it's thinking out of the box, but they're Florida-based. They're able to do that, which is pretty amazing what they're doing. So I can't wait to see them come and present.
Madam Chair?
Are you done, Mr.?
I was just gonna add in there, and then I'll sit here quietly, maybe. I was gonna add in there that I would hate to say sitting up here, you know, we need units that address folks in the 100 or the 120% AMI. And then people out in the audience that are experts in the field are cringing, going, that doesn't address our need whatsoever. Thanks, but no thanks. You know, we need the 60 to 80% AMI. So that's why I suggested that I would look to the experts. Tell us what we need specifically. We can sit up here and understand that we need affordable, attainable housing, that type of thing, but let them tell us this is exactly what you need.
Commissioner Barrick.
I went through this sheet that was sent to us, and I really liked it, okay? The utilities, at this point, my only question would be, how much would it cost the county, okay? Normally, Habitat, they went through, they put everything in that they were supposed to prior to building the first house. They were doing everything, and they paid all the stuff. But when, you know, Mr. Cheek puts things in, the housing connection is a separate thing. No matter who you are, it's a separate thing, even if you're a regular developer. So this, to me, you know, $1 for a housing connection, that's done by a plumber. And they're gonna charge whatever. So how are we as a county gonna absorb that plumber and that plumber and that plumber? Or do we hire a plumber that's gonna do all these? That was my question. Okay.
No, that's just, and I put that out there.
Yeah.
That's the connection fee.
Well, that's why I'm
Not
saying.
the actual physical connection to the pipe.
All right, so number 2, surplus property. Okay, I have been with Habitat, I don't work with them, but when I was in Citrus Springs as the president, I worked with George Rousseau to get all of these things done in the order that needed to be done so we could actually start getting some houses. Okay, we were supposed to get 500. All right, and Mr. Rousseau and the Habitat people were wonderful. You know, they jumped through hoops, they did all the forms and everything else. But there are certain things that are requirements that have to be met. One is, in order to get the money, it has to have existing utilities. It has to have, if we have county water, they gotta have county water, and if we have sewer, you know, the sewer, they have to have sewer. So when you're looking to find 10 to 15 acres, oh, and it can't be flood zone. So, I mean, there are specifics that, you know, Habitat has to look for, and trying to find 10 to 15 acres might be a little hard at this point for the county to come up with. It's a wonderful idea, because I would love it if we would do that. I did go to the meeting a year ago where Brandis talked, and I explained to them, if you look at what we already have approved for like PUDs, okay? Citrus Springs was approved back in the 70s. It has where the apartments are supposed to go. The problem is, no one from the developer's side has said, listen, I really want to put an apartment complex there. It's already platted. It's already set. All they got to do is build it. Okay? And I haven't heard or seen any of the developers come and say, you know, we want to do this, you know, we're going to do this, we're going to add this. They want to sell a house that's $300,000. They don't want to do the apartments. I have builders in Citrus Springs that have talked to me about, we'd like to do triplexes, but the property's a duplex property. They can make plans that would do a triplex, which would be renting, and they would manage it, but we have zoning rules that say they can't do it. So as commissioners, we have to start, you know, maybe adjusting some things if we want to get affordable. And I went around in a circle with the gentleman about the affordable as opposed to attainable. And they are two separate entities. Affordable means you got the rent that you can afford, and you get maybe a little bit left over that you can set aside so that you can move to attainable, which would be you got a down payment for a house and you get into it and you attain the house. It's not the same thing when you say affordable and attainable. A lot of our residents that work in our county do not make more than $70,000 a year. If you go to any of the charts, to expect people to pay rents, and I talked to people that pay rents in Beverly Hills, in the old section, $1,800 for a one-bedroom, one-bath. That's not affordable. So something has to be done, like I said this morning, to get the landlords to, you know, maybe if you bring your rent down, we will bring your property taxes down. That would be the county giving back to the residents. Okay? That I can see with no problem. In other words, you have 4 rentals, and instead of paying this for taxes, you pay less because you're getting less from the renter. But now we have a property that's affordable. So the person that lives and works in Citrus County can actually live and work in Citrus County. I'm on the board for the transportation disadvantaged. I already have, and the lady, and I've talked to her, this is one of the first things I said, there is no transportation to Citrus Springs right now, buses. We have Zippo, and we've had Zippo for God knows how long, because the one bus unit that they did have, they would pick you up at the community center, which is nowhere. It's not where the people are living. It's right on West Citrus Springs Boulevard, but it's not something you can walk to. So now they are working on getting a bus route that goes up to the corner of Deltona and North Citrus Springs Boulevard, where the people actually live. The people from Habitat can actually walk to that corner by the Shell gas station and pick up a bus. So we're hoping, she and I are hoping, to increase our ridership. If we don't bring the buses to where the people are living, that's our fault. And we have a wonderful person in that department that really works to get the routes done and everything done. So, you know, that will be coming, the transportation will be coming, okay? And it will be coming to the Habitat people, which I'm really happy about. As for the trees, we charged Habitat for taking down all the trees. Money went to an enterprise department that we have. Instead of the money going to buy trees so that as the houses were built, at least 3 trees were put on each piece of property. If we're gonna collect a fee for taking down the trees, that tree money should be going back, and we as a county should be replacing the tree. It may be a little tree we put in, but at least a tree. The Citrus Springs Civic Association, for every house in the Habitat, they are donating a tree and they're having it planted on each one of the properties. And I think they're costing like $100. And that's to buy the tree and put it in. I am pretty sure we charge more than $300 for the tree fine. But we as a county have to decide, what do we want to do with that money? Okay, are we going to let the building department keep it all the time? Or are we going to put it back in and do what should be done? The trees were taken down, we need to put trees back. No. And you see what I'm saying? In other words, as we take stuff, we need to say, it was taken down for this, it needs to be replaced.
No,
So I
completely
appreciate
understand.
this list.
You bet, thank you. I believe that in the discussion of increasing our fines in the tree ordinance, that it was decided that those fines, those dollars, would be used for replanting trees, for beautification projects that involve replanting trees. It's not gonna sit in the building department.
But it was for,
I would not be.
where
happy
were they
with that.
replacing the trees? Because come to Citrus Springs, there hasn't been a single tree replaced.
You just said this, the Civic Association's replanting
The Civic
trees.
Association is putting 1 per house in the Habitat,
Yeah,
but that's not the only ones that should be getting fined for taking the trees down.
no, I agree.
So the thing, if we've got all these people building houses, there's over 500 that were built this year so far in Citrus Springs, where the lots are clear cut. Where's all the fines for those clear cuts? Where's all the trees going back for the houses that are actually finished now and they're on the market? So that's what I'm saying. We need to do what we say we're gonna do in a timely fashion.
Are you done? All right. There was a lot, as you know, the Governor DeSantis signed the bill July 1 this year, and there was a lot that happened in Tallahassee, but I specifically today would like to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 180 and some of the provisions that it's going to impose on local governments. And if it's all right with Mr. Howard, could we get Mr. Landon to come back to the podium and discuss? And maybe we can, in addition to having some discussion about Senate Bill 180, clarify the tree ordinance, because it goes by the caliber of the tree, what the fine is, and the intent is not to come in and just clear cut your piece of property. It means that to try to,
And also, I think this new policy is we're only a couple months in with this new policy, so I'm not sure what happened in the past, but we're just a few months in.
And I'm trying to address Commissioner Barrick's point. It's not for the county to go back and take the money from that and do it for the property owner, because we want the property owner to be cognizant of and not taking down clear cutting when they can. It's maybe more labor intensive to try to save those trees. But we also, especially in these big commercial developments, we don't want them coming in and clear cutting. And if they do that, they pay the fine, and then we also have the landscape ordinance. And one of the biggest problems has been in the past that the quality and caliber of material that they put back in, they didn't plan for survival. So now we have somebody on staff, and we're requiring in these commercial developments that not only you put this landscape material back in, but it also, it has to have survivability.
Commissioner, you're exactly right. Eric again with Growth Management. So there's a lot of options with trees. We, as county staff and property owners, would prefer as little mitigation as possible. That's kind of the option of last resort. So we would prefer that you keep some trees on your site, whether it be a house or a commercial development, so that that you meet the tree ordinance. So I think we have the same goal. We would like to keep trees, and we would prefer I know developers, whether it be a single family or a commercial development, would rather not write a big check for a mitigation fine. So we're starting from a common place. So if they leave some trees, this significantly reduces the amount of impact on our environment, our natural landscape, and on their checkbooks. That's a win for everybody. If they have to remove trees, there's still remaining options. They can replant according to our tree schedule and not write a mitigation fine check at all. If they must clear, they can't find place on their site to replant, then they would write a check for mitigation based on the schedule that we have in our ordinance. And then that mitigation dollars are set aside, they're earmarked for tree mitigation in public places. So we're not going to replant trees on someone's private property for their house. We're going to plant it in schools, parks, right of way, those common places that everyone can enjoy, and they are managed by the county. We can also, public lands, I don't think excludes them from being put on state parks or state lands as well. So that's where we are now as far as preservation of trees. Now, when properties do clear and without a permit, and they end up in code enforcement and they get significant fines, we're talking $1,000, $3,000, $5,000 fines, because those are determined to be irreparable harm. We can't replace them. So those fines are set aside for the Beautify Citrus program, which we implemented a few months ago. And those can be to beautify our county spaces. I know we've talked about using those for entrance features into the county. You can use them for landscaping, public spaces that the county owns. So there's two separate programs, two separate funds. There's a mitigation fund, and the mitigation fees are high, and that's intentionally so that we have a conversation with someone, so that they don't just clear a property and write a $200 check and be on their way. We want it to be significant enough of an amount where they call us ahead of time and we talk about the options instead of just asking for forgiveness. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Sure.
I got a question.
Sure.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of these clear-cut properties in Citrus Springs didn't go through mitigation, and they got permission to clear-cut them, and you feel good about that and the fact that nothing's gonna be replaced, and you're gonna take that money and you're gonna put it in a tree or beautification of flowers or whatever in Citrus County. What does that do for flooding?
Well, first of all, I think the fees have, the fines have only been in place for like 2 months.
Maybe a little bit longer than that. I
longer
would
than
say
that.
less than 4 months, probably. Every building permit that comes in, you're required to show a tree plan. So I can't speak to every every lot in Citrus Springs, but we take them on a case-by-case basis.
Well, when I listen to you, I'm not, okay, maybe I don't understand. You're talking about like a new construction type. Okay, Citrus Springs is already, it's already got platted. All these people that are putting in plans, all they're doing is putting you where the thing is. I have never seen a single house plan that came across my desk in a 4-year time period that showed where they were putting the trees back or where trees were gonna be. All I saw was where the house was, how far it was from this side, how far from that. You know, in other words, where it was on the property, how many square feet it was, and what the development was, whether it was gonna be brick or whether it was gonna be wood or what kind of roof it was gonna be. But I've never seen anything anywhere except when we do commercials, lots in the past, or when we do the new developments, like the new developers, they all have to have where the vegetation's gonna go. Anything that comes from Joannica too has always had where the vegetation goes, or where it goes back to. So you're telling me that all of these fines only started 4 months ago now, and the money that you're gonna collect is gonna go for trees and vegetation on county property?
Public spaces,
Well, county property.
county, state, wherever the board determines is appropriate.
Okay. Well, I wasn't here when you guys decided that, so that's fine.
Senate Bill 180.
Yes, Commissioner, and if I could, there's a handful of other bills, growth-related, that I want to touch on.
Please do.
So do you want to do 180 first or last?
I'll leave that completely up to you.
Okay, we'll do Senate Bill 180 first. That's the big one. That's the one that everyone in my professional field is talking about. I think probably your professional field. I think probably the county attorneys.
We heard a lot about it at
Yeah,
FAC.
and essentially it says, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that the county cannot propose or adopt a moratorium. I know we talked about potentially having a moratorium here. This law prohibits that. So no moratoriums moving forward. In addition, no more restrictive or burdensome amendments to the comprehensive plan or the land development regulations. So nothing new to the comp plan or LDC that would be determined more restrictive or burdensome. Prohibits restrictive or burdensome procedure concerning review, approval, or issuance of a site plan, development permit, or development order. If you read this, it sounds like we have what we have and we can't add any new regulations moving forward. That's first blush. We've only had it for a week, but I think maybe we have a lot of counties and cities in the state that are well along in updating their comprehensive plan. And I think Orange County and Orlando has been working on it for 7 years. I don't know if they're going to see it through and actually adopt it. I know that there's a couple counties on the East Coast that have done that as well. We'll have to see how it all plays out. If it's determined to be more burdensome, I don't know where we go from there. So it puts us in a bit of a bind. It limits our ability to govern if the way that this reads.
And I think that for me, the conversation and going back to the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and serving from Citrus County to Sarasota, and there's a cost to doing nothing. And when I say that, I mean when we leave building codes and for instance, if we're not talking like Miami-Dade building codes where they have built to these hurricane standards and we've seen them survive, but we've seen the destructions, particularly on the west coast of Florida, more so than the east coast. And it's not just the home, it's the time. It's what we went through in disaster cleanup, making sure that we get trucks down each one of these canals and picking trash up and making sure that we got a place and it gets to the landfill. And we saw it happen back to back where we picked it up and then you turn around and you had another storm and you did it all over again. And there is a cost to doing that. And then when you compound that with the fact that we're not, you drive up and down 75, you see a lot of frame apartment buildings going up. You can't tell me that that's good for Florida. And we can't require anything more, and we can't require fortify building, which if you look at it from a consumer, the taxpayer's standpoint, if we could do these things, it would not only help the community and the overall cost that taxpayers bear for cleanup after the fact, but it would also fix our insurance industry. And that would be a major thing for us. I mean, you would see great markets come back, the financially sound markets. You would have better coverages, less premiums. And I think for me, that's what I see out of this that really makes it very relevant to the state of Florida. And I think the preemptions that the state is sending down to us are going to have far wider reaching implications than just saying we can't do these certain things. But I think that I hope they change their mind in time.
One more item to add to this. It's already effective, so it's already in place, and it's effective through October 1st of 2027, unless there's a change to it. Now, in addition to that, if we're within 100 miles of a hurricane, then it extends an additional year on top of the 2027. So we have to wait until, as it's currently written, we have to wait until October of 2027 and then hope we're not within 100 miles of a storm for a year after that before we can make any amendments to our comp plan or LDC.
Does it prohibit us from making changes to the comp plan, or just exposes us to potential litigation maybe from a would-be developer that says, you made this? I mean, are we expressly prohibited, you can't make any changes? Or it gives us would-be developers the opportunity to come forward and say, you weren't allowed to do that, so I can fall under your old comp plan?
You're prohibited from anything more restrictive or burdensome.
And to your point, and it's been about a couple weeks since I've looked at this, but Manatee County wanted to protect some wetlands, and at their board meeting, you may be able to help me out on the details of this. They voted, and the state come down like the rain of God.
So you can't
all the
protect
agencies. But do you remember the details on that?
I don't remember the details, but
definitely multiple agencies came in.
I was going to say, there was just an article released that Deltona deals with pre-suit notice over development under Senate Bill 180. They're trying to do a moratorium, and they're already a developer saying you can't do that because of Senate Bill 180. So it's already beginning to happen.
It's a huge topic of discussion, and with my colleagues.
And then can you bring up also the bill on the Plats?
Yes. I said one more.
Because Eric's going to be the new Plats.
I said one, right, I said one more, but I'm going to have one more on this. If someone sues the county and on the basis that it's more restrictive or burdensome and they win, we have to pay their legal fees as well.
It just keeps getting better and better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Senate Bill 1080 is similar numbers. I'm sorry, I'll get to
Oh,
yours
that's
in a
how
second.
they're fine.
Sets a timeline on any application that requires a public hearing previously that hasn't had that. And those can extend out for some period of time because there's a lot involved with 2 public hearings, public notice, trying to schedule recommending bodies calendar, recommending your calendar. Oftentimes we'll try to set large ones apart individually like we're doing tonight. We have one large application. We're probably going to have to condense those and have multiple hearings on the same night because once they submit, we're required to give a yes or no decision in 180 days. So if multiple large applications submit within the same window of time for the commission's schedule, then we'll have to have a yes or no decision on a drop dead date, or we have to start paying them money. So that's another one. That's Senate Bill 1080. Also in that Senate Bill 1080 is effective, and this is effective October the 1st, as impact fee increases in certain circumstances have to be adopted by a unanimous vote. So it would require all 5 of you to say yes to impact fee increases. Now, fortunately for us, we'll have a vote before October the 1st, which will require a 4 out of 5 vote. So it'll make increases in impact fees that much more difficult. Okay, I'm going to keep going with the good news. I'm on a roll. Senate Bill 1730 is in addition to affordable housing. It increases the Live Local Act to include planned developments. Previously, planned developments were not part of the Live Local, where they could capture, where they could develop multifamily on any particular zoning district. PUDs or a particular zoning district. So now those are included. Where in our circumstance, we'd be mandated to allow 20 dwelling units per acre on any parcel of land, provided that 40% are rentable with affordable rates for 30 years.
20 units per acre.
20 units per acre.
Pretty dense.
It
And
is.
it comes off your tax rolls for 30 years.
Yes. In addition to PUDs, it also includes this amendment, property owned by religious institutions, and the standard is a little lower there. Only 10% of the units have to be affordable for those properties instead of 40%. And again, if we deny and they sue, we have to pay their legal fees. The final one, and the one that you mentioned, Chair, is Senate Bill 784, which says that the BOCC can no longer review or approve plats. It has to be designated to an administrative authority. We drew straws over in Lecanto, and I got the short straw, so I'm the administrative authority. I was joking in some of the briefings that maybe it'll come with a badge or something that I'm the plat czar. But anyway, plats will no longer come before you. You'll no longer see them. So it's important to keep that in mind when public hearings come before you. That'll be the last time you'll see those developments. You won't see the plats. You'll see the original design. But after that, as long as they meet the LDC, which we're not allowed to amend any further, then they will be signed by me. That's all the good news I have. If you have
Commissioner Finnegan.
Eric, would you mind putting that synopsis in something for each of us?
Sure.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis, I see your light on.
I'm just going to say one more time, home rule, and we're getting run over more and more and more every single year that Tallahassee meets. They are preempting us on everything, and the citizens are not going to absorb that there's a whole bunch that we can't do that we agree with them on, but we can't control it because, and I'm all about business success and our economic success as a state, but the state right now is really, really growth hungry, and they want that growth. And unfortunately, it is rolling downhill to us where, sure, I want growth, and I want the right kind of growth in the right places, and, everyone to have an opportunity to better themselves and all that. But to not be able to control what we do in our own community is really just unfortunate. thanks for all the good news.
Sure,
You made my
sure,
day.
yeah.
I mean, I'd already read up on it
And
and
you know,
heard about it at
we were
FAC.
really, over the last couple of years, starting to gain some momentum on doing some good things on growth. And I know we had some great ideas coming up with updating the comprehensive plan. And we're always tinkering with LDC when we have constituents show concern. And so I don't know where we are today with all these new legislative signings. We'll just have to kind of wait and see as other communities push that envelope. Because they're years ahead of us, so they're ready to adopt. Whether or not they adopt and whether or not they get sued, I don't know how that'll play out.
Thank you.
Eric, wasn't there part of this that's retroactive though? So even if they are ready to adopt, they've wasted all these
correct
years and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Correct. It was retroactive, I think, August of last year.
I was going to say too, Nassau County about 4 months ago, they did a deal for $1.2 million to rewrite all their comp plans and everything like that, inked the deal, and now they got this bad news. It's a $1.2 million contract they are involved in right now.
I think you.
And then St. John's was working on their transmittal a couple weeks ago. I had a discussion with them, so all that work for the last 2.5 years.
I think St. John's was ready to adopt come
They
September.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not good.
And I think they made some pretty harsh revisions also to stormwater.
Now, won't
Chair.
I would assume that some of these counties or one of these counties entities will seek legal opinion from the state or some type of clarity from the state. I mean, that is certainly looks like millions and millions of dollars across the state that have just been thrown away. Or the consultants that are in that business, certainly they've got to be going, can we get some clarity on this?
Yeah, so moving forward, I can only assume that the legislature may define restrictive or burdensome. Right now, it's open to interpretation. Or they can do an amendment to the bill, or we'll find out in litigation when one of these counties decides to go ahead and finish their investment of millions of dollars in all these rewrites and submits. We'll see what happens. But
Could be like the live local, and you'll see a lot of glitch amendments.
we have a quick turnaround knowing that the legislature starts in earlier this year. So,
Chair.
Yes.
So, I mean, I know that, FACA and FAC lobbied very hard against it. So, I mean, the legislature was determined, despite heavy lobby, to pass this. So, I was just on the phone today for your workshop that we're planning for August 26th. Getting a consultant here to talk to you about mobility fees. I don't know how y'all feel about, where if y'all want to still spend money to kind of get something like that together to talk about the things you wanted to talk about. Just something to think about, because
I think, me personally, I think we absolutely have to talk about mobility fees. I don't think we have a choice.
I think those are definitely more restrictive. You have none now.
I know, we have no concurrency, but from what I read, the legislature likes mobility fees.
What, does it just say land development regulations?
it says comprehensive plan or land development regulations.
Okay, so maybe. It says
Yeah,
development.
this is kind of a synopsis, yeah.
I think mobility fees, I'm sorry, I'm having from the audience, but I think mobility fees would also be included as possibly restricted.
All right.
I'll leave you with that.
Commissioner Finnegan, my apologies, I just blew right past you.
Maybe 10 or 11, so I'll, like a 60-second. Commissioner Davis brought up FAC, and if anyone has something, send it to her and Reese. Maybe we can talk about that here. I'm our board's liaison for Small County Coalition, so that would be a great place to bring some of these things that we care about. So I am happy to represent us well and work hard for whatever we can work on together. I never really said anything about, I thought he walked out, Commissioner Kennard's with Habitat. I looked over the list. I don't know that tonight is the night to figure that all out, but I think that we can be helpful, especially with fees and clawing back things from the county. I would agree with you on that. Just bear in mind that for other nonprofits, they're building, like one right now is building a new shelter and some things. So we'll have to think of that all inclusive. Just something else to think about. Acres and acres of property. The county is growing, so we may need to actually keep some of our property, but I have another idea that could be helpful for them. Not able to talk about that right now. I want to vet some things with staff, but I think it's a good conversation to have, and in our position, we definitely could be more helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick.
There was one thing that I had wanted to bring up. The commissioners had time where we left here and went to Orlando for the FAC convention, which is the Florida Association of Counties. At that, there was a celebration for those people that had completed coursework. One of those people that has completed coursework is myself, and I was given a Certified County Commissioner award for having attained 45 hours of training. Okay, and that was from the Institute of County Governments of Florida Association. Now, 2 other board members also were given prestigious awards, which we need to recognize. Commissioner Bays and Commissioner Davis were given the Advanced County Commissioner 2, which means they spent a lot of time practicing and learning and reading up on what the state has, and that's why when Commissioner Bays has these questions for Mr. Landon, she has the ability to have gone to classes about it. Commissioner Davis, the same thing. Eventually, I will, but right now, I'm just in the beginning stages, and I wanted at least you to recognize the fact that 3 of our commissioners on this board have taken extra time to spend their time learning for the people of this county. Thank you.
4.
4.
All right, where are we? Ms. Lynn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I've got an agenda memo to set an attorney-client session in the Cardinal Farms Group LLC versus Citrus County, and we are asking that be set on July 29th at 8:30 a.m. You have a full morning. That was the only time we had available to squeeze that in.
Is that a voting or a consensus or what?
A vote, please.
Okay, motion to approve 01.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, we are at 4:32. We have our public hearing at 5:01, and we're going to do our last open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward.
Chair, I think.
Once they come, I just have one. I'm going to have after they speak, Chief Stevens to come forward. We got a little bit of breaking news with 911.
Okay.
But if you want to.
Come on.
Okay, let's come.
Yep.
And Madam Chair, can we at least get a little bit of a dinner break since we may be going to midnight?
Hi, Chris Bryant, 3 minutes on this one. 2 things. Number 1, I heard there was concern possibly about the 5-minute rule with the organizations. Simple solution to that is treat organizations like people. Why do organizations get 5 minutes and people get 3 minutes? So just if you're going to change the ordinance, change it all to everyone gets 3 minutes, problem solved, no issues. I will caution if you start looking at changing it to where organizations have to be in business for X number of years or X number of employees, things of that nature. You're putting restrictions on speech. Constitution and the Supreme Court has ruled that organizations have similar free speech abilities as or protections as citizens. Number two, going back to the Jennings issue, I'm going to caution you guys. I've heard you guys several times say that email us, we want to read your emails, things of that nature. Jennings, and I believe your attorney will agree with this, Jennings says that all ex parte communication is presumed prejudicial. That means email. Email is the same as me standing up here talking about whatever that topic is. If you get that email, you read that email, that is ex parte communication, that is presumed prejudicial to your case. So all of these emails, even though there's disclosure, Jennings does not have an option there for disclosure to remove prejudice. The only way to do that is to pass an ordinance to remove the prejudice for you, which will then require disclosure as part of that. So those two things, have a great night.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natasha Savage. I'm in Pine Ridge, and I didn't get to make it this morning to the workshop, but I really like that you guys are pushing this so quickly. And what you were saying, Commissioner Kennard, about a housing task force or some kind of strategic group to keep the momentum going. I would love if you could just make a motion today to do that somehow. I just heard about Yaya's and the crisis. As you know, I know our community has a lot of homeless, but 2 months ago, and I don't know if I was going through like empty nest or something, my daughter moving out, but it just, I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I did look into some things, and it seems like if you guys can donate some land for Hope, it seems like they are the best choice from what I'm hearing and seeing, for that solution, because they have a proven track record. But also I did identify some things where you could try to get private sector involved. I found a donor willing to put forth $50,000 if it was something sustainable. I found these white bell glamp style tents for $2,000 that last 15 years and take portable AC units, and a few sponsors for them even if there was the land. There were some donors for land, but the county's zoning did not allow except on agricultural or post-industrial units. So I just wanted to share some of those things. I'll send you an email with all the other research I gathered or notes. And if you could do something just on the emergency that this is, with some kind of emergency basis with resources, I'll really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tony Ayo, Pine Ridge. I want to just applaud you, Rebecca Bays, for mentioning all about that hurricane preparedness and about building better constructed homes. That is so important. I speak about this because I'm from Miami, and we lived through Andrew. The house was destroyed, utterly destroyed. We had to rebuild. It was a mess. When we moved up here in 2005, we decided we were going to build a house in Pine Ridge that's a Category 5 home. It was built in 2007. So we do have the technology to build better homes. My home is rated to 235 mile-an-hour winds, okay? My windows are Miami-Dade hurricane certified that are 185. My home is 4,145 square feet, so it's a big house. And guess how much money I have to pay for insurance? $1,700
That's cheap today.
for $680,000 worth of coverage. So, yeah, we need to have better building codes. And I think that maybe you might want to go with the other counties and fight that in the state court in order to make sure that we can build better. Thank you so much.
That's a voluntary thing you can do. Anyone else open to the public? See none, we are going.
Chief
Oh,
Stevens,
God.
just real quickly.
Jeez, thought we were gonna get off easy.
This will be quick. It'll be real quick. I just want to make sure you guys are aware and the residents are aware that the all mobile 911 and non-emergency phone lines are currently down across Central Florida. If you need emergency assistance, you can text 911 from your mobile device, only landline phones will work, that you can call 911 directly.
What happened?
We don't know. I know everybody in Central Florida is working on trying to figure out what they could do to fix it, so,
Interesting.
yes.
Thank you for the
Thank
update. All right, are we done? All right, it's 4:39. 501, what is the board's consensus to give a little bit here for? Come back at 5:15?
That's fine with me, I just brought soup to eat, so.
Okay. Okay, we are going to recess until 5:15.
That gives us a half an hour to get something.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to hear the Tuscany Ranch 491 LLC public hearing tonight.
Okay.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. There are two applications, DA 2024-00002 and PUD 2663. The way that we heard these at the PDC was to hear them both together and then have two separate votes at the end. One is the development agreement, one is the PUD. If you all don't have any objections to that, we'll conduct it the same way this evening. And we'll start at this time by reading at the conclusion of the PUD hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map and the master plan for the Beverly Hills Development of Regional Impact for multiple changes. Providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. Next, I would ask if you have had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record, and we'll start at the end with Commissioner Davis.
Yes, because Metro has never built in this community before, I wanted to see the quality or lack of quality in some of the developments they've already built. So I did some site visits long before the application was made. It was just, we heard through the grapevine that their intent was to build here.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Because there's talk of quasi-judicial, I'm going to say yes and just point out that I cannot name any names or sides, but I have read emails, have just heard things in public, read articles in the paper that were both for and against evenly. I couldn't say, but if that's ex parte, I'll just go ahead and throw that out there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I went and visited the farm because I didn't know I wasn't allowed to. And I saw the operation down there. And I've also had a lot of emails for and against.
I've not spoken with them directly, not visited any of their sites, but I've certainly had people reach out, support or hate on them, but I don't know if that constitutes any communication, but it's there.
Thank you. And next, Madam Chair, at this time, if you'd like to have a motion and a vote to move the backup materials into the record.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrett. Is there any further discussion? And should I open that up for public?
No, ma'am.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Chair, I believe that Rob Batzel is here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471, here on behalf of the applicant. I want to first start, I know it sounds kind of hokey and cheesy, but I really do want to thank staff. We've been at this a long time. We're happy to be here tonight before you to present this project, but it's been through many twists and turns and machinations, and ultimately every time we've made a turn, it's made it better, and staff's put a lot of time and effort into it. And so I do want to thank them and acknowledge them. I've only been involved for about a year, and throughout that year, the main focus was on the plans, refining the plans, addressing the outstanding staff concerns, and maybe as importantly, developing a development agreement that we're going to talk about tonight. And our team that's going to help me with that, here tonight we have Justin O'Brien and Kartik Goyani from Metro Development, Paul Gibbs from Community Land Design, Clark Stillwell, and Avis Craig. They've all done a whole lot of work to get us here tonight. And ultimately, as your county attorney presented, we're here to ask you to do two things. One of those things is to approve a PUD that ultimately and effectively modifies the old Beverly Hills DRI, a portion of it, which we'll discuss in a moment, and then to approve a development agreement, and we'll expand on that too. Just a quick overview. I'm going to try to be brief, but I'm going to give a bit quick history and overview for you all's benefit, but also for the benefit of those in attendance who have concerns about this. to introduce the applicant and allow Mr. O'Brien to come up and introduce you to Metro, which I know you'll be impressed with. And then Mr. Gibbs will come up, run through the plans, and then you will do something that no one should have to do, which is listen to a lawyer talk about a contract, because I'm going to come up here and run through at a high level the development agreement. I'm a nerd. I think it's really important. I think you'll like it, but I may put you to sleep. I'll try not to. And then, of course, we'll all be available to answer any questions. So as you all know, and those in attendance probably know, the Beverly Hills DRI was approved in 1981. And it's been through a host of, I think, 23 amendments over the years, most recently in 2021. As I mentioned, the team's been at this for several years. This was before the PDC in December of 23. And for the last 18 months, that's really the time period when we've continued to kind of sharpen the stone and work with staff to develop the plan and the development agreement before you today. Obviously, during that time, we've all seen and discussed significant growth in Citrus County. I want to commend the commission on the discussion that's been going on now for the last couple of months in particular. As you know, we continued this on the date that it was to be heard when you were once discussing a moratorium, and I think that the discussion since then has been extremely productive, and we're all ready to travel the right road, and I'm going to get to that. But obviously, there are a few core things about this project that make it fit. One is we've long known and talked about the Central Ridge being where we want to direct growth in a way that is efficient and works with our infrastructure. And while we have infrastructure needs, we're going to talk about that as well because we're here to address them. At PDC, in February, I believe it was, we were talking about a recent article at that time. This was before Metro Forecasting came and saw you in the Chronicle. And it really outlined, it was called The Economics of Development in Florida, outlining the cost of sprawl and low-density development, outlining the fact that density is affordability, and just really sung the praises of the long-term benefits of mixed-use, walkable communities where residents had access nearby to commercial and retail that they need day to day without having to travel across the county. Since then, of course, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but Metro came in, taught us many of the same things, and reiterated those types of projects, openness to lot design, mix of uses, and not only uses across the board of different commercial, residential, and uses otherwise, but even within the residential realm, different products all coexisting in one place. And I'm happy to tell you that, honestly, this group, and you're going to hear from them directly, but Metro is a developer of master plan communities, not one-off 100-lot residential plats. A master plan community takes a whole lot more planning, a whole lot more time. That's why we've been at it for so long, but this is what they do. And I think that'll be apparent. As far as the latest commission discussion on smart growth, I'll call it, but the things that are in place that work, we're going to tell you about many of those things that we've been doing on this project now for some time. I mentioned my penchant for development agreements, but what we're doing here is you have an applicant before you who's willing to sign on the dotted line that they are going to perform and do all the things that we're going to talk about tonight to support the county. I know we're pursuing concurrency, but in the meantime, you've got a developer in front of you who, again, through a development agreement, prior to concurrency being formally adopted, is here to sign on the dotted line and go above and beyond to enhance infrastructure and invest in the county. And I know we've been talking about expanding the use of impact fee credits. We're not here tonight technically to talk about that, but what this development agreement does is just that. It has a developer before you willing to make a major investment in Citrus County and then discuss flexible means to recoup some of that investment. As far as the project is concerned, you're going to hear a lot more from Paul and then from me when you go through the plans, but just a few quick high-level concepts. We are not here tonight to ask for any increase in the number of residential units. The DRI is vested, and this is a portion of the DRI. We are here to refresh and redesign the plan, really to bring it from 1981 into 2025, consistent with many of the planning concepts that you all have been talking about and hearing about. For the benefit of anyone who may be worried about the difference between this footprint and the original footprint that was being discussed in 2023, and we'll go over this when you see the maps, but the parcels on the south and east that were known as the trust parcels that were part of that application are not part of this application. So we are, if anyone is here from Fairview Estates, Forest Lake, or Crystal Hills Mini Farms, the property to be discussed tonight is not adjacent to those subdivisions. And what we're talking about is 3,687 single-family residential units. Those are remaining within the DRI. 1,250 multifamily units. The DRI contains a little more, but they're off-site in a location that is not part of this application tonight. And then a host of commercial at the town center, what they call the BCO areas, that will be there and be available for the residents. In addition, this is a carryover from the old DRI, but a 400-unit life care center, or ALF, that's an authorized use. And we're gonna get into more detail. I just wanted to hit those high points. I want to invite Justin O'Brien up at this point, if that's all right, and have him really tell the story of Metro, and then invite Mr. Gibbs up. Do you have any questions for me before we do that? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, Commissioners. Justin O'Brien, 2502 North Rocky Point Drive. I have the honor of introducing Metro Development to you all as a developer in Citrus County. It wouldn't be right to talk about Tuscany Ranch without diving a little bit into Metro, our history, what makes us tick, and what you can expect to see here. So we'll start by doing that. So Metro Development Group was formed in 2003. We are a nationally recognized developer of master plan communities throughout the state of Florida, and likely soon to be the rest of the Southeast. You know, we're not, as Rob alluded to, we're not just building homes. In many cases, we're creating zip codes, and we're thinking holistically about the way that people live, work, play. So we'll talk about all of those things. Our mission. So these are the things that sort of make us tick, right? Innovation. Can we do things better than they're currently being done? Can we implement new ideas that maybe haven't been tested, or that might work or might fail, or things that we can bet on, and you know, through those experiences we learn. Technology, our communities, we want to build on a platform of the most recent technology, fiber as an example, so that the communities can age, you know, and evolve over time and get better with time. And then sustainability. So we want to be great stewards of the land that we're granted and the land that we're developing. So on the screen, you'll see just a few of the more than 30 communities we're developed or actively developing throughout the state of Florida. Many in Central Florida, expanded into Jacksonville, Fort Myers, and the Panhandle as well. You'll hear us talk a lot tonight about our partners, our partnerships, right? So partnerships come in various forms, but as a master planned developer, it's important to us. We're not the one that's building homes, right? We're not the one that's coming in and building apartments. So we have partnerships with all these companies. Some of these are nationally recognized home builders. Some of them are smaller regional home builders you may not know, but it's important for us, you know, in a community the size of Tuscany, you may have 10 to 12 different home builders in various locations throughout the community. Something Rob alluded to that I think is important as well is multifamily, right? So density and affordability are sort of intertwined and linked. And so our communities are multi-generational communities. They do not target one specific segment of the market, right? We want to have something for teachers, nurses, firefighters, all the way up to retired professionals and everything in between. So you'll have apartments, you'll have townhomes, you'll have, you know, all the way up to large estate lots in certain areas where they make sense. And then our commercial partners, right? So residential alone doesn't get the job done when you're talking about this scale. Something staff said to us a long time ago is, hey, this is great, project's great, where's all the commercial? And we took that to heart and we really tried to introduce that. The commercial applications are where people play, where people work, where job growth and economic growth happens. So the commercial components of our project are just as important as the residential ones. Education, one of the most important buying decisions people make when they purchase a home is where their kid's going to go to school. So what's not listed here are all the counties we operate in and the school districts we operate with, and they should be, because in many cases, in most cases, we're working with counties to send our kids to those schools. But in cases where that's not possible, we've successfully worked with a number of people to develop charter schools. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the schools that we have developed. And then lastly, our healthcare partners. This is something that not many developers are thinking about, but it's important for our residents to have access to healthcare, and to have, it's kind of twofold. You have access to these services, but these are also great high wage, high growth jobs, these healthcare partners. So this is just a list of a few of the awards we've won over the last 25 years. Also been recognized in the Wall Street Journal. So all of that history and all of that experience makes it really exciting for me to talk about our Angeline project. This is a project in Pasco County, and it's sort of a culmination of all the cool things we've learned over time and all the cool things we've done. Hits on all the partnerships that I just talked about, and we'll go into more detail on all of these things. It's a large project, 6,000 acres. First urban farm in the Tampa Bay area. Has a future Metro Lagoon, 3 schools that may be 4 schools now, over 100 miles of trails, and over 4 million square feet of commercial development. So I talked about the farm. This is the first farm as an amenity in the Tampa Bay area. Another theme that I'll sort of touch on is we're not going to show you pretty pictures of things that we haven't done, right? So this is the farm in its current state. This is what it looked like, a few years ago as a concept. And this is what it looks like today. So people can grow local produce, people can hang out. We actually had, or still have, a chicken coop. And when the price of eggs got really high a few months ago, someone broke into the chicken coop and stole the chickens. So we need to beef up security in the chicken coop. This is the inside of that cafe. So great place to go hang out, get a beverage. They have a phenomenal goat cheese pizza in there. And then you have this really cool interactive display in the back of the Welcome Center where you can go in and it tells the story of the project, right? It tells the story of what the land was, what the land is becoming, and all of the really exciting things that we're doing there. Touched on 100 miles of trails throughout the project. So trails are huge. It's something we try and implement in every one of our projects. Not only is it an active amenity, it's highlights the healthy nature of our communities, and it's something people rank as one of the top buying decisions when they make those purchases. So this is kind of 3 overlays of that Angeline project and the different types and forms of trails that go throughout. So you have your paved loops, so that would be adjacent to a major roadway. You have your multi-surface loops, which are more natural trails, maybe boardwalks. And then you have your eco corridor loops. I'll talk about this in a minute, but as I talked about sustainability, there was some very environmentally sensitive lands on this project that we actually worked with the county to return to conservation. And so this, you'll see the little blue dot in the middle here. This is how our planned trails network integrates into the larger county trails network. As I said, there's a 130-acre regional park and lake that was, phenomenal in its natural state, and so we worked with the county to activate that. That's this master plan you see here. It's 130 acres, and we, came up with this plan in partnership with the county, and so we're working now on ball fields and activating the lake. There's some camping, all kinds of cool things that are low impact. This is a quote that comes from a study that was done back in the mid-2000s. Your zip code is a better predictor of your health than your genetic code. What does that mean? I mean, to me, it's about access, right? It's about access for healthy options, about access to medical facilities. It's about access to positive schools. And so this is what we think about. This is what we take into account when we're designing and developing these communities. This is another cool feature that we actually just rolled out earlier this year. It's sort of still in its pilot form in 2 of our Pasco communities, but it's a wellness navigator partnership with Baycare. And what the wellness navigator does, right? It's hard to get doctor's appointments, hard to get prescriptions, hard to navigate insurance. So this is a dedicated person that our residents can call 24/7 and work through all of these things with. Probably the most exciting healthcare related thing, really one of the most exciting commercial related things that we've done as a company, I think, is our partnership in Pasco at Angeline with Moffitt Cancer Center. So we partnered with Moffitt, built all this common infrastructure that serves both their needs and serves our community needs. We worked with them to grant over almost 800 acres, 755 acres, and they are building a world-class cancer research center, up to 24 million square feet, over 14,000 jobs. I mean, that's a huge impact, and just an example of how thinking about these things in a different way can lead to some incredible outcomes. Again, I have some conceptuals here. I want to show you the actuals. That's what it looks like today. Actually, that's probably a couple months ago. I drove up the Sun Coast, and they're moving. So really cool to see this come to life. Talked about schools and early learning centers. This is one of our charter schools, our first charter school actually, and it was incredibly successful in our Epperson community, so much so that we actually had to do a second one. This is not a conceptual rendering. This is the Angeline STEM School. It's a middle and high school on our Angeline property with a STEM curriculum, and it's actually right across the street from where Moffitt's Cancer will ultimately be located. It's a magnet school that we partnered with the county on, and these kids will have the opportunity to engage in a curriculum in concert with the Moffitt folks. So they'll get real-world, on-the-job experience when they're in high school. And then daycares, right? Early childhood education is increasingly difficult. It's hard to maintain for most folks, and so why not build daycares in the commercial districts within our communities? So I want to show a video. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Actually, the video is next. Just a few quotes from the Citrus County Interactive Growth Model that they presented to you earlier this year. District 3 will grow by 13,000 new residents by 2040. Pace of commercial development has not kept pace with population growth. We think these are important things to recognize and implement in Tuscany Ranch project. Well-planned shopping centers reduce trip lengths and greenhouse gases. Density and affordability go hand in hand, and density can sometimes be a scary word, but at the same time, it's a more efficient use of resources. It's a more efficient use of space, and it prevents sprawl into areas that are unnecessary. Let's see This doesn't go backwards. Okay, don't think the video is going to work. That's okay. And then maybe what we're most well known for, at least in this region, is our lagoons. It's a really exciting amenity. We actually constructed the first lagoon in the United States in Epperson, and currently operate the largest lagoon in the United States, which is in Murata. Just a really cool place to hang out. You know, you can do yoga on the pavilion, you can have a drink, you watch the kids play on this obstacle course. And these are all real pictures. So some of the concerns we've heard about the lagoon are all revolve around water usage. One of the things that got us really excited about this concept many years ago was how little water it uses, right? So a golf course on average uses over 200,000 gallons of water a day. A lagoon uses between 8,000 and 10,000 gallons of water a day, so a significant difference. That daily water usage is the equivalent of 25 single-family homes. And then the source of the water, the initial fill is the most significant challenge, but that can be done off-peak hours. We've done it in various different ways in different lagoons that we operate. So, we can purchase the water in bulk from the county. We can do it in off-peak hours. We can do it over a period of 90 to 120 days. So we're, within a very standard allocation. And then some of our sort of non-lagoon amenities. So on our master plan, there's a green blob right in the middle. Paul can touch on that in just a minute, but these are some of our non-lagoon, active adult amenities, pickleball. Still have a spa, but it's not on the same scale as what a lagoon is. Places to go hang out, gyms, restaurants. So Street Leaf is a really cool story. It was born out of kind of two of the pillars, technology and innovation. We're developing our communities, and we say to ourselves, wow, streetlights are really expensive. You have to tunnel all these electrical lines. Is there a better way to do this? And we came up with the concept of doing solar-powered streetlights. We are now, 8 years later, the largest operator of solar-powered streetlights in North America. Have over 10,000 currently in operation. And they all have real-time monitoring. So they all go back to our sort of central facility. They monitor the weather. So if you have storms predicted for the next 4 days, the panels will go into storm watch mode and conserve power. And surprisingly, they've held up very well over the past few years in the hurricanes. So we have a community in North Fort Myers that got impacted by Hurricane Ian. Power was out for weeks, and the only lights that were on were the solar street lights installed in that community. And then our fiber, in-ground fiber, UltraFi. So as I said, technology is the foundation of our communities. We want, as all of these AI and all these things become more prevalent, we want our communities to be able to adapt, grow. We don't want to have to go retrofit utilities, and we want to think about these in advance. Above all, maximize happiness of our residents, of our communities, of the surrounding neighborhoods. That's what we're here for. Any questions on Metro before I touch on a few of the Tuscany-related slides?
You do? Oh, Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. You might, regrettably, I'm saying it's a good presentation because it just wants to make me ask you a lot of questions. So bear with me, because we're not talking about the application yet. We're talking about what you've done and the beautiful things that you've accomplished. but I didn't see those things in this agreement. So I want to ask you a few things, if that's okay. Obviously, you partnered with healthcare, and that would be whoever the healthcare provider is. But you said some partnerships with schools, because with that size of a community, I was concerned about schools. But you said like some charter schools. So did you all pay to build them? Like how did that work with the charter school?
We've operated schools in numerous ways. So a standard concurrency procedure, you might go do a finding of available capacity and send your kids to a normal school. But in the charter school situation, it's a situation where we would work with a charter school operator to construct and operate the school.
So did you give the property for that? Did you lay out a certain section of property and then like work with some schools to, I mean, where do we come into play with that, or the school board?
I think it's just a discussion with the school board and the board about how it should be handled on this. So I know in our agreement, we've said that we would designate a charter school site, and we will do that. For us, it's just about mitigating school impacts, right? So you have a student generation, obviously, that comes from the development, and whatever's the best way to mitigate that, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
If it's preferable for the school district to have those kids attend those schools, and then that's what we can do. If that's not necessarily available, then we can work with the charter school operators that we've partnered with in the past.
And the farm restaurant concept interests me. When I saw the pictures, I couldn't tell if that was all one. Like, is it the farm and the restaurant's right there? Like the farm feeds the restaurant too?
Yeah, it's sort of a welcome center, farm, all kind of cafe combined into one, and that's at the entrance of our community, basically at State Road 52.
And who owns and operates that?
We do.
So Metro owns the restaurant and operates that?
Yeah.
Okay. I know in one there's a lake. Obviously, there's not a lake on this property, but you mentioned ball fields. Is that for the people that's living there, or is that for the entire community?
So in that situation, it's actually a regional park. So, you know, it's of a size, it's 130 acres, where we were able to work with the county, and that serves a larger area than just our community alone.
And you donated the land for that?
I wouldn't say we donated the land. I would say there was a partnership where each side made certain contributions to the development and construction of those things.
And you said each side was at the county that you're referring to? Okay. I guess kind of the same for the schools. You said there's a daycare. Is that just someone that bought your commercial property, or did you set aside the land for the daycare and that was always supposed to be a daycare?
Sure.
Sorry, I told you there was a lot.
If I can interject, I'm Kartik Goyani with Metro. I'm just super passionate about schools. I thought I would help Justin out since I have worked pretty much on all our school deals. So to answer specifically the question, the picture that you saw is the Prodigy Early Learning Center. That's the third that we have in our communities. We partner with the operators, we sell them the land, but at the same time we manage all the infrastructure, the site work, the shared parking, so they can then have an early learning center. In this case at Angeline, it integrates very closely with the farm because that's what we wanted from a programming standpoint. In some other communities, it's like Epperson, it's kind of set more in the town center and right next to the K-8 school. So it depends on what we're trying to create within that community. That's how we end up locating, be it the parks, the trails, the amenities, the schools, the commercial, the grocery stores.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and I do know that we lack daycare, but it would be, you would have commercial property available, and it would be a private entity wanting to purchase the property or build, and you would just make sure the infrastructure is there to support it.
We actually go out and solicit these partners and bring them with us. So we don't in our communities just open up the land for anyone to come by what they please. We based on our experience and what we're trying to create there, we'll bring that right partner along with us. And yeah, obviously, we'll transact with them for the land, but at the same time, we're also working with them to open up. Typically, if you see in our communities, the schools and the daycares, we call them ELCs, early learning centers, they end up opening like in the first 24 months, which is very unusual. Typically, that happens when the project is done. So that's where our partnership with these operators come into play. They have done enough schools with us, so they know they can trust that they're going to build something and there will be kids, because we're not going to disappear into the sunset.
Okay, thank you. The Pickleball Spa Gym, is that owned by Metro? So it's a clubhouse or a spa center that you're managing?
Yeah, so that is a community within our community, which you saw. That was our 55 plus section done by our partners. It's called the Medley section, and they have their own clubhouse and the amenities that's reserved exclusively for people that live in that community. It's open to their friends, but not to the general public. Conversely, when we do like a lagoon or a regional park or a tot lot, all those are public and open not only to our residents and their friends, but pretty much everyone in the region. That's kind of what gets the excitement going. We try not to do anything behind like closed walls.
You mentioned the lagoon. I'm going to ask one more question before we get to the big topic. The UltraFi, so is that when you're developing the community, you lay out fiber network throughout the whole community?
Yes, so that was kind of a crazy, coming out of the downturn, we started looking at the ULI survey, the Urban Land Institute that was done, and what people wanted. And along with schools, access to good high-speed connectivity was something that was rated in the top 3. And we asked other internet providers to do like 1 gig and 10 gig connection. This was 10 years back. They all kind of laughed at us. They said no one wanted faster internet. So we ended up doing it ourselves. So they were correct 12 years back. No one actually wanted faster internet. Now everyone wants it. So we lay the fiber so the speeds can go all the way up currently to 10 gigs. And our goal is that our residents get speeds that are at least double what they would get from a local provider in that market at half the cost. So that's what makes it exciting. And during COVID, we were able to put that to use. When everything shut down, we simply flipped the switch and increased their speeds without them having to ask for it or do anything else.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, last one about the lagoon. So there's probably a few.
I'm here to answer all questions.
I think because it's such a large body of water, that's why people in their heads think water. And for me, when I talk about development, water is a great concern, but I realize it's the number of people tapping into it. So density would come to play there. And you had stated that it takes less water than the golf course. Right. So that I always look at development, how is this going to benefit also the people that are already here? And I could see the lagoon actually being something that people want. But my problem with the plan is presented, and I think you had said it, sir, it's a green blob, right? We're just seeing blobs of development. And as, I don't know if you're here for the tail end of our meeting, because in Florida, we won't see it again. We won't see it platted out. So that's some concerns I have. So in the agreement, there's a possible lagoon, but because there's so many question marks, my concern is if this moves forward and the board wants to do this and the lagoon would be okay, would that be so if this was okay during water, we wouldn't want to see within watering golf courses. But we don't have that. So you make the plea, if we do this lagoon, good for the community, it takes less water than a golf course, but what prohibits you, and the plan is given to us to say we're going to put a lagoon in and then a golf course and then a golf course.
I'll let Rob, I'm going to answer all your questions on kind of the sub questions, but the big one, I'm going to defer here to Rob. I don't think we have approval to do a golf course. Neither are we seeking one, but please correct me, Rob, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's an alternative. So I think, generally speaking, we're going to drill down into some of this stuff in a moment. This is an extremely large-scale project, obviously, with at least a 25-year anticipated build-out and horizon. So I completely understand your frustration, believe me, as it relates to what we're currently facing from Tallahassee. From an applicant's perspective, there is so much work and there are so many changes in the market and things ahead of us that may determine whether, for example, a lagoon is feasible at this project. All we can say is right now, the mix of uses and the locations that you see, and from this testimony, the fact that a lagoon is going to be included as we sit here today, that's the best we can give you. But here's the thing, on almost all of these aspects that we're talking about, except a lagoon, regardless of the state legislation, unless they decided to go in a completely different direction, which is not the intention, and go live local, that is not the intention, then we do have to come back to you for anything that's not a minor modification. And we're going to get into that too.
Well, I can reserve the rest of my questions, obviously, because I'm sure the board has a lot, and I really want you all to finish the presentation. But since Mr. O'Brien was talking about your other places, I wanted to ask these questions about how it worked for the other places, and then I'll just reserve to ask some more questions when we talk about Tuscany Ranch.
I'm going to answer two of your questions, part of the lagoon, because I don't want to step away without answering them. So yeah, but I don't like to speak in hypotheticals, so I'll give a real example. Our Epperson Lagoon in Pasco County, which was the first one, opened in 2018, gets around 250,000 people visiting it annually. Big part, 70% of that are from people outside the community. Around 20% of them are from outside the county. So again, things that we do in our communities, we try and do it as much as it becomes an amenity for the entire region as well, as opposed to, again, creating something behind gates or walls and making it like super exclusive to just the people that live in the community. So that's how we see, to answer your question, on the lagoon benefiting people that also stay over here.
In your lagoon, since I'm going to try to keep to what you've shown us
Yeah,
so far.
no problem.
Are you using any treated reclaimed water? Are you capturing the water and the wastewater that's coming out of your development and then using that for the lagoon so that you're not tapping into the fresh water supply?
So we use that reclaim for irrigation for common areas, and then we also go above and beyond and require all the homes to be run on reclaimed water as well. That pretty much ends up consuming the available reclaim. Like I'll tell you, like in Angeline that you're seeing right now, all the homes, common areas have reclaimed. Pasco County, as large as it is, they can only supply us reclaimed once a week, and they have a lot of reclaimed capacity. So the lagoon, to answer it differently, we fill it with fresh water, or we could do it with well water. We defer that decision to the local utility company and the county. Some of them have come to us and say, we want you to buy the fresh water from us, but we're going to control the schedule and just drip it to you every night. And it may take 3 to 4 months to fill it, like during off-peak. And in some, like in Fort Myers, they're like, yeah, we want you to use well water to fill it because we have excess. So we're very, very flexible to be able to do that. Reclaim would make it super hard for people to actually swim in it. But again, when we have a community this size, we feel fairly comfortable that we can treat it and use that for common area landscaping, irrigation, and the individual homes as well. They are all run on reclaimed.
I mean, you could swim and it'd just be very expensive.
Yeah. Yes.
By the treatment level.
Correct.
But I understand. So you are using in these other communities all your reclaimed capacity and
Yes,
keeping out of the aquifer.
correct. We're not, the county is not able to keep up with the reclaimed demand so far.
Thank you so much
You're
for your
welcome.
patience.
Sorry,
and my
I didn't mean to
questions.
cut just enough, but I thought since, I've
He was
worked
giving
on
you
all the
dirty looks
schools,
behind your back, it
So,
seemed.
no, that's okay.
You're going to get better answers from Kartik than you are
I
from
do
me.
want to see the video is really something that we're excited about, that talks about what we do, but not in our own voice. If you could try just in one more time to play it. Yeah, just see. I think you may need a mouse to actually like click the play there.
We're gonna get the,
Yeah, if you is that the mouse? Yeah. Do you mind if I come there for a second?
You drive. Okay. Go right ahead, sir. Sorry. Oh, cat's here.
So let's see, where were we?
Commissioner Barrick?
I had a couple of questions. Now, I did go see Angeline, for everybody to understand that. My questions are, how long have you been working on building Angeline?
We started construction on Angeline, I would say, 4 to 5 years ago.
Okay.
2020.
2020, okay. Okay, so then this build-out is gonna go for 25 years. If you start it, if it's approved, you'll start, and it'll take 25 years, okay, from what I've read. Okay, and as we get further in, you're gonna show pictures of what the houses and communities are gonna be looking like, so I figured that's coming.
Yep.
The electric, that's all underground,
Yes,
including where the houses are.
yes.
Okay, I just want, okay, so now when we talk about the lagoon, and he says that the lagoon's gonna be open for the community, not just your development, but the community, and people come, are you gonna have sufficient parking?
So generally, the limiting factor in the capacity of our lagoons is the parking availability. And so we kind of know that we're constrained by that. But we do limit the admission accordingly. So if we're only able to park X number of people, and you figure you can turn that over 2 or 3 times a day, that's sort of the capacity of the lagoon and what attendance can be in a day.
What's the capacity gonna be?
I don't know that we've designed the parking really or the lagoon facility yet. What would maybe a typical parking for a lagoon would be 200 to 300 spaces?
Yeah, I think like the current one we're doing in Manatee County is around like 550 spots. And that's for golf carts for the community, for buses, and then cars as well. And then with bike racks for bikes and e-bikes.
Okay, so we used to have a pool in Beverly Hills. So we have a few people that will probably come to Lagoon if everything is approved. We also have added, God knows, a whole bunch of people in Citrus Springs. So you're gonna be the only water place that our residents will be able to go to. That's why I'm trying to see, are you gonna have enough capacity for the need?
If you'd allow us more parking, we would gladly build more parking.
Well, that's why, this is where we're talking,
Yeah, absolutely.
We did a development with Chick-fil-A and they didn't have enough parking, so they pulled out. So that's why I wanna know, parking spaces. You're saying it's gonna be open to the community. Citrus Springs is gonna have 30,000 houses within the next 25 years.
Yeah,
And this build-out is 25 years.
Yeah, so it's open to the community, but let me clarify, it's not for free. People have to buy a day pass, and it's an online reservation system. So if we anticipate that the parking, that all the tickets for that day or the reservations are sold, then we shut it down. I'm also going to take it one step further, just so you get a little insight on how we handle things. So our Epperson community, Chick-fil-A wanted to be there. In our pre-app or our discussions with them, they said, be prepared for long traffics and for the cars to block the road. And we said, hey, great, you're welcome, but not in our community. Why don't you go across the street? So Chick-fil-A is not in our community, but across the street. So we do spend an obsessive amount of time thinking about how everything comes together, because this is not a small community where you just like plug
No,
and play and move on. So
like I
same
said-
thing with the lagoon. Our goal would be to work with the county together to create something that is great, not only for our future homeowners, but we want to be good neighbors. So, and honestly, if people want to come visit the lagoon, I think that's like music to our ears. That's great.
Yeah, in other words, like, our Tourist Development Council would advertise, we have a lagoon at such and such, and you need to get your tickets ahead of time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what
But-
that's what some of the other regions are doing currently.
Would the residents get first preference to
Yes.
lagoon usage?
So that's a great question. If you're a resident, you never, in our communities, I'm going to speak only for metro community, you would never get turned away from access to a lagoon. So
Okay.
that's kind of our promise to them. That's why we have separate parking for them. We have golf cart parking, we have bike parking, and we'll make sure that they always can get to the lagoon.
And the people are gonna be aware that you can't drive golf carts unless the board approves golf carts in there.
We would have to submit a plan to you all for approval. We're fully aware of that.
Okay. Other than that, my other questions would be things which you're gonna probably discuss about, like fire stations or police substations in the community.
Yes, I think that's coming up as part of our.
Okay. That's why I figured this was just the one section. Okay, thank you.
No problem, thank you. Were you able to send?
So, to explain to him and everyone, thank you for the help on the video, but we didn't submit it prior to the quasi judicial deadline, so we're not gonna play it. So we'll send it after the fact.
Yeah. You just have to open it as a video in the PowerPoint, not as a slide. That's
well. One thing I am completely ignorant about is IT issues, but I'm being told that it is embedded in the PowerPoint. It was just unable to be opened in the PowerPoint, and so it may be playable if nobody objects. If you all want to see it, okay. Fine.
We can forgo it for now.
Yeah, it's fine. If there's any concern, don't worry about it.
That's okay. Okay, so a little bit of background on Metro, some questions. There's lots more for us to talk about, but Tuscany Ranch, what exists today? So you have an approved DRI, Beverly Hills DRI 1981, with almost 5,000 units remaining. We're not expanding that. In the DRI, you have some ambiguous terms about 491 expansion, but it's not real clear, so we're going to try and clarify that. You have some very conflicting development standards that kind of conflict with themselves. In 1981, I don't think there was a land development code, so there's just a lot of things that we want to clean up. Also, planning and has changed since 1981, in the last 40 years, and a lack of job-creating commercial entitlements to support the residential component of the project. So, in short, what is Tuscany Ranch proposing with this application? So it's a nationally recognized master plan community developer, not only to plan these things, but to execute these things. I think that's the really important thing to focus on. You get certainty on County Road 491. You get commitments, timelines, dollars. You get the infrastructure to support current trends that we've seen in studies done by Metro Forecasting. You get no environmental impacts. So there are no wetland or other surface waters on this site, and zero additional density. So we're doing all that. We're planning this community. We're not asking for a single more unit. Couple high-level points, and we'll go into the details as you guys see fit, but what are we contributing to the community, to the project? So we're paying our proportionate share to expand 491 from 2 to 4 lanes, roughly a 1.4 mile stretch, our frontage along 491. We're conveying 50 feet of right-of-way that is above and beyond the 30 feet of right-of-way that are required by the DRI, because that's what's necessary for the latest planning. We're accommodating up to the future 6-lane build-out of 491 for stormwater if it were ever to be expanded to 6 lanes. So all of those things, you know, I don't want to put a dollar sign on it because it's hard to do, but it amounts to roughly $10 million. In addition, you're getting $20 million in transportation impact fees and $40 million in overall impact fees. Those are at today's rates. So we ran these numbers again based on the discussion last week, the impact fee study. So those numbers go to $70 million in total impact fees, $30 million which are transportation impact fees. So essentially we're saying this project is contributing $70 million in total impact fees and an additional 10 in transportation improvements. So significant contributions outside of just our development.
Mr. O'Brien, sorry to stop your presentation, but while you're on this slide, you're talking about the right-of-way and the stormwater and the things that you're willing to convey. When you've done these, this chart on the impact fees that the county would be getting, is that after you take all of those things you've conveyed in credits?
So this, because our development agreement does not constitute an impact fee reimbursement agreement, these numbers do not account for that.
So you're saying we'd get that, but we wouldn't because you would take those back in credits?
You would get the equivalent of that. So let's say that the $10 million in 491 improvements, all of those are not going to be creditable, but let's say half of them are. So you would take the $70 million in total impact fees and subtract the $5 million in impact fee credits we would receive, and that's that $65 million.
Where did you get 70 million?
So these numbers updated using the current proposed impact fees that you guys discussed, I believe it was last week.
I see.
Going to like $13,000 a unit. That number goes to, we submitted this in April, so
I see.
That number goes to roughly $70 million.
So we wouldn't get the 70 million, we would get a part of that after.
You may get 65 million over the course of the project.
This is
Help me, Rob.
This is, I think, really exactly the discussion that this board's been having of late. And it depends on the circumstances. So this developer, based on these numbers, if approved, would be in a position where they would need to pay, over the course of this project, $70 million in impact fees, let's call it, 30 of which are transportation impact fees. If we want to accelerate fixing 491, and you have a developer that in lieu of paying those impact fees is willing to move forward with things like right-of-way dedication at the signal at West Hampshire, and we're going to talk about this stuff, design of that road, build out of a portion or all of that project, and in exchange for impact fee credits, then it becomes a discussion with staff before it comes to you, but this is the discussion we're having about how do we want to tackle these projects. And this development agreement that's before you goes about that in a certain way and with really significant contributions on behalf of this developer of land and otherwise. But there are multiple ways to skin the cat and to go about this process. And so I just wanted to take that. This is the moment in time when we're talking about an actual situation where all of the hypotheticals that we've sort of been hearing for the last couple of months is hitting the pavement, and so we're open to that conversation.
I didn't read that in the agreement. I read about the extra 20 feet, but not the development, the designing, the actual constructing. Did I miss that, or you're saying that those are? So
in a nutshell, what we're agreeing to is the 50 feet of right-of-way all along the 1.4 miles, an additional 30 feet for about a 30 in addition to the 50 for a 150-foot span by West Hampshire. The construction costs of one lane of the 2 lane, so essentially 50% of the expansion, right? And then what if we are determined right now, there's a signalization, they're studying the signalization of West Hampshire. There's a signal warrant analysis taking place that was already started by the county. So if the trips we're putting at that signal are deemed to make that necessary, in other words, if it's not already necessary, then we're going to be responsible for our proportionate share of that signal as well. But it doesn't always, there are multiple ways to approach it. But that's essentially what, and I was going to go over that in a little while, but that's essentially the way that we're proposing to go about it. And that's after a lot of discussion back and forth with staff.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
and let me say this. I mean, look, when you have a quality developer in front of you and you see what the investment looks like and what the product looks like, having a road and entrances and rights of way serving the project that work is really important. They are your partner. You've seen the word partner on these screens 20 times. I know I'm their lawyer and I'm supposed to advocate for them, but I'm telling you, I mean, you have a partner here as an applicant, and they want this to happen, and they want 491 to work to serve the project.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
Now, the numbers, the numbers that you've got up here, those were submitted, that was submitted back in April. So that's our impact fees as they stand right now. If the board proceeds with the increase in the impact fees as we discussed last time, then the numbers go roughly to 70 and 30 million. And then you take out of that, whatever is fronted or whatever's taken out for right-of-way, so for dedication of right-of-way, like Commissioner Finnegan was talking about. What these numbers still don't contemplate, though, is what do those numbers grow to over the next 25 years as future boards increase impact fees. So I think the likelihood is over the next 25 years, we can expect that future boards will increase impact fees. So I think probably the 65 and maybe 30 or whatever that number is are going to be even lower than ultimately what it would produce. Suggesting that if this is approved tonight, that we potentially could expedite the expansion of 491, the signalization of Hampshire intersections, stuff like that. Because we've got a developer and potential partner with the resources, the knowledge and experience to do that, that's music to my ears.
So I want to go and clarify this then. So if you give the 50 feet of right-of-way, we're going to credit you impact fees. You're not going to pay impact fees. We're going to credit you for those.
Yes.
For your donation of the land.
Yes. So as Mr. O'Brien put it, I mean, this agreement before you does not constitute an impact fee agreement. I would like for it to, and maybe we can talk about that. Like in the future, we have an agreement that goes the full gamut and also includes an impact fee component. It just says may, and so upon approval, we will get back to work with staff to come back to you with an impact fee agreement. It just obligates us to give you the dirt, but yes, that would be.
Well, yes, it obligates you to give the dirt, but we still, by statute, have to give you impact fee credits for that dirt.
I would agree, yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, I would agree.
So we give them impact fee credits, then they sell those impact fee credits to Lennar or Pooty or whoever else. So we're not collecting money from them, we're giving them impact.
Well, for every dollar you're not collecting, you're not spending that dollar on right-of-way.
I understand, but it also depends on when there has to be some kind of an appraisal, and when do you strike the deal on the appraisal for the valuation, and
exactly
what's the trigger date,
okay.
and how's I mean the list gets long on this. I mean it gets pretty complicated, and I think it's very important to the decision making of this, because if we do an appraisal, in my opinion, this is where the rubber meets the road. You need that road to be 4-lane, and you need the signal as much as we do for your development. But if you come in and you do an appraisal and we're giving you 100% of the valuation of a right-of-way, you're not giving us anything.
Well, okay, so what we are doing is accelerating making it happen. So if I really want a. Giving 30. Yeah, right. So we are increasing what is being given, but I see your point and I want to address it. If I really want an asset, a house, a boat, whatever, something fancy,
Yeah,
right?
we're talking
I
time
wanna
value
build a
of money.
road.
I mean, I get that.
If I have cash, if the county had the cash the county wants to fix 491. We want to see 491 fixed. If the county had the cash today or the capacity today to go do it, I'm certain it would. Because it doesn't have 100%, what it does have is a partner who would otherwise be a defendant in eminent domain action and be paid an exorbitant amount of money for the dirt, who wouldn't be willing to design and then help construct. Now, acknowledging there are DRI requirements in the, that's not entirely the case here. But what you have is a willing partner, and it can be, when I said it could be structured a number of ways, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the county doesn't have to take the dirt or accept the real property. It can go about that another way, and then it's not obligated to give an impact fee credit, and we do have to pay 70. I think it's more like $71.2 million set to expand over that term. But what we're trying to do, and this is in the details, it's in the weeds, and maybe it's better that we don't have a fully baked agreement because we can have this discussion and come back to you with an impact fee agreement. But after talking with staff for the last 12 months, this before you was the way that we were really directed to go, and we're on board. If there's another way that this board would prefer for that to proceed, we can certainly discuss it. But we have a fully baked agreement for tonight's purposes, so that would hopefully be an amendment in the future. That's my hope. And we can
Commissioner
go.
Barry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to go to Commissioner Davis. She's on the end, and I
I'm
keep
not
ignoring
feeling
her.
the love. I was after
Sorry.
Finnegan. So now that we're going, I had a different question that I want to get to, but since we're talking about impact fees, when we do credits, are those frozen in time with the beginning? So for example, the appraisal of the land and everything else that you might be doing for us, then that comes back as a dollar value by today's impact fees. It's not, buying a certain number of residential impact fees, because that way we would be getting more impact fees later, presumably if the impact fees go up.
So typically, yes, typically the way that it's done is at the time of whatever transaction there is. So if we're giving you a deed for the land, then the equivalent on that date of the impact fees payable would be
In dollars, not
granted.
units.
Yeah. So then we're both kind of taking the, if I got a bunch of impact fee credits in 07 when things were, or 05 when things were going great, and then I built a project in 15 or 16.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of that equation, right? We both take the risk of.
It could go both ways.
Yeah.
The other question I have is thinking far into the future. It's not just this development, if it's approved, that would be on 491. That's the entire central corridor that we're building out, right? So I live in Citrus Hills. The Tamposi family did an amazing job with that winding 486 with the big green median and all that. And it is already wide enough to go. The right-of-way is already there for 6 lanes. I'm hoping that they can even still preserve some of the grass in the middle. Obviously, you've got a whole different ballgame coming out of Beverly. You're right there next to Beverly Hills, and a lot of stuff is already in place. It's not a blank canvas. So is the right-of-way that you guys are talking about, is it sufficient to go to 6 lanes in the future?
I don't believe so. I think what
And I will defer to our transportation expert on the board to say, is it, does it need to be 6 lanes in the future?
Well, I can tell you right now, District 7 is planning for 200 to be 6 lanes and the bridge at 200 to be 6 lanes. So I would say given
I'm on
that,
the right
number
track.
one, that it's an evacuation route,
Yep.
and two, that it's where all the growth is designated for the future, I would say yes, but
So
It's a heck
here's,
of a lot cheaper to do it now than after something's built.
so here's what, and to be just really blunt with you and clear, I mean, a good point. It's a long-range planning discussion. What we have agreed on with staff is that the package that's before you is what would statutorily be called our proportionate share. In other words, it mitigates whatever impact we're putting on the road. I would argue that it goes beyond, I think it goes beyond that. Requiring an additional 50 feet or whatever it would be that would then allow for the 6 lanes would be significantly more than our proportionate share. So then we'd get back to, okay, well, how is this property owner compensated? That's another 9 acres approximately, because it's a 1.4 mile strip. Another 50 feet is about 9 acres, or 8.5 acres. So that would be.
When staff does their presentation, we can also ask their opinion on that. It may not be another 50 feet. It's a long day and I have a sinus headache and I'm not, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not pulling up the figures in my head.
Me neither.
But it's food for thought, and I don't totally understand the proportionate share aspect of it. But you know, for example, Croft is just, it's all built out. It's very difficult to widen that. It's very expensive to demolish a lot of properties. Which, by the way, nobody's planning to do that if you're on Croft and you just heard me say that. This is how rumors start.
As I see this, you know, you're talking about accelerating it to 4 lanes, which is a nice idea. And then I hear 1.4 miles is your total length that you're going to go. You're going to go just past your second entrance or your most northern entrance, okay? Because that's where your property ends. And then all of a sudden, we're going to have the cars coming out onto 491, go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes within maybe 250 feet. At least that's what I'm looking at. Now, to me, when you start saying impact fees are going to go to 70,000, and then the transportation is 30, that means impact fees that we're actually going to get 40, because 30 of the 70,000 is actually the transportation section. Correct?
So
It says total impact fees paid would be 70,000 with the new
70
okay.
million.
70 million.
70
I'm sorry.
million, yes.
I'm sorry, 70 million.
Yes.
But 30 million of that would actually be transportation fees. So we're actually, for the county, getting 40 million.
So, okay, so the numbers over at full build out, same thing that you're looking at on this screen, except with the current numbers replaced, it would be about more than 71 million in total impact fees, all categories, schools.
That's correct. So if I take the total and I subtract the transportation, then I'm getting 30 million in actual impact, or 40 million in actual impact fees.
You're getting, yeah, you're getting 30
Because I'm
million.
taking out the transportation.
Yes, you're getting 30 million in transportation impact fees and another 41 or so million
Right.
in schools, parks, library, fire, EMS, law enforcement, public
Right.
buildings.
So
Yes.
in actuality, we would actually see cash of the 40 million, because the 30 million will be in credits.
it
At
would
least
all
that's
be in
what,
credits.
the whole 100,000 or 100 million is going to be in credits.
No, ma'am, no, ma'am.
70 million.
No, ma'am. Some portion, but not all of it. The approximate value, so we will be getting transportation impact fee credits, we hope. We'll be back, that's not before you tonight. That's contemplated by the agreement tonight, and we think it will be back before you on that. I don't want to give you numbers tonight, but,
Well, if I go back.
and staff can actually, I hope
Let me
staff
go
will.
back to your originals. You got 41 and 20, okay? And at the top of the column, it says total impact full fees paid. So that's for all 8 impact fees, correct?
Based on current rates, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then I'm gonna take the 20 million that says transportation impact fees. Okay, so in actuality, you're actually gonna take the whole 61 million as credits.
No, ma'am.
That's what you're gonna be applying for, isn't it, if you give the road to us?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So we'll get into the development agreement, but at the time that we convey the the first, the dirt, okay, that along our boundary, which is all that we can give, but it's along our boundary, 1.4 miles, we'll get credits equal to the market value of that property. And we'll have to agree on that in the impact fee agreement. That will not be anywhere near $20 million. And actually, well, we anticipate
I want you to
it
use
will
the
be
numbers.
somewhere
that are-
around
use the numbers that are on this
2 to
page.
2.5. So we will still owe impact fees at that point in time over the course of the project. The 30 million, let's call it 30 million, in transportation fees, impact fees payable over the course of the project at that point in time would be reduced by, let's say, $2.5 million. And you can still expect for the county to be paid $27.5 million in impact fees over the course of our build-out. Does that make sense? Over 25 years.
Over the 25 years. Yeah, well, I understand it's gonna be over, until it's fully done in 25 years. And then some of your impact fees are gonna be at a lower price, and some of your impact fees are gonna be at a higher price due to when it's used, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In other
They're
words,
payable at
if you took the
CO.
impact fees and built today, you got today's price.
Yes, ma'am.
If the board decides to raise the impact fees, the next time you build, you're gonna pay the higher impact fee for those houses, okay? Then 10 years from now, we raise the impact fees, you're gonna pay the higher. But the impact fee credits, if this goes through with the credits, you would have some at the low, some at the medium, and some at the higher price, if I'm not mistaken. In other words, they would not all be at the higher price credits, they would all be at different levels of credit.
If this board changes impact fees, then the then current impact fees will apply to any
Credit at that
transaction
point in
or
time.
every single time we finish a home and that CO is issued, that impact fee has to be paid at
Okay,
the then current rate.
So if we agree to credits, it would be the impact fee at that point in time.
Yes, ma'am.
So there'd be a running total that goes up and down,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I really don't like the fact that you're gonna end that road right there. And I don't like the fact that it's not gonna be wide enough to widen, because the population in this county is growing. I did go down to Angeline, and that's a nice road, 52, and it's all widened. So when I look at what you're proposing, I think there's something missing for Citrus County. But I'll let, just keep going.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Justin will be done in approximately 1 hour.
Okay.
Just so you know. I'm just kidding.
You wanted to speak?
Yeah.
I don't care
Commissioner
how long.
Finnegan has a question.
Before Rob leaves, Rob, I understand what you're saying about, dedicating lane, as Commissioner Davis said, what's there in the future for 6 lanes that wouldn't be a proportionate share. And I want, when staff does their presentation, I will get their opinion on that. But when you're saying adding the extra land and then paving 1 lane, it seems to me when we talk about the benefit of the people that live here, that's just forcing the county's hand, the Department of Public Works, to help your project, to our taxpayers to fund the other lane. So I feel like in this agreement as presented, that's not doing your proportionate share. I understand what the old DRI says, and that's why you're doing that, and the rest could be for credits. But I think paving a lane, I don't know, I don't see how that makes sense, because it's almost like if we're gonna 4-lane it, we're going to have to do another lane at the same time. So for the county to just have to quickly pick that up for your development, I don't know that that's fair to the rest of the taxpayers.
So let's dive into that a little bit. And I understand where you're coming from. We're talking about concurrency or no concurrency, right? And right now we don't have transportation concurrency. Under a concurrency model, what happens is, now, and this is different because it's a vested DRI, so doesn't apply. What I'm about to say doesn't apply, but pure concurrency, as you probably know, is that whereby the applicant goes and does a traffic study, studies the current condition, whether that road is deficient or not deficient based on its assigned level of service. And if it's already deficient, the applicant has no obligation for prop share. So then, I've had this discussion with staff. I don't take clients unless they're willing to voluntarily pony up, but you can't make them pony up. And so we come with a developer's agreement that says we're, notwithstanding the fact that we don't have a statutory obligation to do a prop share, we're gonna do it. But that is what's happened here with both the vested DRI and the approach under the old DRI to give 30 feet of right-of-way and play for the construction of one lane. We've now increased that to 50 and 80 and still the construction for one lane. That is, if we study the condition on 491 right now, which is already deficient, then under a pure concurrency methodology, there would not be, the county would be in a position where its hands would be tied. So what you have in front of you is a willing applicant willing to give significant property
For the benefit of the
in
development.
in exchange for impact fee
And I understand that
credits,
about concurrency. I'm just saying, you know, you're asking for things. I'm not the one that kept saying partnership and all of this. So since we're talking partnership, being good partners, I mean, you're saying like for like, right? Like houses for like the old DRI or the 4,937, sticking to 4,937. But you and I both know that if the board doesn't approve this with 2005 standards, you're not going to put 4,937 units out there. So if you're asking us to help you have more density, because technically it is more in today's standards, I'm just saying what's fair for everybody else in the county. They have to absorb all of that density and impact and then pave another lane at this point would only help this development. So if we're going to talk about partnership, you know, if we're talking about give and take, that's probably a lot of extra units, even by just keeping with the 4,937, that you would not be able to have otherwise.
So what I'll do is this. Your point, I understand what I understand. I think the best way to handle this, because we're going to talk through this again in a moment, and Paul is also going to help because he's going to explain the plans. I'll sit down, let Justin finish, and let Mr. Gibbs talk through the plans, and then we'll readdress this, and I'll talk to my guys in the meantime. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Promise I'm almost done. So this is we talked about our contributions. This is a map, general depiction of the existing 491 right-of-way, the expanded right-of-way, the limits of what that would be. Also, some existing drainage facilities you see in the kind of light orange there. That's an existing county facility, which I believe has capacity. I may be misspeaking there. But what we would be contributing would be the additional 5.2 acres, the light blue areas, to handle the full build-out of the roadway. So we haven't really talked on compatibility and different product types yet, but I'm going to just show some pictures from our Angeline community. This is a really interesting picture to me because you have sort of these six-plex villas on the top of the screen, you know, 100 yards from these single-family homes. I think in 1981, planners their heads would spin if you told them this was a compatible use. But this just illustrates that it can be if the character, intent of the neighborhoods is compatible. You know, trends are moving towards smaller and smaller lot sizes. People don't necessarily want massive yards to maintain. There will always be that subset of 1 acre lots, absolutely. But for the bell curve of the population, you know, this is sort of where the market is going. So this is an example of some single family homes, some townhomes in our Angeline community, and a sort of town center multifamily development in our Murata community, not quite finished yet, but just wanted to show these as illustrations of what Tuscany would look like with certain builders in place. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Gibbs to dive into the fine-grained details of the PUD maps and planning. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Paul Gibbs. I am a landscape architect and land planner with Community Land Design, now located in Ocala, Florida. Before I get started into the site plan, I'm going to just orient you to the site plan existing and proposed is kind of what I'm going to be doing. But one of Justin's last slides he showed stated maximize happiness. I was a resident in Citrus County for almost 50 years, and my wife for 40 years. And when we were looking at building our next home, you know, we disliked what was stated. We did not want an acre land anymore. We were tired of replacing our drain field every so many years. We did not like having above ground utility lines in our neighborhood. So we wanted to kind of right size. And so we found and moved to Ocala to a very much like a metro community, a very large scale master plan community that's going to have the commercial centers, the grocery stores, the town center. Phase 1 opened with the charter school, K through 8. It has the pedestrian tunnels, the golf cart paths already built, curb and gutter, sidewalk, street lights, you know, things that, you know, you wouldn't necessarily find if, you know, you picked an acre land somewhere. I was kind of tired of taking care of that. So there are a lot of benefits to the newer master plan communities, and we have found just that. All right, so this first slide, oh, there we go, is just a regional map. Tuscany Ranch is the PUD portion of our project, and it's located on 491. And one thing you'll notice right away is on the map, this area of the county has some very large-scale, you know, residential developments. We got Citrus Springs right next door, Pine Ridge, Black Diamond, Terra Vista, Brentwood, all the other villages of Citrus Hills, you know, basically surrounding the Tuscany Ranch development. And again, as you know, the Tuscany Ranch has approvals dating back to 1981. I've been doing this for about 40 years. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Florida. Most of my work has been in land planning, and a good portion of it's been in Citrus County, Marion, and surrounding areas. So I'm very familiar with the area. In orange, you'll also see the road network that's in the region, 491, US 41, and 486. So it just kind of shows you how Tuscany Ranch is placed relative to other developments. All right, this is just an enlargement aerial of the Tuscany Ranch. It shows 491, and you'll see some of the streets are not all labeled, but Forest Ridge Boulevard, Pine Ridge Boulevard, Hampshire Boulevard are all right there nearby Tuscany Ranch. And then this slide here, and this is just as a reference, we may talk about these neighborhoods. Laurel Ridge and the fairways at Twisted Oaks, they're the closest neighborhoods to the Tuscany Ranch development. They're kind of on the inside loop of the Twisted Oaks golf course, and the Tuscany Ranch is basically on the outer edges of the golf course and beyond. So we may be mentioning these again. The fairways is the newest subdivision in Beverly Hills, and it's strictly a single-family detached product, and they're about getting close to building out the homes in there. All right, this next map.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark was very distracting. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. All right, this next map is important to, I mean, y'all have reviewed the packets, but there's Tuscany Ranch, there's the Beverly Hills DRI, like what's where. Tuscany Ranch is the area in purple. It's about 1,070 acres. The golf course, which is not part of our PUD, is in green, and the remaining yellow areas is for the most part, the built portions of the 1981 DRI. So it goes all the way down towards the Black Diamond entrance. There's a lot of commercial frontage still not developed there. It goes near the library, the parks, near Beverly Hills Circle, et cetera. But if you add up the 3 color areas on this map, that is what makes up the 1981 Beverly Hills DRI. So just wanted to give you a clarification on the pieces and parts there. All right. This slide here, this is our version of the current, it's the 2021 version of the 1981 DRI master plan. I know Clark and I have done a lot of the more recent revisions to that, mostly smaller revisions. But this is for reference to what we're starting with today, the 2021 version of the DRI master plan. And as was mentioned, there's been well over 20 revisions over the years. These master plans do have mechanisms for updating as time moves on. All right, this next slide, this is a close-up of the DRI map, but this is the Tuscany Ranch area that we're focused in on. And if you can see, there's 4 red dashed circles on the map. And these are the 4 DRI land use areas that we're proposing to modify. There's 3 of the circles are located along Forest Ridge Boulevard. Those areas are all non-residential uses. In fact, right at the entranceway to Laurel Ridge is about 6.5 acres of non-residential development land. We're proposing to convert those 15 to 16 acres as part of our PUD to residential uses and just keep the BCO commercial uses more along 491. The 4th change to the DRI plan itself is at the northwest corner of the property on 491, just south of Memorial Gardens. That's designated as a community neighborhood services site, and we're going to absorb that into the BCO commercial site. So that kind of highlights the main land use swaps that we're proposing and requesting. I will point out at the very north end in the yellow area it says R1. It's very small. That is a 1 acre recreation site, and that's how it shows up on the DRI master plan. The DRI has a lot of other recreation in Beverly Hills, more near Lake Beverly, Beverly Hills Circle, and west of the library. That's where most of the DRI recreation amenity sites are located. I just wanted to call your attention to the 1 acre amenity area on this particular map. All right. And then this map is the DRI master plan with the proposed updates that I just discussed, as well as a few others. But I'm going to go to the PUD master plan. Okay, the map image for the DRI and the PUD matches exactly. So where you're showing commercial uses or multifamily uses, they're the same on both maps now. So let me show you some highlights of our PUD. Starting at the west along 491, Justin already described the 8.4 acres of additional right-of-way towards the widening. He also briefly mentioned the county engineering department has asked us to also contribute the land for the drainage for the roadway improvements for 491. So that's an additional 5+ acres that will occur on the Tuscany Ranch property. Adjacent to that in red is the BCO, that's Business Commercial Office, and they're labeled BCO 1, 2, 3, and 5. Clark and I got rid of BCO 4 years ago. I don't remember why. It disappeared. We are also calling on the PUD master plan those same areas as a town center. So that's the type of uses that we're looking at. We have, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but we have, I think it's about 110 acres of the BCO town center land on the property. And there was a question about the space for the lagoon and the parking. The lagoon, which is, it's stated as an optional amenity, should they decide to pursue that, that's going to be located in BCO 1 area, which is our northernmost pod of commercial land. That BCO area is 54 acres, just for reference. So if the lagoon takes up even half of that, you know, you've got a substantial area that could accommodate the parking needs for such an amenity. So we've got the town center. Part of the DRI has, I believe it's 1,415 multifamily units that's already approved as part of the DRI. 0 of those multifamily units have been built to date. So Tuscany Ranch is going to basically reserve 1,250 of those. There is one additional multifamily site near the library again, and that's going to take the remaining 165 units. So we've kind of reserved capacity for that offsite parcel. But basically we have our highest density residential uses shown in orange on the map, and those are labeled MF1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll be talking about MF1 and 4 a few times. Those are the parcels, the multifamily that are directly adjacent to the town center areas. The areas in yellow are lower density single-family residential uses, and the DRI divides single-family into 3 different subcategories. So as part of the PUD, we're going to keep those same exact, they call it single-family detached, single-family cluster, and single-family attached. So we're going to keep those designations as part of the PUD. We talked about the recreation amenity site. The big green area in the middle of the yellow, that's about 20 acres in size. Justin showed some wonderful examples of the metro amenity sites. You know, they're really fantastic. And that's kind of what they have in mind here. In the notes, we have built-in flexibility. The location could move as they develop it, and likely it could be divided into 2 or more different amenity sites throughout the project. If you're familiar with Terra Vista, that's exactly what they have. They have 3 amenity sites within Terra Vista, about 5 and 6 acres each. So they're kind of distributed amongst the community. Likely we'll have multifamily, each like apartment complex, for example, would have their own amenity areas. So we're going to provide hopefully a larger amenity than the DRI requires, but we're certainly going to meet the DRI standards for that. Talk about buffers. At this scale of the map, the buffers don't really show up, but the DRI has certain buffer standards along the perimeter conditions, as well as along Forest Ridge Boulevard. So we're going to maintain those same DRI requirements as part of the PUD, so no changes there. And anywhere else, like in the non-residential and multifamily, where buffers are required, we're going to defer to the Land Development Code. So we're not asking for any special concessions for buffer uses. Open space, we're going to adhere to the comp plan, the 20% open space requirement. The DRI has open space and recreation breakdowns on their map, but so we'll meet at least that, but certainly the 20%. The way the DRI master plan has, they have recreation and open space lumped together in one category, so it's kind of hard to know how much of that is recreation, how much of it is open space. And then they have also the separate recreation category on their land use schedule. And like I said,
the DRI only showed 1 acre on the Tuscany Ranch area where we're showing 20, and possibly more. So hopefully that makes sense. Internal road network is a little different on the PUD as opposed to the current DRI master plan. The DRI master plan has a loop road that basically goes through Laurel Ridge, and it loops back around to Forest Ridge Boulevard. So it's from Forest Ridge to Forest Ridge, through the golf course and around the golf course. Since we are a separate project from Laurel Ridge and the fairways at Twisted Oaks, we wanted to push out our major road network for the project separate from those neighborhoods. So if you look on the map, you'll see what we're calling Road A. It's got the heavy blue dashed line, and it goes from Forest Ridge Boulevard. It's south of the entrance to Laurel Ridge, and it's at an existing median cut with turn lanes already there. So it was the right location to give us the separation that we needed to meet. Road A goes from Forest Ridge, it goes east and north, and then it goes back west and intersects at 491 at the Hampshire Boulevard intersection. And we did have it placed other location in previous versions, but this was what the county preferred to see, knowing that this would be a signalized intersection, when the timing is correct.
May I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
So when you get to the bottom southeast corner there, in the yellow box, you have a roundabout and an arrow pointing to what is not part of this application, Beverly Hills development, which is undeveloped, and it's labeled low-density residential mobile home. And you have an arrow going into it. So that tells me you've got some future idea. And then if you go on around the corner where it's grayed out, you have the same thing there before you exit back onto Forest Ridge Boulevard.
Correct. The way that Metro has described it to me, phase 1 of the project is going to start at Hampshire Boulevard from 491, and they're going to be basically going east with Road A. So that's their intent, is to start at the 491 side, and then many, many years later, when they get around to where those 2 areas that you've just discussed, at that time, should they want to bring those parcels into the project, that would be a totally separate application. And, it could be, they could be meeting whatever the LDR standards are for that. That's like 10, probably plus years in the future based on their proposed phasing, so.
But you're showing a road that connects the subdivision going through an area that's not part of this PUD. What's grayed out?
Right, the area that's grayed out. Again, that would be long-term preferred alignment to do that, to give us our separation from putting the road right up to the golf course or through Laurel Ridge. But that's something that would be, like I said, in the future when they need to make that connection. And they could further explain that if they have a different take on that. In the case that the road was built through there, unless they had other approvals or used the existing land uses that's in the grayed out areas, they would have to build to what's allowed currently, unless they made land use changes. Otherwise, they would just, build the road itself potentially. So, but that's a very good question, and Justin and the attorney could certainly add to that should they wish. But anyway, Road A will be the internal road network that kind of connects to the different neighborhoods to the town center and to the amenity areas. We also have Road D, which is between the town center and the multifamily. And the way that's going to function is basically it's going to be like a reverse frontage road. So anyone living in Beverly Hills or Tuscany Ranch, they would not need to go out to 491 to do whatever business they wanted to do there. Like I said, I think we have 110 or so acres. We could certainly accommodate, grocery store, doctor's offices, hopefully some larger scale employment centers, restaurants, entertainment, medical, et cetera. So all of those uses people would be able to travel to without even going out onto 491. They call that internal capture. So it kind of reduces the amount of trips out to the highway. All right. We mentioned the reverse frontage road. We will still have our internal driveway cross connections that, the way the county has it established now, within the town center parcels. All right. Okay, the next slide is basically at sheet 2 of our PUD master plan. I'm going to show you some enlargements, but this shows basically the site data, the PUD notes, and our proposed development standards. For our non-residential town center areas, we're not requesting any deviations. So for building setback, impervious surface ratio, floor area ratio, building height, parking, et cetera, we're going to meet all your current standards as those parcels are developed. This is the residential development standards. And I put kind of highlighted in a red box the areas I wanted to highlight. The first area to the left side of the page, it's not a deviation request, but I had mentioned earlier in the single family portion of the project, both in the DRI and now in the PUD. The DRI has already established subcategories of single family. They have single family detached, single family cluster, and single family attached. And they have different densities assigned to them as part of the DRI language. For example, single family detached, 3.5 units per acre, single family cluster, 5 units per acre, and single family attached, 6 units per acre. I'll give you an example of a single family cluster. When we did the fairways at Twisted Oaks, the newest neighborhood that I had mentioned inside the golf course, we exceeded 3.5 units per acre. So the county planning had us change the designation from single family detached to single family cluster to fit within the density definition of the DRI. So we're going to keep all of those for consistency, and it's going to allow the types of different housing types like Justin showed examples of in their other projects. For our front setbacks to our residential products, the county standard is 25 feet. We are going to keep 25 feet for all our residential products. For our side corner setbacks, and this is for lots that are on corners, corner streets, corner intersection, instead of a 25 in the front and a 25 on the side, we're requesting a 15-foot side corner setback. And that's something that we've had approved on quite a few other PUDs. I had mentioned the different densities within the single-family detached. To go along with that, we also are requesting a variable impervious surface ratio. For example, single-family detached would be 55%. Goes up to 60% for cluster and 65% for single-family attached. So the denser the product, the higher the impervious surface coverage is. One thing I noticed in the staff report kind of talks about the densities of Tuscany Ranch compared to the balance of the DRI. The majority of the DRI that's developed to date, probably 95% of it, is single-family detached, the lowest density residential product, a typical house on a lot, 80 by 125 lot. So that kind of skews our numbers slightly because what's been developed to date is almost 100% single-family detached. There are, near Beverly Hills Circle, there's 3 clusters of single-family attached housing, and those are duplex and triplex. They're actually quite attractive homes, and it gives people a different option. But there's only 265 plus or minus of those to date. So again, because all of the multifamily is going to go in Tuscany Ranch PUD, and the majority of the single-family attached, which will be in the Tuscany Ranch area as well. That's why the densities in our impervious surface ratio request is as such. All right. Talked about side corner setbacks. On multifamily, the DRI describes multifamily as low density residential 10 units per acre. 10 units per acre isn't low density by the land development code, but that's how they describe it. But even more peculiar than that, they describe it specifically as one-story units. So imagine a 10-story density with one-story buildings. That's not something, I can't even imagine what that would look like. So we're requesting the flexibility, or we're making the request to deviate from the DRI standard. It's not a deviation from the land development code, but to allow 2- and 3-story multifamily units, which is typically what you see developed in this size county. We're also requesting for specific locations to allow densities that are higher than 10 and no greater than 15 units per acre. And those would be in the MF1 and MF4 areas only. And those are the 2 multifamily areas that's directly adjacent to the town center. So we're putting our higher density, our taller buildings in those areas as an option. But as part of that, we have three caveats that we would have to meet to be able to do that. One is that no single development parcel would exceed 15 units per acre. And what that means, for example, an apartment complex might be 20 acres, 15 units per acre, so you'll have 300 homes. But we have 155 acres of multifamily, so we're talking about, spot areas where this would be allowed. But one of our other conditions for allowing this up to 15 units per acre in the specific areas is that the project-wide, we would still not be able to exceed the 10 units per acre that the DRI has established. So I think that's important. So some areas may have 6, some might have 8, some might have 15. Multifamily areas exceeding 10 units per acre will not be adjacent to existing single-family homes in existence on the effective date of the approved PUD. I think the lawyer probably wrote that one. But that's how Rob and the county planning staff thought it made the most sense to limit the locations and limit the conditions. And for example, on, I think it's MF4, we're adjacent to Beverly Hills Unit 3A, as well as Oakwood Village. So where we're directly adjacent to those, we would have to have the lower density and the lower, 2-story units. All right, the next slide. This is the PUD site data table. Only a few things I wanted to highlight here. On the multifamily, the orange shaded area, again, we have 1,250 units. 1,415 are authorized, approved as part of the DRI. We have almost 155 acres. So if you do the math, the actual calculated density will be just slightly over 8 units per acre. So you know, we're well within the 10 units per acre for that. We did also add, and this came from our meetings with the PDC, that apartments will only be permitted in the multifamily areas, which are the orange map areas. Single-family residential, we already talked about the 3 categories of that. Rob had mentioned we have 4,937 lots or units, and that's the same that the DRI has. In fact, well, they have 5,102 that's not built to date. So we're requesting 4,937, and the remaining balance will be for that isolated multifamily parcel that's not part of our application. We talked about multifamily, 10 and 15 units per acre. Apartments will only be in the multifamily areas. And our gross density, again, for all the housing types for the entire PUD is 4.6 units per acre. And again, like I said, the southern half of the DRI, what's built to date, is almost 100% single-family detached. So that's naturally going to have a lower density than the Tuscany Ranch PUD.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Oh, that's okay.
If I might, while you're on this slide, I was gonna wait and ask this of staff, and I still probably will, so, just so they know. You may have mentioned it, but forgive me because I'm writing a lot of notes at the same time. So you have multifamily residential, and then in the single family, you have single family clustered, and then single family attached. So it says the attached could be townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, 1- and 2-story project. That to me sounds like multifamily. So in your mind, or what is before me, what you're presenting, how is your single family areas different than your multifamily?
That's a good question. There was probably an hour of discussion on that at PDC. That is I'll just call it a fault of the DRI. That's exactly how the DRI is set up, single family attached, and then they have multifamily. The main difference is single family attached within the yellow SF areas on the map are limited to 6 units per acre, where if you built a townhome product, for example, in the orange multifamily areas, you can go up to 10 units per acre. So in this case, it has to do a little more with density, and we're also restricted to the 2-story height limit.
And what does single family cluster look like for you? What is that?
Well, that's a good question.
I don't really understand. I'm sorry.
It's really a smaller villa type, smaller lot, more dense neighborhood. Most of the single-family cluster products that you see, it's essentially a single-family detached home on a lot.
Zero lot line?
It could be 0 lot line, or it could be maybe the 40-foot lot product instead of a 60-foot lot product.
So no pools, no anything like that?
Potentially not, with the ISR limitations. But that's why I had mentioned the fairways at Twisted Oaks. It's essentially, I think it's all 50-foot lot product. And but because of it's essentially single-family detached, but because it was closer to 5 units per acre, it was greater than 3.5. Again, going back to the DRI, we had to change the designation several years ago to single-family cluster. Visually, it looks the same. It's perhaps a little more dense, a little more compact, and like you said, 0 lot line.
Thank you.
So,
which means, at least my understanding of 0 lot line means it's right up against 1 lot line, but you've got a yard around 3 sides. That's fairly small.
That is a potential the fairways at Twisted Oaks is not 0 lot line, but it's still categorized under the DRI definition as single-family cluster. So it could be 0, but it could be many other things. It could be just a small lot. In the planning world years ago, a lot of cluster developments were set up to allow preservation of open space. So you could have a cluster of higher density residential, and then, but you have kind of like your RV standards, you have to preserve like 30% open space if you want this density of RVs, you know, for example. But it doesn't spell that out into that level of detail in the DRI, unfortunately. But hopefully that answered your question on the difference between the attached homes in the yellow areas versus attached homes in the orange areas. So a lot of it has to do with density and of course, the height limit. I did see the definition in the DRI, and it's in one of the notes. It says having a single-family residential character or something like that. So I think some of the slides Justin showed with like the quadruplexes are a good example of that. You know, the architectural style and everything of the homes is still very residential in appearance. It's not a condo or an apartment complex. It's more single-family character. So
I got a question. So what you're saying is the multifamily residential would be, okay, like a quad, okay, which has, like on the first floor, you've got a living room, a half a bath, a kitchen area, and a dining area. Upstairs would be the bedrooms, because you can go 2 stories high. There would be no lot line, because the next one would be there, the next one would be there. So you'd have 4 of them. But because of the density, you could have more than a quad on an acre.
Right.
And it could be 2 stories high. So that would be a difference than what's in Twisted Oaks, which has a small house, has a house. And you can stick your arm out, they can stick their arm out, you can touch your fingers.
Right.
Okay. So that's, to me, that's what the difference is. They're like townhouses, but there's only so many, like you could do, what, 6 to an acre, you said?
Up to, yes.
Up to 6 to an acre.
Within the yellow single-family part of the map.
Well, no, I mean with the tan color one, the multifamily.
The multifamily, anything
do
in the
10.
orange multifamily areas.
That could be 10.
Those could be 10.
10 to an acre.
So you might have, for example, a townhome product that has 8 units attached. That would have a higher density. You might also have condominiums. You might have, and I'm fully certain there'll be apartment complexes in there. So one of the benefits of this scale of community and the way the DRI was set up is you're going to have a huge variety, a large variety of housing types, housing sizes, housing costs.
Okay.
So it's going to really serve a wide range of population within the same master plan community.
Well, then my question is, where do they park their cars?
Well, you have to meet the county standard.
Because I know from a different area of the country, they have these type of units that are apartment complexes, they're quads or, 5, 6, whatever. And you got your parking this way, no garages, but just parking. And then you've got like a play area and parking around that. Is that what you're suggesting?
No. I mean, we haven't designed an apartment complex or a townhome complex, but I will say any parking, like whether it's for an apartment complex, for example, the LDC requires so many spaces per unit. I believe it's 1.4. Most of my clients that do multifamily, they always exceed that, usually up to 2 units, 2 parking spaces per apartment building, per apartment unit. And in addition to that, a lot of times they'll add guest parking because they know the issues with not providing. So we have to provide at least the minimum that the code requires, but most developers They know how these things work. Just like doctor's offices, they're required so many parking space per square foot. Most of my doctor clients, and I've had so many over the years, they're like, we need a lot more parking than that because of the overlapping of the appointments. So that's very common that,
Well, I'd love to see you drive a .4 car.
I know.
Okay?
I don't have
Yeah,
one.
or park a .4 car, because
Right.
my .4 is gonna go on top of his .4, and we're still gonna take .2 of hers. You know?
Right.
Leave my point two alone.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the county standard, so I think it's 1.4. But in any case, like I said, most apartment developers, they want to provide sufficient parking. The demographics for apartments are usually younger age, not always, depends on the region. But they skew to the younger age where, you might have two people working, might have kids, things like that. I know it's interesting, the parking in my neighborhood, because I've never seen so many young families in my life in this community, but parking and guest parking is always a fun issue. But we're going to provide, at a minimum, the county standard. We haven't designed this level of detail yet, but we did state that we're not going to ask for any deviations from standards
Okay.
like parking, things like that.
Thank you.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
So when I look at your PUD site data table, I see the 20 acres of the recreational area. But what I'm not seeing is any space there for when you talked about health, education, fire station, daycare, dog park, community center. I don't see that listed in here.
Say again what you're not seeing? I was reading the notes here.
When I look at your data table,
Okay.
you have your town center development. You have multifamily residential, single-family residential. You have the life care. You have the recreational space. You have the proposed internal minor collector roadways. You have land reserved for future 491 widening. And then miscellaneous areas including Forest Ridge Boulevard median, linear open space, and existing 70-foot power line easements. But what I don't see is all the stuff that you talked about earlier, like space for any kind of a healthcare facility, education facility, the fire station, a daycare, a dog park, a community. Because there's no specificity to this, and this lacks a lot of granular detail. If you don't build the lagoon, I don't see any kind of a community center. I don't see those details.
And you won't at a large-scale master plan product at this stage. It's like we're following pretty much the DRI master plan, but things like dog parks and things like that, we're required to have recreation as part of the DRI. We also require 20% open space, in addition to the 20-acre amenity site where the clubhouse and things like that would fall.
And then in general notes under 6, in here it says a potential golf course is authorized use within single family or the BCO 1 areas. And then open space areas, which is not shown, can include landscape buffer areas, drainage easements, or right-of-ways, neighborhood, pocket parks, passive park areas, and similar parcels having limited improvements. And that's your 20%. So what you're telling me is DRA's landscape buffers, drainage easements, right-of-ways can all be considered as a part of your 20% open space. Is that correct?
That's correct. But that each phase of the development, like say phase 1, say it's 300 homes, okay? They're gonna have to have 20% of that area for open space. A lot of the passive amenities, things like that would fall within the open space.
But you're saying in here, that open space, that 20% required open space can be accounted for through landscape buffers, drainage easements, and right-of-ways.
It can, right, it can include
and
those
DRAs.
things, but not, I mean, that's not going to be 100% of what makes up the open space. That's just a portion of, most of these projects like this, the open space are the amenities, the trails like Justin showed, the interconnecting trails, and that's what my neighborhood has. We have miles and miles of paved and unpaved trails that interconnect. As each phase, go to phase 2, phase 3, you start to develop a pretty significant trail network. So, I mean, that's what we're intending, the open space to be functional, probably more on the passive side. We will have, things like dog parks at strategic locations, and then the amenity sites, like we've defined here, separately from open space. So it's things that we're required to put in as we plat each phase of the project. So hopefully that at least partially answered that.
Thank you.
All right. And we can come back to any of these exhibits as we move forward. I'm almost to the end of my presentation. This next slide, I'm not going to go into a lot of great detail. These are all PUD projects that I have been involved with, all of these except for the Amber Ridge projects. They're all PUD projects, probably within the last 3 years or so. Each one of them has different versions of the variable impervious surface ratio, and they all have the same concept behind them, is the higher density development areas would have a higher impervious surface coverage. The lower density would have closer to the 55%. That's in the code standard for medium density residential. We've had projects, as high as 65% ISR on residential parcels. So we're requesting the variable scale. By doing so, that does not grant us the ability to have less open space. It doesn't grant us the ability to have more lots. It's just the way of how each lot or neighborhood will be developed and tied to the density of that area. The other area was the front setbacks. I had mentioned we're not requesting any deviation from the 25-foot front setback for any of the residential projects. Other projects, we've had setbacks as low as 15 feet, 18 feet, and 20 feet, 20 feet being fairly common throughout many of these PUD projects. 15-foot side corner setback has typically been approved, and we have some here on this chart that is as low as 10 foot. So we feel like, and one reason we put this together internally was to make sure that what we were requesting was within reason of what was current in Citrus County, what the development standards were today. This is an example of some multi-story buildings in Citrus County. We have Grand Living. It's a very nice assisted living at Terra Vista. It's a 4-story product, and it's directly behind a single-story, single-family villa homes. We have Colonnade Park Apartments, and that's a 3-story product. And one reason I wanted to show you some of these, because we talked about different densities, 10 and 15. Colonnade Park is an example of a 12-unit per acre density. We have the fountains at Hidden Lake in Crystal River. Phase 1 is opening now. They're taking reservations. It's a 4-story building. Phase 2 is engineered and will likely come right after. And this is just north of the former Crystal River Mall. We have Hillside Apartments at Amber Ridge. That will be a 3-story product. I know they have the Swift Mud permit already. There's a lot of earthwork going on in that whole area of 486, so I'm not sure if this is planned yet. But their apartment complex is also planned directly adjacent to their town center, just as a like-for-like comparison. Their product here, 3-story, the density is a little over 19 units per acre, so it's a high-density product. We have Summerhill at Meadowcrest, which is a little bit older product, but it's mostly a 3-story multifamily subdivision. And then we have Forest Ridge Senior Residences right behind the Publix in Citrus Hills. It's located right along Forest Ridge Boulevard, and that is a 3-story, 12-unit per acre product. So that's why I wanted to give you a sense of what 10, 12 unit per acre looks like and what 3-story looks like. You know, projects that are right here in Citrus County. We talked about density already, and I believe that's about it. And I think I've said this already, but regardless of the different little tweaks to the DRI master plan, the position of commercial transitioning to multifamily, transitioning to lower density, that's still pretty much the same as the DRI. It's a very good land use transition. The DRI is about 44 years old. So some of our requests and our standards and our flexibility is to bring it up to more modern, current day development standards. But with that, as we have said probably 2 or 3 times already, there will be no increase in the number of units that's already authorized in the DRI. So we're not asking for anything different in there. We are specifically calling out a greater amount of recreation amenity areas, depending on how you define that table in the DRI. But we will meet either standard as each phase is developed for recreation amenities. And the same with open space. We're going to provide the 20% that the comp plan today states. If you add up on the DRI table for comparison, each little development pod has an assigned acreage to it, and that was set up many years ago. And that's to be sure there's enough recreation and amenity sites as each area is developed. But if you do the math on that, it only equals to 6% open space, where we're providing as part of the PD 20%. So that's kind of our take on that. So I think Rob is going to continue. And of course, any of us will be available for any follow-up questions.
Thanks. All right, thank you. To piggyback off of that conversation, Commissioner Bays, just wanted to point out, I know that slide showed the 6.6 acres that may be in those areas that you're asking about. This is an 1,100 acre project, so no matter what, we have to reserve per the comp plan and land development code, which is what's going to require us to meet open space requirements, approximately 225 acres of this project for open space. So that's, I don't want us to get distracted on that 6 acre calculation of the certain pockets. I understand 100% your question, but that is really a drop in the bucket when it comes to the overall open space. Now, that does not take into account the 20 acre recreational area, which, to the question about, where's the farm, where are the, the recreational amenities, that is where that amenity package is proposed. And then some of the questions about where's the daycare, where are the healthcare providers, those would be in the town centers. So it's tough I understand this is a conceptual plan. At this point, the PUD master plan has as much detail as we can provide, but those different uses will be proposed scattered throughout different elements of the project. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Berry.
I do have a question. I want to go back to what Commissioner Bass had been asking about, and he went around in circles. Road A.
Okay.
Okay, Road A starts out on Forest Ridge Boulevard. And then it goes through property that Tuscany Ranch doesn't own. And it has a lot of dots, and it also has a circle. Does that mean you're going to build this road, or are you going to go back to the Beverly Hills, development and have them build this road? Or is it just gonna stop?
So the applicants before you include the owners of those adjacent parcels. Early on, when I mentioned that this application does not include all of the land that was in the application a year and a half ago, those parcels have been removed from this application. So while we are not proposing anything at this time, and we can't, this plan does not relate to those parcels, the applicants own them. Now, they would have to come back, either, they do one of two things. They can either currently build those roads through those parcels and develop a low-density residential with or without mobile homes project, which is not their intention, or they can do what is before you over the next 25 or so years, and in the event they want to do something on those adjacent parcels, come back to this board for a similar PUD approval and rezoning from LDRMH to try to ask for the project to then be expanded. And at that time, you will have seen they've done a killer job over the first 20, 25 years, built a beautiful product that benefited Citrus County, and you'll just vote for them.
So to make the short answer, the Road A is gonna end where the Beverly Hills development starts. So it's not gonna be a continuous road. Like, okay, we were told it's gonna be a continuous road, but then we've got this section that doesn't belong to you guys.
No,
Okay,
yes.
it doesn't belong to that.
It's just
No,
not,
no,
it
excuse
belongs
me,
to them,
yes.
it's just not part of this application.
Yes, excuse me. So the road can be built as a circular road where it is depicted, but nothing else except for what is currently entitled can be
So you're the
done.
Beverly Hills Development LLC? In other
Yes.
words, you are the Beverly Hills Development LLC. That's
okay.
who, because that's who it says owns the property. I've seen things happen where I live in Citrus Springs where a beautiful road ends
Go ahead if you'd like.
and there's a sand buffer.
Let me put in relationship the parties, if you will. Clark Still on behalf of
Yeah, I
both
understand.
applicants. Beverly Hills Development owns all of the dirt.
Mhm.
They have an agreement, what's called a joint venture agreement
Mhm.
with Metro. Beverly Hills Development contributes to the dirt, Metro does the project and develops it, and then they divide their profits as per the agreement. So while those areas are outside of the PUD, they're under the control of Metro and Beverly Hills Development pursuant to a written contract.
Okay, so eventually Metro will put that road in
Yes, ma'am.
because then Road A actually does go around in a loop.
Right. I would also point out to you that the construction of a public road is not considered development under 3806 sub 2. So
Okay,
it's
well-
outside of that framework.
When I'm looking at this, I'm saying, okay, and she did ask, because it does have the dots and it does have the circle,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, for the roundabout. And I want to make sure that if somebody else is watching this on TV or asking questions and they see this and it says, well, it doesn't belong to them. So
No,
it
it
does, but it
belongs-
doesn't. They have permission to make the road.
Via contract. And
Thank
then
you, Mr.
the-
Stillwell. I appreciate that.
To further clarify, your subdivision standards say if you put a road like this in and there is adjacent property, you have to provide access points. So
Okay.
that's the two.
Well,
Yeah, so it's defined by your code.
Well, that was why I said, the access point was there, and there's a circle road, and it's got a spot where it doesn't. So I wanted it clarified so
Yes,
that
ma'am.
it is gonna be a circle road
All
at
the
the
way
end of
around.
25 years.
Or before.
And you're not gonna ask for another extension. So far, you've had 44 years, and now by the time this is built out, it's gonna be 69 years.
All I can tell you is in 1981, I was 31 years old when this was done, and I was here helping. And I just turned 75 yesterday, so it's never, ever.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But you understand these projects are
Right.
massive in time.
Yeah, in 1981, when I visited, Forest Ridge was a 2-lane road, and you were lucky it was 2 lanes. It was before we put in any of the condos down on Beverly, Lake Beverly.
And I was graduating from Middle School.
See?
Yeah.
So,
The original DRI, okay, Forest Ridge Boulevard did not go off-site like it does now.
yeah.
And there's only.
It's 7:43, let's not digress.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go high level, but please stop me. I'm going to try to work my way through this development agreement a bit, and I'm just going to touch on things that I think don't need to be dove into, but to the extent that you think otherwise, please let me know. As you know, and those present know, development agreements are set forth in Chapter 163. Florida statutes require these developers to not just say they're going to be partners, but be partners in the way that these agreements are structured. So there's a term of 25 years. It goes into matters which we usually don't address in this process. And a few of them, which are probably just items I tick off, are how we're going to handle subsurface features in groundwater. And that is, we're going to be required to provide geotechnical reports at the time of every plat. We're going to have to adopt best management practices of DEP and Swift Mud at every stage. When it comes to drainage, stormwater, and other matters like that, we have adopted higher pollution prevention standards. That's uniquely important here because we have an existing sinkhole on site that will be treated right. And that also bleeds into that we're going to talk about the shared DRA that's an important part of the 491 widening project. There are provisions in here for higher protection of wetlands and invasive species than would otherwise be applied. Floodplain management, higher standards in this agreement than would otherwise be applied. Buffers and open space, we kind of just alluded to that. In addition to the 225 some odd acres that are going to be required by the comp plan and code, we will also be required to maintain any native vegetation and have, particularly those that may be home to invasive species, even pollinators. That's in this agreement. When it comes to water conservation, this has a page and a half on water conservation measures, including things like minimum flush toilets, smart fixtures and faucets, low volume reclaimed water irrigation, and drought tolerant Florida friendly landscaping. So this is all contractually required. As Mr. Gibbs touched upon, we've also clarified some things from the DRI. We have provided definitions in this agreement for single family attached and single family cluster, which just provides some clarity, and you guys have just talked about that, but I see a hand. Yes, ma'am.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Davis.
Super quick, the drought-friendly landscaping, does that include lawns?
Yes.
So no, as I like to call it, fancy pants grass that dies if it doesn't get watered more than once a week in the dry season?
Correct.
You promise?
So because it's in this agreement, it will need to be in our declaration of covenants and restrictions when that plat comes.
It's been a problem, so I have Bahia for a reason.
Well, the plat's coming through you, though. She doesn't review plats? Well, we'll talk about that. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, but no legal review? Anyway. Okay, so requires central water and sewer, of course. We have talked about that. Central States and the applicants have have formed an agreement. There is capacity, and so the county knows with submission with any preliminary plat or subdivision plan, we will need to submit to you a new concurrency agreement ensuring that there is capacity. It provides for interchangeability of single-family uses, which Paul addressed. The plat is a bit confusing in that certain single-family attached products, for example, are both deemed multifamily and single-family units, but those single-family uses can be located throughout the property, but not the other way, not vice versa. As it relates to schools, Mr. Dixon, we've been in touch with Mr. Dixon, and what we, as you can see, and what we've been over is that we will be providing them with an annual absorption schedule to let them know where we are with occupancy, how many homes are being built, and what the forecast is for the next year. We will also designate a charter school site and work with the school board in doing so, and also procure a charter school operator and work with the school district throughout that process. I'm going to jump over transportation and address a couple quick ones and then circle back. The Life Care Center, the ALF for lack of a better description, is a carryover from the DRI. That is still an authorized use, a 400 unit life care center. That would be in one of the multifamily or town center or BCO 1 through 3 or 5. And we've included a definition because that wasn't defined, which is essentially the definition of an assisted living. Model units, per the agreement, would be allowed prior to final plat to be constructed, but they couldn't get a CO until the final plat is approved. So that just allows for some flexibility for the developer with the assurance to the county that they would not be issued. These permits would not be closed, finaled until the plat is approved. And then finally, before I get to transportation and firehouses, the plan here is for the developer to complete these improvements and then turn them over to a CDD to provide the county with assurances that 30 years from now, residents in this community will have bonding capacity and the ability to maintain their infrastructure. Circling back to, let's do the fire station first. So there is a nearby station 13, but there will be the need for an additional station. In our conversations with staff, staff requested a lump sum payment that is equal to the cost of construction of a 2-bay station. So that's what we'll be obligated to do at our 1,000th unit. We'll be required to tender that payment. If staff wants to construct a 4-bay station, for example, or doesn't need the station, then they have flexibility to make a business decision at that time, meaning you all will have flexibility to make that decision at that time. It also provides for if it could be located within the project, in which case if we give land for the station, that would reduce the lump sum payment, but we would be required to pay the county the amount equal to a 2-bay fire station, which is essentially what is needed because of the impact of this full project. Now back to...
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Finnegan?
Okay, let's talk about this.
Yes.
I talked about it with Denise a little bit. So how does this play out? We get to permit number 3,000, and it triggers the fire station. And the county says, we want a payment of X. And then your group says, no, we don't agree with that dollar amount. So then is it years of litigation before we decide how much the payment is supposed to be? This is very open, right? Oh, we'll hit permit 3,000 and then we'll decide what it is. I'm not comfortable with that. I feel like it's going to be years. It'll cost us that much money to get our money. So how do we make this better?
So I think the process, and I understand, it's hard to reduce to writing. It's the 1,000th unit, just one little comment. But at that time, yes, there would need to be a discussion amongst the parties. Should it be within or outside of the boundary of the property? If within, can we come up with a place to locate it that both parties agree would be fitting? Then we get an appraisal, and then there's a number there for the property that's given. And then we basically take the numbers from the county on their most recent 2-bay fire station that they've constructed, or some reasonably, I tell you what, I build language in all the time. For example, if there's an option contract or things like that where you hire an expert, we hire an appraiser. If they're not within 10% of each other, then we each hire a third appraiser who picks one of the two as most accurate. There are plenty of ways we can build into this sort of thing to eliminate the situation you're describing, which I assure you, neither party wants to go down that road of litigating how much a 2-bay fire station costs.
I would like to think that, but in my humble opinion, the words that it is now doesn't cut it. Not for the people of Citrus County. Like, I think with 2 smart attorneys, we could do better.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
I
Kennard.
just want to give a little input. If the trigger number is 1,000 units on a 6,000 unit development, there's going to be motivation on their part to get through the fire station issue very quickly. They're not going to want to hold up CO number 1001 litigating a fire station for years.
Is that a thing? Do we hold up the permits until we come to that agreement? Is that in there?
Absolutely you do.
But you're saying that we do, but I'm asking the attorney, is it in the agreement?
It's not in the agreement, no.
Okay.
Well, then put it in the agreement.
I like Rob's suggestion.
There you go.
We're working well already.
Okay. All right,
He can
Madam
craft
Chair?
some
I can,
language.
we'll reference that amendment when we're asking for the motion, but that is,
Commissioner Davis.
yeah, it's.
The architecture that comes out of Metro's products is quite lovely and has a very much a certain style to it. And all of the presenters have made that comment over and over again, that it's a sense of place and all those wonderful things. So I assume the fire station might not actually cost what it would cost for us to build, because we typically build more utilitarian firehouses, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there, that's another complicating factor if it would indeed be within this development.
Okay.
Don't you think?
I do. I mean, so I'll tell you what, when we'll hear public comment, and then I'll come back up and do rebuttal and ask for a motion.
I'm not
So
trying
we'll
to make this more difficult.
I
It's just,
so here's
it's
what
a
I
factor.
suspect. I'm not gonna, I shouldn't obligate them to things, but I know that if it's going to be within the project, they will want it to look uniform and beautiful and commensurate with the rest of the project. So I'll talk to them about that.
As somebody in the creative field, I feel you.
Gotcha. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm not comfortable with 1,000. I want less than that. I would like to see 500. Because at the rate that people are growing, I mean, you've already taken 44 years. Okay, you asked for 25 years. I would like to see when house number 499 has their stuff, when 500 comes up, that firehouse gets built. And I'm sorry, the houses that are built up on that golf course, if one goes up on one, you got choices, the fire can go either direction on either side of the house because they're so close. So when you're telling me about putting these houses, 500 close-built houses is 500 close-built chances to have a big thing like California had. Because they built them so close together that they just kept going up more and more and more on each side. So I'm not comfortable unless it's 500 or,
Understood. So here's what I would just ask. I will speak to my client about that in the interim. Also, when staff's doing the staff report, and this came really in conjunction, in our discussion with the experts on the matter, which is, your staff. And so to the extent they can speak to whether station number 13, I think that station number 13 has sufficient capacity to serve until a certain time, which they view as 1,000 units from now. But I'm not going to quabble over 500 units, so I would just ask that staff address it, and I'll talk to my folks. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you for taking notes, but before you scribble that last note down, Commissioner Barrick, thank you for saying talk to staff. I don't know if Chief's here, but I'm sure staff is well aware of the needs of the fire chief. Bear this in mind. If you're asking him to forward the number of houses, the county may not be ready because the chief will likely not want to build a 2-bay, but he'll want to build a 4-bay. And if we're not ready, we take that money too early and then we wait years. Now the firehouse costs more money. So if we wait till when staff tells us to wait, which if it's at this agreed upon number, I haven't heard staff say change, they will then contribute more money. So by getting it earlier may not help us at all. Do you understand?
I do, but I also see what we built up on that golf course that is already there that the, fire chief has to take care of. And we do have other building that is going on in the county that, Citrus Springs is
If you know
building out
where
on a
we've got
daily
money
basis.
for an extra 2 bays right now for them, let me know, because I don't know. But if we could, as a board, just hear this from staff, I think that would be a more prudent negotiation for us, if you will.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. And the only thing I'll add to that is it's a tiered rate, of course, but with your new fire impact fees, by the time we build 1,000 units, because of the tiered structure for single family and age restricted, multifamily and retail, I'm not going to throw a number on the wall, but we will have paid really significant impact fees, because with those 1,000 units, there will have been a lot of commercial retail constructed on 491 as well. So there will be impact fees in the coffers to discuss as well.
Rob,
Yes, ma'am.
when would you anticipate, how far into the future, when you start the development of building, that you would reach 1,000 units? Is it 2 years, 3 years?
A little over, well, so the anticipated absorption rate, which is 300 per year, 300 units per year.
And that's because of the water permit?
No.
Or the capacity that the,
Not entirely. These guys are better than me at discussing this if they want to
not the
comment.
water permit, but the utilities from the wastewater?
No, they've resolved those issues with Central States. That is going to be okay. It's just more their market projections for what they anticipate being able to sell on an annual basis.
So you've got,
And deliver.
you're not even selling a house a day then, per month?
Is that correct? 300 per year? Yeah. That's correct. 300 per year is the forecast.
Isn't that kind of low? I mean, generally speaking, when you're comparing that to,
I would say it's average for pretty much most of the developments in the state. Ours, like Angeline, Mirada, the ones you saw, they have consistently been ranked in the top 10 in the nation, and they do around 800 to 900 to kind of be in that top 10. Again, it takes time to create something that is so exciting that people from throughout the country look at that as something that's great and they want to move there. It doesn't really happen overnight. Like, it takes communities 5 years to get to that level when you can start doing 800 to 900. So the first 3 to 5 years typically are painfully slow. Just takes time because no one's going to want to move in without seeing all the things that we're talking about.
so your plan, I mean, because it's conceptual, each one of these little developments that you build out, I mean, I'm trying to understand. I've gone around, I've looked at other developments. A lot of them have like starter homes, if you will, like the price point is going to be more the entry level.
Correct.
Then some are going to be more for like the 55 and plus want to live and they don't want a bunch of kids in their neighborhood. And then you're going to have areas that have more mixed living. I mean, since your plan doesn't really give any level of detail, is that the concept?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can look at any other zoning plan, or maybe even the one that Justin showed for Angeline, this plan has more details than the approved zoning plan for Angeline, which is 6,000 acres and 10,000 homes and 25 million square feet of commercial. This one here has more details. So it's not atypical because we need a starting point, some level of approvals before we can start planning the amenities, doing the design, and coming up with the details. Right now we have two choices. Either we can move forward, rely on the DRI, or work with you all to create something exciting, but this would be step one, so we can then start spending money to do all the other things.
And I hear what you're saying. It's just the citizens of Florida, because there's been this explosive growth and the preemptions that the state has put out there on local governments, what we approve tonight is the last time we get a bite at the apple. We don't get to see this again. This is it. And then we have to answer to the citizens. We're on the hook. We're in the hot seat, not you, because you're going to go on about your business and we're going to be left to pick up the pieces.
Are you referencing Live Local or the inability to approve a plat? I'm just curious.
All of it.
Okay,
I
so-
mean, what we approved tonight, then this is it.
Well, so I can tell you that because of the way that they want to develop this property, which is not going to be a Live Local, affordable housing project.
I
So we
don't.
can take-
I wasn't anticipating that, but
Okay.
I mean, we know what the appetite is. I mean, you had, is it Duval or whatever municipality, Deltona? I mean, they went against the state today and said, we're putting a moratorium on. Against what the state has just said. But, and people are, they're in a cry, and we don't even know what the direction of the state is going. They're already working on taking away property taxes, and we're left sitting out here. We don't know what next year brings, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to budget, what we're going to do, and how we are going to run what is today a $500 million budget with no idea where the funding source, how it's going to be replaced for the following year. And it's very concerning as a commissioner sitting up here making these, trying to make these decisions and knowing what the impact of a development like this can put financial burden on the rest of the community with no idea how we're going to facilitate delivering the end product of the impacts this will put on us. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm speaking for the people that have elected us and knowing what's happened across the state and the angst that there's a cry. I mean, they're tired of it. And frankly, if they do away with property taxes and all you have is sales tax, you're not going to, nobody's going to even look for good quality jobs because you're going to be running to the nearest thing that's going to pay sales tax so that you have a source of revenue, which Citrus County doesn't even have a local option sales tax.
Okay, so
I know I'm way out there on the limb, but I'm telling you, these are the issues. This is my fear.
Okay, I have a human response and a legal response. My human response is I completely understand. I represent cities. I live on both sides of the equation. I care about the communities where I live and practice, and this is scary stuff. But, and this is the hard part, here's where the lawyer comes in. It is not relevant to what's in front of you. What's in front of you, you have in front of you, in my opinion, a project that is, I know it's a conceptual plan, but it is in keeping with a good PUD master plan, consistent with a lot of the plans that Mr. Gibbs put on the screen that are quality projects here that make Citrus County great. You have a development agreement that is frankly done like something that doesn't come through here often, in the sense that it contractually obligates this applicant to make major contributions, and we can talk about that in a minute. But the fear of what the legislature may do next year, in my opinion, respectfully, should not dictate what this board does on this application tonight. We could get in the weeds on this, but I have projects on both sides of the table, and I have the same fears.
This is the single largest development that Citrus County has probably ever seen and probably will ever see in the future, because it's the largest parcel of land out there.
But here, it already, so it is
And
entitled.
I understand it's entitled.
So that's what we have to keep in mind. It is entitled, and there are real benefits for the county, in my opinion, in the redesign and what the project could be under this new plan, and in the contributions of the developer that come with it. And really, so that's at the basis, the board is deciding whether it's going to move forward as the old DRI, which frankly, I just don't think is the better option, obviously, but, or to go with this new approach that is essentially a refresh with a stronger set of contributions from the developer to help the county offset these infrastructure challenges.
I'll let you carry on.
Madam Chair, one question.
Commissioner Barry?
All right, the gentleman said that the Angeline is 6,000 acres and 10,000 houses, correct? Okay. Ours is approximately 2,000 acres and approximately 5,000 houses, correct?
No, I believe this application is what, 1,100 acres?
Yeah, 1,070, 1,069.
Yeah, less than 1,100 acres.
For 5,000 houses, approximately 5,000 houses. Now, the Angeline also has Moffitt Hospital. We don't have Moffitt Hospital.
Well,
What you're proposing for our commercial are little tiny mom and pop little sections, maybe a grocery store, which is still what I would consider a mom and pop type thing. Okay? That's not going to get our tax base except when we do these houses. And in order to get the tax base high, you're going to have to charge an exorbitant price for a house so that the property owners, you know, it's a vicious circle. So when I'm looking at this and I'm saying, does it fit the area? Okay? It's my district and it doesn't fit. I mean, I've got Pine Ridge, which are the 1 acre houses. And you're proposing either 3, 5, or 10 units to an acre. Okay? Now, granted, the golf has got the high density, and some of Beverly Hills, the old section, phase 1, has the small density, you know, the higher density. But to me, when I'm thinking about this for the residents that live here now and what they bought for when they bought here. And then, you know, I really think, you know, I'll go if they want to say 1,000 houses for a firehouse, that's fine. But the thing is, it's not conducive to what we're looking at. And I'm sorry, we've got enough housing developments coming in already.
I want to answer. Okay. Let me answer one part on what you mentioned. So, Moffett didn't just land at Angeline.
No.
We got them there. We worked hard on a partnership. They came because they were excited that we could create a better future for their 14,000 employees in an amazing community. I don't think, I'm not quite sure where along the way we said that the commercial would be the mom and pop commercial. We've set aside 110 acres for commercial.
Right.
And that could be a combination of a lot of exciting things.
It's a strip.
That's.
If I look at it, it's a strip along 491. When I went, and I hate to say this again, I went and saw Angeline. That's not a strip along the main highway. That's a beautiful thing that Moffett is doing. And and I'm glad they partnered with you and that you were able to get them. But I don't see Moffett building another facility up in Citrus County.
People also said that Moffett would never come to Pasco County, and yet we're delivering. So if you give us a chance, we can do something great, or it'll just be the way the DRI is right now. And the DRI only allows 300,000 square feet of commercial. We want to go up to 3 million square feet to do exactly what you're saying. Bring employment, bring jobs that creates more taxes over there. So all we're asking is let us create something exciting, way better than what exists out there today. I mean, that's why we're here. I'll let Rob answer the rest of the legal questions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
I too did I went down and did a site visit, and the work is beautiful. And there's no doubt that this property is not like that property. That one has lots of wetlands and things like that. But the fact that everything that I've seen that Metro has done has that sense of place and character that truly enhances a community. I see one thing that I have a little bit of heartburn with, and other than that, I mean, you guys make a really good case, and I think it would be an outstanding addition to the community. The thing that I had a problem with is we don't need another golf course, and under general notes, it says that the lagoon area that you could do recreation there could be another golf course. We already have 2 that are closed, and so I don't think you guys want to, you're already surrounded by a golf course. I don't think you're going to go that direction, but I'm not comfortable with that, but.
Okay, that's another thing that I will take back to my team and come back with.
That's on proposed master plan sheet 2, April 21, 2025. That's the name of the document online.
Right.
Under general notes, bottom right, number 6.
Okay, thank you. I will take that back to my team. Understood.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard?
Right now, what we've heard so far is, I believe, in part, what this board has, I don't want to say cheered for, but celebrated the idea of using development agreements, getting infrastructure improvements up front, the use of impact fee credits, things like that, to have better infrastructure in place long before it's needed. The build out on this project's 25 years. we're talking about getting infrastructure improvements through a development agreement well in advance before they would ever need it. Our local residents would celebrate to have 491 widened, whether it's for 1.4 miles or 0.4 miles. If you've got a developer who's got the capability and experience of doing these things, you look at how quickly those things can happen compared to how long it took the county to get 491 widened to 4 lanes. So if we want to see these development agreements and we want to see infrastructure improvements in advance and we want to see the use of impact fee credits, I don't think we can sit here and say, yes, we want these things, and then bloody them up when they present an application giving us exactly what we've told them. Predictability is a big deal in government, whether it's dealing with a development application or economic development. These folks that come forward need to have predictability. If we don't want the developments, then we need to say we don't want it, and we don't want these development agreements. We don't want to use impact fee credits. But I think to say that we want those things and then try and kill them with 1,000 wounds when they present is the wrong approach.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for saying all that, Commissioner Kennard. And as a reminder, if we don't embrace, predictability is huge in business, absolutely huge. You want to know what you're dealing with before you walk in. And the alternate on this, and we've already stepped on our own feet on this a couple of times, the alternate many times is mobile home allowed, which is just no. We've got plenty of mobile homes already in this county, and we don't need more mobile home developments. So it is absolutely a better route to work with quality partners in development who will pay their fair share and help us expedite the infrastructure that we need. So,
Commissioner Finnegan?
Madam Chair, forgive me for walking out, which I'm gonna, before I ask my question or make my statement, I didn't want to miss anything, so I feel like I'm a little behind. Facilities were out, and then I had to run around the building, but.
You set the alarm off.
I didn't. I know who did.
Now we know.
It wasn't me, but I know who it was, and that person's going to remain nameless on camera, but it wasn't me. In saying that, this must be torture for you all not taking a break. So I don't know, the way we do this, they may need a break here soon. But what I wanted to say to my two commissioners, I agree in a way, like you come up here, we have the developers agreement is the right way to go. But as I said earlier, it's not like for like. If you stuck with the DRI, the old one, you're not getting these number of units. So I ran my campaign on this county negotiates nothing. I had said that before. I think we're getting better about that. So I think for the taxpayers, anything that comes before us, any new development, it needs to be a clear path of why it's better for them. So for people that may come up here, and I don't know who's going to come up, or people in the community that will say, no development at all. Well, that doesn't work for this because you're going to develop there. So it's my job or our job to make sure that whatever's developed there, we did the best job that we could for the community that lives here. That's why I'm asking questions about water and reclaimed water and widening 491. I don't think the 1 lane is a great deal for us. If you want all of these extra units and the lagoon, these are all money-making things to keep a great community. I don't fault anybody for that. If you're building a community and you can make money and build the economy and keep a great community, that's all wonderful things. But at the same time, putting it on us to pave another lane just to benefit the developer, I think we could do better than that. If that's great that you dedicate more dirt, but I think if you want some extra things that make this better for you, give our community something a little bit better. You're right. They would celebrate even a little section of 491 being widened, but at this point in time, today, that benefits one group. And in the future may benefit everyone. But if we do it the way they're presenting right now, we're benefiting one group and it's not benefiting the community. So the community would be much happier with all of us if we figured this out in the agreement where you go ahead and just the section in front of you, we're not asking you to do anything outside of the whatever it is, 1.4 miles to get us the hurricane route and all the way to 200, but it's benefiting your development, your ability to sell, your ability to make money, give something back to the community. I like what you're saying about golf courses. That was the other sticking point for me. If you're having a nice lagoon, an amenity for the community that they may like, but they're scared about water, let's make sure we're not spending that water anywhere else, or let's make sure that it is all reclaimed water that you're using for water. So I like some of that. So I think there is some give and take, but they can't come up here and we just lie down and give everything, because that is not the best thing for the people that are living here right now.
Understood. Can I respond?
Of course.
Okay, so.
And let us
I
know
know
if you need that
we haven't
break.
gotten to transportation, and I'm glad you're back. We'll get to that. But about everything you just said, I think it's all accurate, but I think you also respectfully have an obligation to recognize when somebody's coming up with a really solid and fair package of incentives based on the expectation and the predictability that this board has indicated that if you come forward with something fair, that basically, in a nutshell, you mentioned who does it benefit. The truth is, the four-laning of 491, to some extent, helps us. It makes we care about what the entrance to this project looks like and that it's functional. But it also benefits all of the cars that are currently causing that road to be deficient. And so what that means is when we put our heads together with staff over the last year, more than a year, years, what we have before you is a really solid attempt, in my opinion.
Don't say best.
Well, it is. It's more than if we did a proportionate share. So put it this way: the four-laning of 491 does not benefit this client as much as it does all of the other residents and users of 491.
All of these extra units so that you can fit it in 2025 building standards.
So here's
That's worth a lot of
here's
money.
what it is 100% correct of you to negotiate a hard bargain. There is a line beyond which a demand just becomes unreasonable. And I'm not, you have all the best things at heart for the taxpayers of Citrus County, but what I know is that the package of incentives far exceeds the proportionate share that this project causes impacts on 491. Now, that aside, there are two options. There's we're not asking for any more units, so there's the currently entitled project that would put the same number of trips on 491 that only gives 30 feet of right-of-way. And that's not enough to four-lane. And that's the position we're in. So how do we respond? Let's give the additional 20 feet, and at West Hampshire, let's give another 30 to account for that. That's valuable commercial frontage on 491 also. So what I'm telling you is I don't want you to think we're here lowballing you. That's kind of the sense I get. We have put a lot of time and effort into really trying to make meaningful contributions and go above and beyond. And just for the additional lane, I know you're focused on this additional lane.
The one lane
The
is
one
not
lane
helpful to us.
costs approximately $8 million. The drainage is going to, well, let me go through the package. I'm going to back up first and then try to put this in perspective. So we're giving 50 feet of right-of-way. We've talked about all of that, which is an additional 20 from the DRI obligation of 30. The additional 30 feet at the 150 feet by West Hampshire, we've just talked about that. That's 8.5 acres of frontage rather than 5 under the DRI. And that's real dollars if you get to the point of this falling apart and then having to go take that property by eminent domain. You could talk about the cost of trying to go do a quick take on 8.5 acres. It's not cheap, not like the numbers that we're talking about here. Additional, we talked about the West Hampshire improvements and the shared stormwater. This is not in the agreement, but I know it's my client's intention, and so we will offer to make it clear in the agreement that the DRA will accept sufficient capacity to accept a 6-lane. So you won't, in the event we have to talk about this years from now about 6-laning it, the DRI will already be big enough. So that's an offer that we were talking about. Yes, I'm sorry, too many acronyms, yes. So when we get down to all of this, again, I want your staff to make sure that I'm not misstating any numbers because I'm relying on people who know more than me. But the rough cost per lane per mile is $6 million. So when we talk about 1.4 miles here, we're talking about 8 and change, not quite $9 million per lane. There is no obligation, this is intentional at the county's request, but there is no obligation on the county to construct it at any point in time. So per your point about putting us in a position where our back's against the wall, it's not. We certainly hope you build it soon. We're gonna give you property within a year, no questions asked. We're gonna pay impact fees as we go. If West Hampshire is required, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do everything we have to do in the hopes, fingers crossed, that the county will 4-lane. And we have conceded that already. And that's a tough pill to swallow. But in addition to all of that, the $8 million that it takes to build this road, I mean, we have a $30 million in transportation impact fees that will be paid. So a third of the way in, not quite a quarter of the way, 20% of the way of the project, we will have paid sufficient impact fees for this road to be fully funded. That's 5 years. I mean, that's based on the slow start that Kartik was describing, let's say 8 or 9 years. But that's the return. I mean, we are paying for it in a sense. We are going to be paying impact fees in addition once those credits, you talk about the credits and there are multiple ways to address that. And we can
You could get more credits with an extra lane, right? We could credit you more with.
And I will take that back.
And I wonder how,
you
I know it's millions. Millions is a lot of money, but with the extra density that you're asking for, I wonder how that equates to millions. And with a lagoon that you could constantly be making money on, I wonder how that equates to millions over the years too.
Okay, so I'm gonna let that lie because here's how we approach this. And truly, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. The way that this board, this is respectful, as respectfully as I can put it, the way I hope you would approach this is, what is the fair balance? If we're talking about 491 in isolation, but in any respect, this project, is it compatible? Is it consistent? Is it an improvement? But as it relates to 491 specifically, is the approach of who's sharing the cost of what we're talking about needing to be done because of the project, not because of background traffic or other things that have been not funded for many years, that it's not this board's fault. But as we sit here today in the current situation, you mentioned it, who's benefiting from the use of an expanded 491 and giving land for an additional lane and giving paying to construct a full lane of the 2-lane, 50% of the cost of that construction. It's not a 50-50 proposition. The county, in my opinion, needs to 4-lane 491 now. I think you've acknowledged that. It's not top 5 on the MPO.
We'll just agree to disagree because you're thinking that it's disproportionate. I would think it's completely disproportionate if we were saying you're causing all this extra traffic, so 4-lane the whole thing the rest of the way. That would be crazy for us to ask you. Widening 4 lanes in front of your development where there's almost nothing out there now, I don't think is a big ask. My opinion. My board members may feel different, but we haven't even heard from staff yet.
Hey, I'm going to add it to my list and I'll take it back to my group to talk about before I come back.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I'm sitting here and I'm saying, you just told us it's going to take approximately 3.5, maybe 4 years to get to 1,000 houses. You also told us that you're gonna start your construction near the West Hampshire. So that's gonna put a minimum, and I say minimum, of 1,500 vehicles on the road at that intersection. Okay? I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. That needs to be 4-lane. We already have 4-lane at Forest Ridge. Why aren't you starting at the Forest Ridge where we've already got 4 lanes? You're not. You're starting at 491 by Hampshire. Okay? Think about it. We've already got 4 lanes on the one road. You could put the 1,000 cars on there with no problem.
No, ma'am, that's not correct. So, okay, so we are immediately giving land along the entire strip,
Right.
from Hampshire all the way to Forest Ridge. We are, and that's with fingers crossed that the county's gonna build this thing, and we are promising to pay, or to also pay for an additional, one of the 2 lanes.
I understand what
And
you're
then when
doing.
it's built, the whole thing is gonna be built at once.
Right, I understand what you're doing, but what you're doing is, you're gonna build on 491 first, correct? Because you want that section done first, because that is a more traveled road by a lot of people, even though it's only 2 lanes. And if you're gonna put the commercial in there, and then the houses behind it, and you're saying the 1,000 houses are gonna take about 3.5 years to build, so within 3.5 years, 491 is gonna have to be at least 4 lanes wide at that section. Okay? So while you're building houses, the road is also gonna be under construction. Okay, so we got 2 things going on in the same area at the same time. Okay? To me, Commissioner Finnegan is exactly right. You know, it needs to be 4-laned, and it's gotta be 4-laned because of your use, okay? And granted, it may seem like we're asking a whole lot, but we're really not. Because if you were to start your building and forget about the commercial right now and go to where we have 4 lanes, we have 4 lanes on Forest Ridge. We really do. If you started yours in that one section. Okay, but then you'd have to also talk to the people with the Beverly Hills LLC and, you know, start working up that way and get that little road built or connected through their property or your property or shared property, whatever you'd like to call it. But the thing is, you want to start where you want to start building, and that's fine. It's up to you where you start building. But the 491 needs to be widened to 4 lanes to accommodate what you're building, not what, you know, anything is going. You want to get the building going, you want to get the commercial in there, so that this way you can get things sold, which is wonderful. You can get things moving in a positive direction. I understand that. But at this point, 1 lane for 1.4 miles really is not enough for the county.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk about.
Well, I want to say something. I think we got off on a rabbit
Yes,
hole
we did.
here. But,
Not we.
what? I guess part of my frustration is that this is exactly a bubble plan. And that's what scares me. I feel like there's nothing I can tell you that, you know, it's just, I've got yellow, orange, and red, and everything's interchangeable, and you can decide on the fly what you want to do. And for me, that leaves me very nervous. I'm very appreciative of a developer agreement. I think it's the type of development that we're needing and we're asking for. But I don't like the fact that there's no timelines on it. There's no specificity of it. I have no idea, like, you know, what public infrastructure, you know, and how will it be credited, what the list of improvements and timelines and maintenance responsibilities. Is there a cap or review process for the impact fee credits? How will shared drainage and road improvements, or, well, shared drainage, not really road improvements, but how will they be maintained and funded over long term? Because that's going to be a shared drainage. You know, I particularly don't like what you put in there about green space. I mean, you can use landscape and you can use DRA, and I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's like you can just take all of this and call that green space, but is it active or passive? And it's the granular detail or the lack thereof that I'm uncomfortable with. Because you've got 25 years, Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs, and look what we've got. I mean, they're, Citrus Springs barely, I mean, it's probably what, a third developed, a quarter developed, I don't know. And I think these are the types of things we've been asking for, but I think there's more of a phasing of a development and standards that leaves me uncomfortable because it lacks that. I have no idea. I mean, I can't tell you there's no lot sizes well, you told us lot sizes, but I don't know where anything is. It's just a bunch of colors at this point, and that's what has me nervous.
Okay, so just to, and I understand, and it is a process where, and I know, I wanted to ask further about your comments about what Tallahassee is doing, your fear that you're losing control at this stage, and dig into that a little bit to find out, what we could do to address that. So I have no timeline. Timeline for what? For a specific absorption rate, a number of houses per year, a number?
Like you've had this in here, but I don't know. I mean, like, there's no detailed phased plan of development. So you're going to just kind of decide on the fly what works for you. And I guess I understand that to a certain degree, but it leaves us with a lot of uncertainty in the community because you're doing what's best for your bottom line, but we don't know. I can't go out and tell somebody, hey, they're going to develop X, Y, and Z on this time frame, and this is what we've got. And it doesn't have any of the detail to it. Like,
I tell you what, this may not, I don't know if this fits or not, but one thing that comes to mind, the old DRI, and this was true of all DRIs back in the day before they changed the statute, had an annual report requirement. And, we're agreeing in this agreement to provide the school board with an annual report reporting the occupancy, units sold this year, constructed and sold this year, units anticipated and forecast for next year. Would a similar requirement for reporting to the county make you feel more comfortable?
Reporting on progress and compliance.
Okay.
Like,
we can.
Some clear maps and schedules for like green space and trails and recreation. I mean, you may build a lagoon, you may not build a lagoon. You may build a golf course. It's in there. I can't imagine that you would want to, but right now you have the right.
Yeah, so the next, I fully recognize your view of this being ambiguous, and I want to try to drill down and figure out how we can refine that a little bit to make you comfortable tonight. From our perspective, from the applicant side of the ledger, this is sort of a base level approval that you must have before you turn around and start literally dedicating tens and millions of dollars to design, really drill down on design, partnerships, who you bringing in, what's the best unit or use mix.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
So he references this as a baseline. This board, it never comes back to this board for anything else, correct?
As of the signature of our governor, that's correct.
Wait, so you're interpreting Senate Bill 180 to mean that, is that what you're talking about?
The platting statute.
Platting statute. The
okay.
commission can no longer review and approve
Yes.
plats.
I mean, what we hear tonight.
I'm going to disagree, and here's why. This is an approval that says we have to comply with these boundaries. So the single-family uses that are set forth on this sheet can be in these boundaries, the multifamily, the town center, the recreational. If we want to do anything that your code would consider to be, not be a major modification, not a minor modification, we have to come back through this board to get it changed. If that is not the case, and we turn in a preliminary site plan or conceptual subdivision plan that is not in keeping with the approved PUD master plan, then it will be denied properly. And and that would be an appropriate denial. We have to come back through this board to amend this plan if we want to get a plat approved. Now, you don't approve plats
Right.
anymore. That's fine. That's done administratively, but he should deny it if it's not consistent with our PUD master plan.
But if I understood the commissioner's question, you want to know if you will see it beyond tonight. And
Right.
the answer is no, you will not see it beyond tonight.
Well,
As long as the applicant follows the rules within their PUD.
Right. And I guess that's all I'm saying, is in the PUD, this is just colors. And there's all this interchangeability. And you can do pretty much whatever you want. I mean, it's kind of saying, these are the boxes and this is what's out there, and you have complete flexibility, and we don't know, there's no level of detail on any of the amenities.
Hold on, I got an idea.
Yes.
Rob,
I have an idea that I'll come back to you with. but-
so just to piggyback, because something that I was thinking too about like recreational space, something simple, for example, like you can move that, break it up, do whatever. So if we say, yeah, do whatever you want, then we hear when you want to put the dog park or pickleball, you're up against existing homes. So if you get to do whatever you want, we hear about that. They just put a dog park, this new development right behind my house, rah, 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 all day long, or pickleball, dink, 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 all day long, and it's making these people crazy, and it's our fault. So I understand what she's saying. It sounds okay. Oh, we'll just move single family within the colors, and recreation is nice, right? Because it's green space and we'll put recreation anywhere. But to existing homes, that could be a nightmare.
So,
and we would
yeah.
be in trouble for that.
Yeah, here's what I would, so on that front, internal consistency and compatibility, these guys have the biggest stake in the game. I mean, I know that you might get a complaint, but these guys, they are trying to build you saw their product, you saw what they've done. This is not their first rodeo. And making sure that their people want to buy homes, stay in their homes, be happy in this community, that's their business. So while your job, in my opinion, is to make sure that we are not proposing a pickleball court next to an existing home or set of homes on the exterior of the project, 100%, you ought to be looking at that. Internal consistency and compatibility is on your applicant, in my respectfully. May I jump back here and make one comment, just see something? Okay.
We still have to hear from staff. No, I
was
just-
wondering if Joanna was still awake.
Commissioner Kennard, do you want to chime in while we're waiting?
yeah,
Well,
I
it might be
asked
time for a break.
First.
A break, maybe, while they're
break would
talking,
probably-
give
Would
them
you
a
like a break?
restroom break?
Okay, so here's what I'm trying to do. Commissioner Bays, we're going to take a break, but in the process, we're going to try to noodle on a solution to making sure that the legislature doesn't interfere with my approval.
So, be back, do you want a 15-minute break, or you want, how long you want?
Up to the board. We're not requesting it, but we're happy either way.
We're going to be here for a while. We haven't heard from our own staff yet, so you
Okay.
might want to.
Okay,
Be back here at 9.
thank you. and public comment, and then we'll come back for rebuttal, unless the board has any questions of us before we rest.
Chair, I'm sorry. So, rebuttal is just limited to rebutting what the public says, not what staff says. Just
I
reminding
love your
everyone.
quasi judicial ordinance. Yes,
He actually does.
I do. We've talked about it. Well, could the board elect, if they've made a vote to do so, to reconsider or reopen, well, to permit an applicant to address matters before the board after public comment, or I'm thinking on the fly. I tell you what, Mr. Goyani is not in the room right now, and I don't have, well, let me put it this way. I'm not going to have substantive arguments except for potential conditions of approval or modifications to the agreement to present after during rebuttal. And so I'm not presenting additional argument. I would just be offering up additional conditions or modifications, which would be in response to what we've heard so far and public comment. So I don't think that's additional argument, right? Can we agree?
It's up to the chair.
I agree. I want to get this show on the road.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you can start the time clock then for me. Promise I won't be long.
All right, it's 9:03.
I'm not going to do 4 hours.
All right.
All right, so this is an application, obviously, for Tuscany
27
Ranch.
minutes.
Okay, now I'm not going to talk too fast. So this is an amendment to the DRI. So this is the existing DRI plan. A couple things that were brought up, great questions, even for as late as it is. I heard a lot of good questions that should have come out. So one thing I'm hoping we don't see in the newspaper tomorrow is that you considered a lagoon application. This is not a lagoon application. A lagoon is an optional amenity on their plan, just like a golf course is an optional amenity on the plan. Yes, this developer has done some lagoons and they may very well here, but you're not being asked to consider that. That's already an allowed use in commercial. They can do that now. Now, in this DRI plan, all the uses that they're proposing here, single family, multifamily, recreation, commercial, it's already here. They do not need to come before you for any of that. The reverse frontage road, they talked about the road D. It's already on the plan. It's not required. You heard a couple things that are already required. I'm going off my script in my head just because of the questions. The fire station, the 2-bay fire station, they have to do it. It's required in the DRI by 3,000 units. Now, I heard Commissioner Barrick say a couple times 1,000 units. They only need just under 600 to meet that. About another 600 platted lots will trigger the fire station. We don't want the money today for the fire station because when they're ready to build it, it's going to be 600 platted lots. It's going to be a while from now. So I know I heard a couple years. Their utility provider, it's Central States, they had a letter thinking they could do 300 units a year. That may not be happening. So there's new condition in here that they would have to demonstrate central water and sewer capacity on any new plat. That may be 50, that may be 100, it may be 300 or 400, whatever they can do. But the fire station's not going to be next year. It's going to be a little while, at least probably 2 and more if this gets approved. So the cost of a fire station today, if we give them a dollar figure, is absolutely not going to be the cost in 2 years. So that is why we're not saying to do it now. I did like the idea that he offered about a third-party mediator, and we'll let the attorneys hash that out if that's something you want to pursue. It is committing them to doing it, but it does not commit them to a number. So I think that's a good point by Commissioner Finnegan. All right, going from this DRI, one of the things that's important to note is the flexibility that they're asking for. That is why they're before you today, is there's a lot of flexibility they're asking for in this DRI. They're not changing the numbers. The overall numbers of units is not increasing. That's true. What you see on here is a lot of different things. You'll see single-family detached, single-family attached, single-family cluster, and then you see multifamily low density. Instead, this is what they're proposing is single family. And single family, although it says in parentheses SFD, SFC, SFA, the way it's written on the master plan and development agreement is any single family anywhere. You're correct in that. Very, very flexible. Multifamily, there's a little bit of difference with the multifamily, and the commercial is still commercial. Now, what there is a provision in there for, which wasn't considered by the PDC because I didn't understand that's what they were proposing in their wording, is that single family can go anywhere. So single family can not only just be in the yellow areas, it can be in the orange areas, it can be in the red areas. Do I think they're going to do it on 491? Probably not. That is some pretty valuable land. But they can do it in the multifamily areas, anywhere in the DRI. So this came up because another developer outside of Tuscany Ranch wants to develop a multifamily area that's not part of their Tuscany Ranch project. And I told them, no, that's multifamily. You can't do single family here. And the Tuscany Ranch person said, yeah, you can. That's what we're proposing. Did not understand that. Definitely concerned about that. One of the strengths of the Beverly Hills DRI is their mixed use component. This kind of takes that out. I still think they will do commercial. They may do multifamily, but it's not committing them to that. Now, they're still under the same number of single family lots. They can't do any more than what they have. It's a high number. In the 80s, the DRI numbers, nobody's going to develop to those numbers anymore. And you heard correctly that most of that Beverly Hills existing is single-family detached, which is the lowest density. There's a lot of numbers left. I don't think they're going to bump up against it. But just to let you know that that's the flexibility they're asking for. So when you were asking Mr. Landon if you're ever going to see it again, and Attorney Bassel's reply was, yes, if it's a major modification. The way it's described, it's very, very hard to do a major modification because anything can go anywhere. So I agree. I don't think you'll see these again. Now, a couple things to talk about. Now, I have Mr. Cheek and Mr. Hall here to talk about engineering, utilities, and access management. I can't do that. That's out of my lane. I'll let them talk about it. Fire station I discussed. Water and sewer, we're going to need that letter every time from Central States. We don't know how much they're going to be able to provide. So I'm going to skip that and we'll go back to have the engineering experts up here. So pointing out the single family units are not increasing. It's 3687 to 3687, but that flexibility. So that right now the density in the single family areas ranges from 3.5 to 6. They're proposing about 5 anywhere. But the single family area also would allow duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. So not just single-family cluster, detached and attached, but also duplex, triplex, quadplex. That's pretty significant. You're correct. We do call that multifamily everywhere else. But in here, that would be part of the single-family area. Also pointing out, too, on the master plan, and I didn't make a slide of it, but what it says is that the single-family cluster, they're 20, or attached, they're 20 feet wide. That's unusual for Beverly Hills. We don't have something like that right now. They're also asking for an increased impervious surface. So right now, all of Beverly Hills has managed to do 50% for residential. They've kept it that way. The fairways, they wanted more. They didn't get it. This one asked for 55 and 65 for the residential. That's pretty significant compared to the remaining part of Beverly Hills. Laurel Ridge, Twisted Oaks area, definitely not. They were able to fall under the 50. All right, so these 2 footnotes were added after the PDC. The PDC did review this quite detailed. It was hours of a meeting there too. And these were the 2 of the main topics they were concerned about, is they want to allow multifamily to be 3 stories. Right now they're limited to 1 on the Beverly Hills DRI. That's a reflection of the 80s. At the 80s time, apartment buildings were often 1 story. So they wanted to do 3. Now they've decided to, at the request of PDC, they limited it to just 2 areas that can be 3 and the others can be 2. That's still a change from the current Beverly Hills DRI. We do have 2- and 3-story buildings now in the county, and you saw on their slideshow there's a lot. Beverly Hills DRI does not. The other is individual multifamily developments. They can go higher than the density. So multifamily density in Beverly Hills right now is 10. They want to go up to 15 in these 2 areas, but they put some caveats in here. The total density of all the areas can't exceed the 10. And if the areas that exceed 10 can't be located next to some single-family homes. And that was important to the PDC simply because these multifamily areas over here, there's some houses that butt up right against it. So that definitely is concern for existing houses, and that's why that footnote was added. I know a lot of this is about the impact fee credits and the money. The development agreement itself, the nuts and bolts, we worked very strongly with tech services. We also worked with the fire chief, and we worked with utilities, water resources, the county attorney, the school district planner, and environmental health about the lagoon. So there's a lot of input on the development agreement. The nuts and bolts of the development agreement are fine. Staff is confident in that. The overall concept of the master plan that the development agreement relates to, that's where we have some concerns, which you've talked about. PDC, however, did recommend approval. And I'm sure you're going to have questions for Mr. Cheek or Mr. Hall, whoever wants to come up. I'm going to invite them both up here, whoever wants to come up. Impact fee credits, I heard a lot of discussion about that. Impact fee credits are when you've built it. You don't get a card right now and say, I'm going to build someday, give me credits. That's not how that works. And it's based on the numbers at that time. It's not a 3 houses. It's a whatever cost the road was, they have that much in transportation credit for the next impact fees. It might not be the right amount at that time, but that's how much of a dollar figure they have as credit. Hopefully that explains that. But I know you have more questions probably for him. But maybe not. If you have questions for me, that's fine too.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So when we're talking about credits for roads, Attorney Batzel had said, something about crossing the fingers. They're going to pave a road and hope we're ready, and they'll be paying these impact fees. But if they're ready to build a road, obviously we're not. It's not in our CIP, and we don't have the money unless you're hiding it, Joanna.
Right here.
But wouldn't I be correct in thinking that we wouldn't see impact fees for a long time because they'll be using their credits? So when they're saying, well, if we build this road, they're going to get credits, and then as it's being built, we're not going to see money for a proposed other lane as they're saying that we need to. Am I correct in thinking that?
Yeah, there's not a double dip component. So if they get credit, then they don't also pay fees because that's what the credit covered. You're correct on that. And currently, the development agreement says that within 1 year, they will dedicate the right-of-way to us for that. They do have to do 30 feet, and they're proposing 50 feet. And it does say they have offered that within 1 year of approval if this application is approved. That number, when, is locked in there. Am I missing something, Mr. Cheek?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I had proposed that they, because of their impact for that one stretch, to go ahead and do it all. We can also give them credits for the other side, right? So instead of them paying and then us giving the credits, or that's the way we could do it, not the other way around as he's proposing.
If they're willing, sure.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
The biggest issue that I see with that is the property on the other side of the road. We don't own it yet, right?
Well,
The right-of-way?
the right-of-way they're giving us would be sufficient normally for a 4-lane roadway. I can't tell you without a completed design that we won't need easements on the other side for slope easements, utility relocations, and things like that. I've rarely seen a roadway project that could be done all on one side. So I think it's likely there will be right-of-way or at least easement issues temporarily, if nothing else, on the other side. But to contain the roadway once it's completed, the 50 feet would be sufficient for a 4-lane road.
So, the design of the road would have to be such that it would be more eastward. The expansion would be more eastward rather than towards the
It would
west
offset,
side.
sure. It would have to offset, yeah.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and say it because the applicant isn't going to. The option here is if this application is not approved, what we get is their entitlements in the DRI, which is really all but the flexibility they're looking for. They've still got all the entitlements to do everything they're wanting to do, except for the flexibility to move different housing products around. And we only get 30 feet of road, so we will not get the road widened unless we go through eminent domain with them and the the west side of the road, which is crazy more expensive than the county building one lane of road. Nor do we get the shared DRA because that's not required in the DRI. So then the county is going through an eminent domain process when we do decide to widen the road to get enough space to do our own DRA, which again is millions of dollars. So the option, and I understand the board's hesitancy, but the option is if you approve this, the only thing we're giving them, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Joanna, the only thing we're giving them is the flexibility to move around these numbers. Same numbers, same lagoon or golf course, whatever, but we're granting them the flexibility. If we turn them down, we lose that 20 feet of right-of-way. We lose the shared DRA. We lose them building that one lane of road. We lose an awful lot. And that, it doesn't mean it just goes away. It means now it's on the backs of the taxpayers. Because we still have to widen 491, whether they build this under their DRI entitlements or they build it under an approval from tonight. Either way, that road has to be widened. So it's either going to cost them, they're either going to cough up millions of dollars for it, what is it, $7-8 million, whatever that figure is, or the taxpayers are going to pay a whole lot more than that through the eminent domain process. We just saw that on 491.
Well, I didn't yield the floor yet. I will disagree with that, and I will have Joanna maybe put some clarification. Commissioner Kennard says that they're only asking for flexibility. In 2025, if they stick with the 1981 DRI, are they able to build 4,937 units?
They're also asking for flexibility in lot sizes and an impervious surface and in density to move it around. So he's partially right. They are asking for a lot of flexibility in where things go, but they're also asking for flexibility in impervious surface. And I think it would be hard to develop that many, meeting the current lot sizes in Beverly Hills. I think that's a pretty high number.
So my point being, without us giving a green light to the extra ISR and the flexibility and all of these things, they're not building the same number of units. They're asking for a lot more than what you're thinking that they're asking for.
Just to clarify, the DRI does require them to build one lane of road in that 30 feet they were supposed to give us in the DRI. I don't know how you build one lane of road and what purpose that would serve for the county, but they were obligated to build one lane of road. So they're transferring that into this developer agreement also. And we are getting right away for the signal at Hampshire, which we're going to need.
Is that in the DRI?
It is not.
Okay, so in order to signalize Hampshire, at some point, we would have to go through eminent domain around that intersection.
Absolutely.
That'll be cheap.
I think we're getting a sidewalk on Forest Ridge also.
I thought I'm sorry, I thought the clips were on the east side of 491 that we were getting from them. That's part of the DRI.
Is it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I know we're getting additional right-of-way for the signal along there. I think it's 30 feet by 75 feet on either side.
Yeah, so excuse me, I am not a traffic engineer and I'm not playing one on TV. If they do develop commercial in this area, they may trigger turn lanes, which would be required anyway outside of the DRI, but he's talking about the stoplight, which also may be triggered by commercial and may not be. So I don't know if that's fully an offering, but they are proposing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In layman's terms?
Yeah. If they did commercial, we would review the improvement plans, have them do a traffic analysis. If it warrants turn lanes, that's when that would happen.
Important. I'm glad we're looking at Hampshire.
I want to pick up where Mr. Batzel left off. To backtrack a sec, sorry, I've got several points in my mind. So to follow up with what Commissioner Kennard said too, This is a 44-year-old DRI. The way we designed, fashion has changed. It's been a minute, 44 years. And fashion that we wear and fashion where we live has changed dramatically in 44 years. So the flexibility for them to create something, I think, would be really scary for me if they were not a very highly established quality developer. And to Mr. Batzel's point, their entire motive is to develop beautiful, high-value communities because, hey, they actually make more money that way. So I just want the board to try to keep that in mind. What would be required for a 6-lane road?
Trying to think what the right-of-way is that we did on 486. I actually presented that roadway corridor design to the board originally when I was the county engineer the first time. I think it's 180 feet for that corridor, but don't quote me on that. That was, like you said, a 4-lane roadway, kind of a rural section, more of a parkway look, with the potential to, the widening of pavement would be to the center median portion.
Hopefully still with some grass.
I think at least another 30 feet would be required to go to 6-lane. You couldn't do it in the 150 we would have with the 50 they're proposing.
Okay.
Or that's proposed by this development agreement.
I think I just hit a wall on the energy, so I know I have something else to ask, but I'll yield the floor.
So,
Please don't say that.
Commissioner Finnegan, 491 is in the CIP. Thank you. So I just wanted to bring that up. Couple of things for me. Oddly enough, I'm going the opposite direction of the PDC. I would rather see 4-story apartment buildings so that you could get more ISR, get the ISR down. I mean, to me, that's just modern development today. I mean, I would rather see 4-story than limiting it to 2-story. So, because I'd rather have more green space.
I would agree with that, Commissioner Bays.
Couple of other things that for me, I know I can't require it, but I would like to ask if there would be the fortified building standards in the state, like where you're building to the fortified standards. And will you preserve anything for like our local builders? Where they could come in and have anything available for them so that they're not just, it's not just all national developers or other folks coming in from out of town doing the building. And probably, one thing on easements, if we got down that road, what I don't want to do is I don't want to pay for temporary easements. If we're going to have to, if we're doing 4 lanes and eventually we want to go to 6 lanes and to do 4 lanes, we have to pay for temporary easements. That costs us almost the same amount of money as it does to buy the right of way. And I get that makes me very nervous when we start talking about.
Temporary easements are usually to blend the roadway with existing infrastructure or driveways and things like that. So it's not something we normally hang on to afterwards. There's not a purpose for us to have it afterwards, but we have to have them to be able to complete the construction.
Right, but right now, we're doing that on 491 right now.
Like a slope easement or something that's permanent, those would be permanent easements.
Right.
But temporary construction easements are for very specific purposes in certain areas.
Well, I'm referring specifically to the section of 491 that we're building right now, where only a certain amount of lane, or the board required just enough to build 4 lanes. And then we had to pay for temporary easements, and we would have been better off having as much land to do 6 lanes in the future than to pay for temporary easements. So that's.
I don't want to be your eminent domain attorney, but I can tell you when you go to the board for a right-of-way or to an order of taking a hearing, you have to testify that when you're done, the public purpose for that will fit within that, and having a temporary easement, a permanent easement outside of what's required for the roadway could jeopardize your order of taking hearing if a lawyer made that point.
So anyway.
Am I right?
I think that's more just for us internally, like,
Gotcha.
I mean, I'd rather I'd rather see us, if we're gonna have to do things like that, to get to 6 lanes, get by right away or whatever we gotta do. And then as far as impact fees, there is a time limit on them so that they just don't sit out there like forever and a day until eternity ends. So, and I think that's a reasonable ask, is for a time limit on impact fees.
I don't
So
know
those
that
are
we
a
can
couple
do
of my
that.
things. Pardon me?
I'm not sure that our impact fee ordinance right now does not have that provision.
We're negotiating.
I understand.
We do that for connection fee, utility connection fee agreements, but it's in our ordinance that we can't.
Commissioner Barrick.
I agree with the possible 4-story for the multifamily, because if we do 4-story, you know, it will get more people and less land. But I also think that you say limit on the impact fees. We already have a limit on impact fees that we as a county have to use them. And if we don't use them, they have to be sent back to the developer. So why can't we do a thing where the impact fees that we give them, the credits, run out? Now, to me, that sounds, we can only go one way. We're the ones that have to give and give. The other thing is, this is a 44-year-old DRI. And they said that over there, and it is. It's a 44-year-old DRI. Why, at this point, are they finally deciding to develop? And that, to me, is my biggest question. Why has it taken 44 years? They had a plan. They've had 44 years. They keep going back to the state.
I'll answer that for you.
So
it's what the market demands.
It's market demands.
I mean, we haven't built out Citrus Springs, we haven't built out Pine Ridge until this. It's all about scales of economy. But the Suncoast Parkway came in, and that has changed the demographics of where we're going and what is required. Frankly, every development we have here is an older style development. This type of development is exactly what's probably needed in this county. The only angst I have with it is it lacks granular detail for me. But that's what's selling in today's market. People really don't want 1 acre or 5 acre tracts. They want these multi-generational, they want things that have amenities in it, and we don't have that here. And frankly, Citrus County is missing the middle market. We don't have places for young families to come. We have the retiree section, and then we have a lot of some of the older stuff and that's where all of our families are living. We're not attracting that young professional family because we don't have the amenities. We don't have the things that they want here. And so, we're on a cusp of where we're going to turn the corner. So, we have to decide what we're going to be when we grow up.
Well, I don't see this being where our residents can afford to live. This is going to be all new residents coming in, maybe, if they can find jobs. Or it's going to be retired people that buy their houses outright. Okay? I'm sorry. This, to me, has a lot to be desired.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I just wanted to ask some questions of staff that I had jotted down. In the original DRI, is the life care center mandatory, or is that just something that, because I thought I read somewhere where they were going to strike it, but then I thought they said it was an option. So are you able to clarify that for me?
Yeah,
I have a list of questions, so.
I'm looking for the exact language here. I think it just says a life care center is an authorized use, and that's not proposed to change. For a total up to 400 units, it is allowed within multifamily.
So it's authorized, but they don't have to put one in.
They don't have to put one in there.
We answered that. Do you have any concerns with the compatibility and the fact of we've established that some of the single-family cluster and some of the the single-family it's getting late. Thank you. Attached. is a lot like multifamily. So if they move it to different locations, are there any concerns about compatibility for existing developments around there?
Absolutely. We thought that the multifamily area was where it was limited, but it does allow a single family anywhere up to quadplex. So where those abut existing residences, you can see it down there in some of the more Beverly Hills areas. Most of Laurel Ridge is separated by a golf course, but then of course over in Forest Lake, yes, didn't contemplate that as that kind of intensity on those borders. They're doing a 25-foot wide buffer to try to address that.
Okay, thank you. They mentioned a sinkhole on the property. Is there any concern? I'm looking at the water guy and the engineer. Is there any concern about development being near that would affect our aquifer or our freshwater supply?
I will tell you this, it's karst throughout most of the county, so it's not unusual to have features like that. The only way you can guarantee that development doesn't have an issue is to do some sort of a subsurface investigation, either borings or a GPR. Obviously, some areas of the county are more prone than others. I don't think that area is particularly highly prone. Some of the areas further on the west side have a bigger issue.
There's an existing condition in the DRI about it that says no development. It's condition number 4 and it's carrying forward. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And that condition is?
It says that the sinkhole and drainage basin number 24 in the northeast corner of section 12 shall remain undeveloped for any purpose other than recreation and open space to assure that polluted stormwater does not connect directly to the aquifer.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, they talked about some fine amenities like putting in fiber, trails, dog parks, schools, and using the reclaimed water, which they said reclaimed water was part of the DRI. But I guess to Commissioner Bays' concern before, is there anything in the DRI as it is written that guarantees that they would put in these amenities, or we just?
No, there is a lack of specificity. I'm not even going to try this late. For the recreation amenities, you heard a lot of possible ideas. They are going to have to demonstrate they're meeting the 20% open space and have active and passive recreation, but we don't really have specifics on those other than that they will meet requirements. So, and it's not in the DRI, the reclaimed water, that's actually part of their development agreement. They did put that in. But they didn't put some of the other things like the fiber optics. I don't think that's even mentioned in the development agreement. It sounds neat, but I don't think it's quite in there yet.
They have done it in other areas, but there's nothing in this agreement to say that this will look like that.
Right.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cheek, I'm sorry. Attorney Batzel suggested that maybe they'll allow their DRI to accept the stormwater for 6 lanes on 491. I don't know if you heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any concerns about that, or?
No, I think more capacity in the DRA would be better from our perspective.
That's not currently in here. If that was offered by the applicant during his presentation, I think that should be in the development agreement if that's something the board wants to accept.
And for clarification, recreational space can be buffers, it can be DRAs.
Yeah, those can be recreation. You can use a DRA for a soccer field or something. Absolutely, they could be. When they're not wet, those are allowed.
But that calculation is all within the DRA, the landscape buffers, I forget the whole list of things it said now.
Right, there's a lot of ideas they have, but there's no guarantee that there will be a pickleball or a dog park or specifics.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
To Commissioner Finnegan's concern, the fiber was a selling point of what they've done in other communities. I think that if that's a selling point, then it should be in that development agreement. It's not there now, but no reason that it can't be.
And the trails I think are important, and it's. I understand.
Now's the time.
I understand that we've seen a lot of pretty pictures, and it was reality. But we are responsible if we just say, well, looks good there, hopefully we'll get something that nice. But if there's nothing in the agreement, I am nervous about, this is putting a city inside of our county, is how I look at it. It's very large. We have to be very careful, and I hope that you all understand that we have to do our due diligence.
I will point out that there are a lot of conditions that the PDC did recommend. There's 20 conditions right now. The applicant did point out to me correctly that there's some notations on the date of the master plan that are wrong. There's been so many changes and continuances that there were errors that should be always referencing the April 21st, 2025 master plan. And I'll need some clarification if you want the condition to change for the height of the multifamily. He did also offer the annual report. That is proposed for removal because it's no longer required by statutes. That would be condition 18, but we can put that in there if you'd like, back in.
Madam Chair. Yes. Ms. Katu, I have seen this, but there's so much. Can you help me with a page number for those? I think I'm close.
Sure. I'm looking at 1282, which is the staff report and the conditions.
PDC?
Yes.
BCC staff report, and it's,
I was there, but not
just go to the
there.
end and then back up.
Yeah, it is at the very end. Kind of did it in the order that you see them at the hearing, so I'm last.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get back to my page here.
1485.
It's in there a couple
It
times
starts
because
at
of both.
1485.
1480, I'm on 1279.
It's the same. It's the same report. It's just for the two applications. It's in there twice.
I knocked mine out of order. I can't find it now, but I know, was it? It's the very end of, let's see. Yes, please.
That's the first page.
Where, I'm looking for.
The
part where
date?
the what, where's that at? From 3 years to,
It should be, Joanna, she's looking for how long the plan survives.
oh gosh, I saw that in here earlier.
Well, it's part of the DRI, so it really,
It's at the end of the staff conditions, isn't it?
no, it's actually in a development agreement as 2048. I don't have it as a condition. I can certainly add it.
PDC staff report.
I thought there was crossouts.
It's not a specific condition, but we can add it. They are asking for through 2048 for this request.
So that would be condition 21?
Well, if we add in the annual report, that would stay, yes. That would be condition 2021, because I think the DRA for this additional stormwater, the fiber optic, and perhaps the trails are all something that would belong in the development agreement itself. And Attorney Betzel's talking about how quick he is on composing, so.
While you're looking at that, may I ask Ken a question? Is that okay? Hi, Ken.
Hey.
So I'm a little concerned about golf course and water usage. So it's still allowed in here. I know in the DRI, they have to use their reclaimed water for watering and friendly grass and all of that. If there's not enough capacity and they had a golf course, would they be allowed to take from our fresh water supply?
So they would have to include that in their water use permit. So Central States Water Resources or the golf course operator, depending. If they're getting it from the public water supply, Central States Water Resources, they would have to modify their permit and include that demand in the permit. If they got their own permit, which is more likely, put their own well in for the golf course. A lot of golf courses do that operate on reclaimed water. Black Diamond, for instance, has their own wells, even though we provide them with reclaimed water. Then they would have to have their own water use permit for that. So we would not have a say-so in that. The Water Management District basically issues the water use permits. So they would determine what usage is appropriate for however much golf course there is there. And they divide it into use on fairway, use on greens, use on tee boxes. There's specific items in the water use permit that they use to determine how much they need.
So if I was concerned.
So it would be groundwater resources, yes.
So if I was concerned about that, then we would need to put that in this agreement. Like if a golf course, it would have to be reclaimed water only.
Most golf courses would much rather have reclaimed water. It's a very reliable source. In terms of the volume of reclaimed water, I think, and that's kind of reflected by what you heard earlier, it takes about 8 houses to provide 1 house worth of reclaimed water, 8 houses on sewer. I think that's kind of a rough number. When you're talking about golf courses, I think that 200 to 300,000 gallons a day is kind of a reasonable number for an 18-hole golf course. Central States Water Resources is easily going to be producing that. So, you know, where the reclaimed water goes within the development kind of depends on what they do there. All of ours, as you know, is going towards golf courses because it's nice to have one customer that pays the whole freight. It's much more expensive to send it to residential reclaim. We do get credits on our water use permits for the reclaimed water, so we get the same benefit on the water use permitting side, but we only have one customer to worry about on the actual delivery side. But reclaimed water is typically preferred by golf course owners.
And when they're saying that in the DRI, they already have to do that. They already have to use reclaimed water for their watering. But that's, I'm assuming that's just shared watering, right? Not individual residential units.
I'm not sure what the answer is to that. Any use of reclaimed water within there is not mandated. I think they're volunteering that in the DRI. I don't think it's something that's required
I
by
must have
us.
understood Attorney Batzel.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
But-
anybody?
It's not in the, it's in the development agreement, but it's
Okay,
not required in the
development.
DRI. They didn't even have that concept back
So it's in the
day.
development agreement that they would be using reclaimed water for.
There's some stuff in there about it. I'll have to go and find it. Also, if I could bring up, I didn't see that I guess this has been going on for so many years, that the development agreement actually gives them a 25-year window, so that would be to 2050 instead of 2048.
Wait, are we talking about K on page 1279 now? My thing go off?
You're on 1239, let me see which. Okay. What I'm talking about is a development agreement itself.
Are you looking for
On
the
page
water?
1279?
One thing I can tell you about reclaimed water is when we first got into the business, nobody wanted it. Now it's a very sought-after commodity for all the golf courses because like they have with our water use permit, the Water Management District is getting tighter on the golf course permits. So reliable source of water like that is becoming a lot more. For instance, just for clarity, we priced our reclaimed water at what it costs golf courses to pump it out of the ground so they would take it. It's a different level of commodity now.
So in the development agreement, they have a water conservation section. It doesn't actually say reclaim water. It says they'll use minimum flush toilets, they use water sense for interior plumbing, automatic shutoffs, low volume irrigation, drought tolerant landscaping, no high maintenance sod, there's nothing really about reuse.
Did I heard that right? Like,
From
I know
him,
it's
yes,
late.
he did say that.
I know we've been here for almost 13 hours, but
Right.
we all heard reclaimed? we
Right,
hear
so
that? Okay.
that would be something also to add.
Okay.
And yeah, whoever was talking about section K, you're correct, that's where I put 2048, but the actual development agreement says they want to continue for 25 years, so that would be 2050. I think we started this discussion 2 years ago, so that's where the 2048 came from.
Doesn't our code say 3 years?
Our code says 3 years, but a DRI is as long as it's active, so the Beverly Hills DRI has been going on, it has not expired since 80 because it's been continuous. So there's not really a clock ticking on the DRI itself.
So what are the pros and cons to that?
For the 25 years?
Yeah.
It's a long time for this particular development, but if they didn't come before you, they could continue to develop the Beverly Hills DRI per the DRI's current standards and keep going. There wouldn't be a time clock on that. So you're not really giving up much on that.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
at what point would you like to hear the running notes I made on conditions to see if we're anywhere close?
Don't forget, we need to hear from the public.
Yeah.
Tell us what you've done on notes.
I heard trails mentioned, fiber, 4 stories, but the same units per acre to have more open space. That was from you. And then I saw on number 14, it was the schools for the annual report. 18 was, I believe, an annual report to the county, and that's the one that was deleted. So maybe we want to add that back. On item, or condition 11E, add Mr. Batzel's idea, what I think it was for the fire station build out, if we disagreed on the price, it'd be 2 appraisers, right? 2 appraisers and a third if necessary, and that we would negotiate that way. And then under general notes on that, whatever document that was that I said earlier, delete the possibility of a golf course, and I doubt they'll have a problem with that because I don't think a golf course is really, I don't think that I think you said that you didn't think they would go that direction, and I don't either. Someone said that. Maybe it was you, Commissioner Bays. That's what I have so far on the running list. Did I miss
Commissioner
anything?
Finnegan, what's your running list?
I also jotted down a list. They're not gonna like the first one. Pave your section of 4-lane of 491, and we'll give you some credits. Fix the fire station language, which we said, no golf course, or, if that was negotiated, reclaimed water for it. The DRA, because it's not in there, do the 6-lane capacity, since they've already agreed to it, that shouldn't be a problem. We need to spell out how they're using reclaimed water. They can't suck everything out of the groundwater, especially for lagoon and courses and watering and everything. And then some of these finer amenities and where this recreation is going to be, if it's going to be trails or whatever they're offering, something needs to be put in there that they're showing a picture, the words need to match. And I understand there has to be some flexibility, but we need some assurances. And then however we get assurances that some of this multifamily that they're calling single family or certain recreation uses do not impact the current homes that are there, which Ms. Katu, when I asked about compatibility, there could be compatibility issues, so we need to fix that in the agreement. That's my list thus far.
Well, for me, I'd like to go to 4-story apartment buildings to bring down the ISR so we have more green space. I would like more of a detailed phasing plan on infrastructure and amenities, specific benchmarks where the parks or whatever amenities they're going to offer must be.
If you want us to write this down, can you read a little slower?
Come on.
I'm trying, but you got really fast.
what are, benchmarks on wherever, like parks or whatever amenities they're gonna have to be completed by like the 500th home burns occupied or something to that, nature, and a clear map and schedule for like green spaces, trails, and recreation facilities.
What was your one before the clear map? What did you say right before that?
Like benchmarks, so for when they develop these nodes, that we have,
You want a
where
timeline?
parks or whatever amenities are gonna be, kind of like tell us what's going to be in there, so like, if they're going to do these amenities that, if on the 500th home, then we know where things are, we kind of have a plan of where they're gonna be, along with, having that annual report. I know there's something I'm missing, I just can't think any longer.
I wrote the word details and I got messed up. That was right before benchmarks.
Like a detailed phasing plan.
Oh, phasing plan.
And an annual progress report. And just more
Flexibility,
less flexibility, like.
orange to yellow, yellow to orange.
Yes.
Did you want to verbalize that?
Yes, tell us what's going where, and that it's just not all interchangeable. And if we go to 4-story, it's not to create more density, it's to get more green space. All right. Now, anybody else want to chime in? If not, we're going to open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board?
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County, hopefully not the Concrete Coast. I'm really tired. I know you are too. I've been watching you since 9 o'clock this morning. Please don't make a really bad mistake. This plan is a really bad mistake. They're giving you nothing. They're blowing up your skirts, for lack of a better word, with this bubble plan with so much that could go wrong or go right for them, but not for the residents. I got to stop you right now before I forget. Every time you go up another story in a building, you're affecting your fire response. It's not just the ISR, because you're also going to have, as you go up further, you're going to need more parking. Your fire response in this county now is insufficient. You do not have the staff now. You will not have the staff in the future. You will not have the equipment in the future to handle multi-story buildings throughout the county. They're not in one place. It's not like you can have one station. We put 4 or 5 stations down now when we have a mobile home fire or a single family home. When you have a multi-story building on fire, or as Ms. Barrick said, when you have, I'm sorry, I hate them. You can see them in the villages. The 0 lot line. I saw what that did to my hometown. It's garbage. It's not the Nature Coast. It's not good stuff. It's just bad. And I'm sorry I'm getting mad. I said I wasn't going to get mad. I was going to make this funny because we've all had a really long day. These people must have been educated in Florida because their math isn't mathing. To say that the 10,000 gallons a day in evaporation for the lagoon that they have rights to is equivalent to 25 homes, well, it's not. And I'm going to use Mr. Clark Stillwell's calculations for water. at 100 gallons per day for a single-family home. Most people would say it's 140 gallons to be realistic. As we get more and more people living in more and more homes, it goes up even further. But 10,000 gallons a day for 25 homes says that they're using 400 gallons a day. So in reality, it's the equivalent of 100 homes. It's not 25, it's 100. We're already on water restrictions, 11 million gallons or so to fill the lagoon. The DRIs should never be for soccer. They're supposed to filter toxic runoff and keep it from our aquifer. Open space should never be a 20-acre sinkhole as an amenity. Who are we kidding? What are we doing? This is not quality development. This is land banking. People coming up, they're going to sell different sections to different people. And I know some of these developers from my hometown, and they are not quality. And I have so much more to tell you, and I'm sorry I don't have time. Sinkhole, amenity. Give me a break. Do better.
Thank you.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. I'm impressed. You're asking all the hard questions. You're looking at all the angles. And I'm really, really impressed that you're digging into our future, of what the future of Citrus County is going to look like. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'm not against building. What I am against is the fact of doing it too quickly, and we need to do it smartly, or else we're going to have major problems here with the lack of infrastructure. And that's a key here. Infrastructure for fire, infrastructure for police, infrastructure for water. So when you make your decision today, I hope that you put in all of the different things that you've requested, or stipulations, as you've called it, that they are in there to make sure that we move forward in a positive direction. So yes, thank you for asking the hard questions.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Natasha Savage, and I'm in Pine Ridge. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I was very concerned about the lagoon, and it's taken from the aquifer and the springs. So I'm glad you guys. I hope there's monitoring for that. And I'd like to know if we'll still have some incentives for them, like you said, with going higher, if we could give them, I think a mid-rise is less of an environmental impact because it's less fertilizers, less waters used to water lawns, perhaps, and maybe even less energy. I think I don't have the data on that, but I have read that for a while now, that the high density, if it's high stories, that can be better for the environment. So I don't know if that will give terms that we could later negotiate getting a research park or maybe some higher education partnerships if later down the road those bubbles could be negotiated. Or we could get local participation addenda for giving them flexibility. I'd like if they could make a section that's more for sustainable builders than D.R. Horton, if maybe they could do more green builders and green tech, but I think they're already doing a lot. If I didn't see their work before and they didn't have such a profile and so many builds that to be their portfolio, I think that they definitely show that they care about the community and aren't just gonna, they're not just getting all this and gonna flip it to some other outfit. They take pride. So I used to work with a lot of vertical developers, and they were the best. Metro was the best. When I saw that they were coming in on this project, then that made me feel a lot more comfortable. And I would also ask if they could just keep the aesthetics kind of to match our aesthetics in Citrus County, maybe some old Florida type, anything in there. But I know that doesn't need to be required, but I'd like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. I am Kayla Carroll. I am the Executive Officer of the Citrus County Building Alliance and also a liaison for the Chamber of Commerce with that. I am going to read you guys a letter from our president, Katrina Letourneau. Unfortunately, she was not able to be here today for this. She did email this all to you, but in case you did not get a chance to read it, she would like for me to go ahead and read this for you. Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the Citrus County Building Alliance, I write to express our strong support for the proposed Tuscany Ranch development. We believe this project represents the very model of smart, positive growth that our community has been striving to encourage. Unlike many traditional proposals, Tuscany Ranch goes well beyond simply adding new roads and homes. It is a thoughtful, sustainable plan that addresses critical needs and invests in our county's future on multiple levels. Here are some key highlights deserving your consideration, including significant infrastructure commitments. The developer is offering an unprecedented package for Citrus County, including expanded right-of-way areas, a much-needed road widening project, a sidewalk on Forest Ridge, a shared DRA area, and the installation of a traffic signal at the Hampshire Boulevard intersection that has long been recognized as dangerous and overdue for improvement. This development will also utilize solar lights along the roadways. This reduces the power load to our grid while at the same time providing energy efficient and cost-effective lighting. Balanced and sustainable planning. Tuscany Ranch is not simply residential sprawl. The plan includes both commercial and residential components, supporting jobs and local services while reducing traffic burden elsewhere. For community resources, the proposal thoughtfully includes the development of a new school and a firehouse. These facilities will serve not only this community, but the broader area as our county continues to grow. The CCBA sees this as the perfect opportunity for Citrus County to set a new standard for growth, one that will benefit current residents and future generations alike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Josh Wood, CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. It has been a long day, and so this project is big. It is the biggest one y'all probably had, or any of us have had, since Citrus Hills. But I think that, as Commissioner Bass, as you have continuously said tonight, this is the kind of product we need. We're lacking that. At the other end of Forest Ridge Boulevard, we've got Tampa General Hospital is going to build 1 million square feet. The people that live there are going to work at the hospital and hopefully other high-wage jobs. And you have asked a lot of good questions tonight, and I think you've gotten some good answers, but hopefully we'll get some more of your concerns answered before you take the vote. But the Chamber of Commerce is for this project. We have concerns about 491, but you'll be better off tomorrow if you pass this than you were yesterday when in regards to 491. So I know you got a tough job, but I'm going to stop there so you can get home at a reasonable hour.
Sorry for the extra 2 minutes, guys. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate all of your probing questions. I appreciate the probing questions and the due diligence, because this is important. You know, this is a matter of people are afraid, for good reasons, about water in Florida, about all of this development, because one thing that hasn't been talked about is the shifting baseline. I mean, this is a development that goes back 40 years. Environmental conditions, water quality, all the things that were brought up were a lot different 40 years ago than they are now, but the laws are based on conditions then. So we're Just like our springs, 2018, we were supposed to be cleaner. We're actually behind the 2018 goals now because of slippage and development. We're not considering what's already in the pipeline. So to be specific, there was a lot of talk, very altruistic, about the good that this development will do the community. Sustainable development takes in ecological conservation and restoration as well as water quality. I mean, water quality in this state is a key factor. I didn't hear anything about an environmental consultant, about water conservation. If you're conserving water, you don't put in an 11 million gallon lagoon. You don't burn 8,000 gallons of water a day to maintain that lagoon. You put in a park that's sustainable. You put in amenities that are ecologically friendly, and you create a culture of sustainability where you educate people. That's the plan they're referring to. That's 1,000 Friends of Florida. It's not put in a big development. It's like infill, small scale, human scale, and set future generations expectations that that more is less. It can be beautiful and aesthetic. It doesn't have to be beyond the carrying capacity of our resources, which we are reaching collectively. I have a little graph here, statistics source, Florida Office of Economic and Demographic Research. You can't see it, sorry, and I can't give you a slide, but it's water supply 2040, inferred shortage, projected demand is that nice purple line. I can email this to you guys if you want to see it. That's the gap. Cost of trying to find that water before this 25 years of development is complete, $3.3 billion by 2040. Roads are expensive. Trying to find water when we're running out of it is going to be even more expensive. And keep in mind that what we have now coming out of our springs, that water might be from 20, 30, maybe longer ago because the aquifer, the karst is so complex. That water quality is not representative of what's going in now. So you take all that impervious surface, you take all that turf, you take cars going in and out, 500 vehicles for a lagoon that's not necessary, that's a perk. That should, if you should not approve this, if that is still in place without downsizing. And I read what Attorney Batzel said about the size of the lagoon, what's the state code for that. It doesn't say how big it could be. For pools, it's in one of his letters. It just says what the minimum size is, but not the maximum. You need to put a maximum size on a large swimming pool. Swimming pool, fine. A 4-acre lagoon, no, not so much. So you've got those concerns, and then you've also got the idea that you're in the recharge basin there. Are you recharging it with reclaimed water? Is that nutrient-free? Is that full of phosphorus and nitrogen, which you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on now to remediate, to get rid of septic systems? Or we're only going to put more back in with a golf course or with reclaimed water? This stuff is so complicated. I'm tired just listening to this. I don't know how you guys do your job, but like you said, this might, from a legal perspective, be the last chance, but we're also some of the last generations that can preserve these resources. And not just this county, not just this developer, but all of us have to work collectively. If these guys are absolutely sincere, they followed the 1,000 Friends of Florida plan, they got rid of a lot of this overhead that makes so much more money, then yes, we could work together and make these things happen. But right now, what I'm hearing with this lagoon, they're going to filter all the contaminants and effluent out of the system. Relying on technology as a 100% solution is not effective. Nothing's 100% right now. So in speaking for Sierra's perspective, we would ask that the lagoon be either downsized or not allowed. Thank you very much for the extra time and for your dedication to our county. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair, for the record, can I please have her state her name and who she's representing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Robin Orlandi, Sierra Club Adventure Coast.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, you as well.
Next, please.
My name is Glenn Weaver. I sat back here and I listened to this, and the proposal they gave lacked a lot of stuff where you could give an informed yes or no. You know it, you know it, and you know it. Go back to the drawing board. There's no need for to rush this. It's already been 49 years, and they're talking 25 years into the future. I know I'm not going to be alive to see it being done, but I've got to go through all the ramifications of it. And how will it benefit me or my family or you guys? Because they get to build something. I'm a builder. I get it. Okay? Build things. All they had to offer you probably was the 4-lane highway. You know what I mean? And a couple of other answers to questions. It's not ready to be voted on. That's all. Plain and simple. Get some more information. Get some more commitment from them. Get a better deal because they'll give it. They've already put up a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy, effort. They'll come to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you.
You too. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. John O'Connor, 3835 West King B Street. I want to point out a couple things tonight. I know it's been a long night for everybody. Less than a month ago, I sat through a meeting with you all till the middle of the night, and I want to point out Commissioner Kennard pointed out specifically in his closing statement to all of us that in order to bring in these big developers like Metro, like the future looking out for Citrus County was going to have to bend and not put out all of the money for the roadway in front of these big developments. And by letting them pick up part of that, that would be lessen the burden on the county as far as their money is concerned. Am I correct? Is that kind of what you,
I think you're close.
down the alley of that?
I think you're close.
Okay. What didn't get brought up tonight is between the end of Pine Ridge Boulevard and the start of this development, which is less than 1/8 of a mile. So you're going from 4 lanes, and I'm just putting this because all of you live here, down to 2 lanes with no construction, no thought whatsoever yet. And then we're going to try to open back up to 4 lanes for 1 mile or 1.2 miles, and then back down to 2 lanes again. It is going to be an absolute nightmare. Far worse than we're dealing with on 491 right now. And that project is probably at least another 8 months out before that one is finished. And they're talking 2 years before they're ready to go and pull the trigger and get building. Is the county ready to do something between Forest Ridge and Pine Ridge and open that up and join those two together? I just leave it there for thought. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Last chance. Anyone else? All right, we're closing open to the public.
All right, good evening. Okay.
That's why you earn the big bucks.
So, Commissioners, I want to start by just telling you that, this has been a long process. Your staff's done a really good job helping us get here, but this is all, we're not able to talk to you, right? And so there's a reason it's frantic in here. We hear you. What we're back there doing is trying to listen, write, and come up with a solution all at the same time. So what I'm going to try to do after doing our listening is to address what I've heard. And I'm going to try to do this as clearly as possible so that we don't need to delay things any further. So what I'll do is I'll read off, and by delay things further, I mean I don't want to create a situation where Ms. Lynn or I are concerned about what the agreement's going to say at the end of the day. So rather than trying to do this through a bunch of amendments to the agreement, I would like to read off a list of conditions that I think we can agree upon that will address these concerns that we've heard. There are 2 that will require an amendment to the agreement, but I'm going to read those in to the record to be clear. So, and these are in no particular order. And from there, I'll take any additional comment and we can talk about other things if necessary. Okay, so Commissioner Bays, to address some of your concerns, we'd like to propose the following few conditions. Prior to issuance of the 301st CO for a residential unit in the project, the applicant shall submit a Parks and Trails master plan for BOCC approval. And that includes the green space, with the Parks, Trails, green space is what I'm indicating there, Commissioner Bays, and all commissioners. The next would be, prior to issuance of the 301st CO for a residential unit within the project, the applicant shall submit a phasing plan with an amenity plan for BOCC approval. The next would be, and I'm going to reference a section of the agreement here, but make it to keep the condition simple. The applicant shall be obligated to provide an annual report to the county, and then we will incorporate the language from section 8.8.1, which is the section of the agreement that says that we have to provide the school board on an annual basis an absorption plan. So we'll just track the language from 8.8.1 in that condition. Developer shall provide central fiber optic utilities throughout the project. The developer shall provide street leaf lighting throughout the project. One moment, I'm gonna need to,
Rob,
yes,
when you're saying these throughout the project, you mean the entire,
throughout the subject property rather than the project. We could do that.
because there's probably going to be a few projects.
The subject property being within the PUD master plan of the PUD. So one of our amendments to the agreement as it relates to 8.9.5, which concerns the shared DRA, we'd just like to add a sentence providing that the DRA shall be designed to accommodate expansion of County Road 491 to 6 lanes, to make it abundantly clear that that DRA needs to accept that capacity. By the way, after to be abundantly clear, that was my commentary, not language for the condition or contract. As far as the golf course is concerned, and this isn't, I'm not reading a condition right now, I'm just explaining. The golf course is an option that, frankly, we want to keep alive. Executive golf courses these days happen to be a great option, potentially. The lagoon is still the plan right now, to be frank, but we want to keep that option out there. Yes, it's like like with things to do along the way, they're kind of neat. Anyway, so we want that to remain an option. So, but we also want to ensure that reclaimed water will be utilized at the golf course and throughout the subject property, the irrigation systems, when available. Now, on that note, Mr. Stillwell can give you the full story, but a big central piece to all of this behind the scenes has been everybody coming to terms with Central States and Central States modifying their Swift Mud permit and their permitting. In doing so, they are obligated to provide reclaimed water by what? Within 5 years. So all of that aside, our proposed, we would just add a condition to provide that the golf course and common areas, and irrigation systems within the subject property shall be served by reclaimed water when available. And we talked about the ability to shift things throughout the project. the developer's agreement says essentially that it controls over anything else. So you have the DRI master plan, the PUD master plan, and the development agreement. But the development agreement, if there's anything that's different among the three, then the development agreement controls. So in section 4.4.2, and this was one of the things that we amended after PDC, and it led to some minor inconsistency. PDC was mainly concerned about apartments being relocated somewhere out at the edge or in the residential area. And so we made some changes, and what 4.2 essentially says is that we can put single-family detached, single-family cluster, or single-family attached uses. They may be exchanged and located throughout the property. So what I'd like to do is add, quote, except for BCO/town center districts. So we're definitely not going to give up any commercial for single-family. I know that's a potential. That would take that potential off the table. So that's our next offer. This one, you're gonna have to listen to a lawyer, read legalese. I want to do this for Denise because we don't want any ambiguity. So concerning the fire rescue or the fire station, after the section that provides that we are obligated to pay the estimated cost of design and construction of a two-bay fire station to be determined by the county engineer and developer at such time. Actually, after fire station, I would like to add, quote, meeting the architectural standards of the community, end quote. And then it continues and it says to be determined by county engineer and developer at such time. Now we add the legalese. In the event the parties cannot agree on an estimate, then developer shall obtain and provide an estimate from a certified contractor to county. County may accept the certified estimate determined therein or reject such estimate and obtain its own estimate at its own cost and expense. And by the way, the first one was at our own cost and expense. If the difference in the developer's estimate, or excuse me, if the difference in the estimates is less than 5%, then developer shall pay the cost of the county's estimate. If the difference in market value is greater than 5%, then the parties shall share the cost of a third licensed contractor performing a review of such estimates and determine which is more accurate, the amount of which shall be paid by developer. Now, in order to alleviate the need to read that twice, we will then add similar language after there, because it then goes into talking about the fact that we may give property, and if we do, the same sort of thing controls market value. So we'll track that language, but instead of a contractor, we'll reference an appraiser, and instead of an estimate, we'll reference an appraisal, market value, an appraised market value.
Are you using the term cost estimate? Because I don't know if you've had that in both places.
I can do that.
Yeah,
We'll do
cost
cost
estimate.
estimate. Cost estimate, sure. Thank you.
Or construction cost estimate.
Absolutely. Okay. A, do you agree, and B, have I missed anything? Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm sorry. Okay, so, and this will take an amendment to the PUD master plan, but we'll amend the maximum height to 4 stories in the MF1 and MF4, and those are the districts where currently we can go to 3. That will basically require an amendment to the residential design standards on, well, okay. Yeah, in the residential design standards, we will need to modify the table, which has a 2-story / 3-story in one of those columns in the MF, and then modify footnote 4 and 5. And what footnote 4 limits it to is 3 stories and provides where that can be and under what circumstances. And then in 5, it references 15 units per acre. 15 units per acre correlates, that's the density that correlates to 3 stories. We need to jump that to 20 units per acre to accommodate 4 stories. So that would be an amendment to the table, as I just described. And just to land the plane on, that does not include, to be clear, any change to the approach to 491. We believe the approach to 491 is a very, very good bargain for the county, and this project on the whole. I mean, we want to be receptive. We are trying, I hope you can tell, to honor this commission's desire and make sure that there's accountability, that you have additional control in ways that the legislature won't object with. And at the end of the day, I hope that, the shoe fits. But do we have any questions or additional comments?
Chair.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Lynn. So Rob, the first two things you talked about were when we meet, after the 301st residential, they're gonna submit a parks, trails, and green space. I'm scribbled it down. I hope I got all those. And then the second thing was phasing plan for approval. Both of those, you said they're gonna submit them for approval. What if they don't approve? I mean, it's kind of the Commissioner Finnegan's comments about what if we don't agree on the price of the firehouse. Agreeing to agree later is somewhat difficult, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, once they approve this, they're done.
right. I'm trying to respect the chairs, or the commission really, their desire to still maintain some level of control over some of these things that are conceptual because we are at this PUD master plan stage. I also understand the ambiguity that causes. I'm trying to provide a mechanism for them to have a seat at the table, absent reporting. Reporting is great, but it's just, we're doing this and we're doing that.
I mean, when you say for approval, that begs the question, what if they don't approve?
Well, if the commission is, I agree. I agree. I think we could just strike for approval and, I mean, we can submit the plan and appear before the commission to gather input, Yeah, report and gather input. I mean, that's how I'm handling a couple projects in other jurisdictions where we're asking for significant government incentives like TIF incentives and CRAs and things. And typically what's built into those agreements is just that we're required and those are constructed within a couple years. But what's required there is for us to appear before the council upon request or, no more often than twice per year, for example, and report on the progress. Because this stuff, it's more of a report. I want this commission to stay involved with this and to understand what's going on and to be able to give feedback. And I know this is just talk, but I know my client is receptive to it. I hope you can tell from everything leading up to tonight and tonight. But the approval piece does present a complication. I understand Ms. Lynn's point. It's a good one.
And I think it's even more the case if the board changes. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you may have a different board. I'm not trying to put a monkey wrench in it. I'm just, Commissioner Davis.
Tell me again what you were talking about with the going to 4 stories. It sounded like you increased the density, so you're keeping the same footprint to go up.
So the number of multifamily units cannot change. Mm-hmm. All that we talked about at both tonight, but at PDC was, the reason this plan does not make any sense as it's currently structured for multifamily, which we want to promote, is because it gives you 10 units per acre, but you can't it limits it to 1 story, right? So we're trying to figure out how to fix that. So we still have to be, throughout all the multifamily areas, limited to a gross density of 10 units per acre.
Okay, yeah.
In MF1 and MF4, we can go to 3, is what we were currently asking for, and that was increased based on PDC feedback. I think I heard that you'd like to see 4 to further reduce the footprint, and so even if we went to 4 in certain portions of the project, that would basically create more open space in others because it's, right. But the number of units doesn't change. We can't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a day.
Hey, I understand. Believe me.
Commissioner Finnegan.
especially after hearing testimony, and I believe the young lady, Miss PJ, that got up and spoke, if I remember correctly, her background is in fire, like was a firefighter. And Chief is not here, but I didn't really like the 4-story idea anyway. And now that, you know, I am thinking along of fire safety and parking and things like that, I mean, I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I know two people said that, but that's not getting me there. Not that I'm there anyway, because like I said, I understand that this development will happen, and we want it to be a nice development, but we answer to the people that we represent. And at the end of the day, I think reasonably, those that are reasonable, which is, I would say most all of our constituents, understand that there will be development there. But did we do our best? You know, can they look and go, oh, we don't love it, but you know, I can see that we're getting this or this benefit out of it. And I think you could do better, honestly. I really do.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick?
If I'm not mistaken, you said the 491 is going to stay exactly the way you proposed it initially. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would just say, a bird in the hand when it comes to dedication of the necessary right-of-way and construction of one land. It's worth many in the bush. Tens of millions, certainly.
Well, I feel like for me, we're back to kind of where we're at. I mean, we're giving something, but we can't, I mean, there's still no specificity in the plan. I mean, you're telling us you're gonna do it, but there's no way to quantify it.
Commissioner Bays, I would say this. This is a common difficulty in what I do. I would much rather be up here with a client showing you pictures of a bunch of projects that they have built and that they own and that they're proud of than showing you a bunch of pretty pictures that they paid an engineer to develop. And that's who I'm here on behalf of tonight.
I mean, I guess
I understand where you're coming from completely.
I mean, I'm gonna go back to, if you said the company, I think, started in 2003. So you've got some history, you know how these work, and to me, at this point, you're 23 years down the road in doing this, and it just seems like that if you're gonna, especially in today's political environment, if you're coming before somebody, that you'd be able to have a plan with a little more granular detail in it than just kind of a blank canvas with a bunch of colors and interchangeable. And, you know, it's like when you're 16 years old and dating, he says, trust me. So
I'm not going there, but
oh, yeah, well, humor at this point. So, I mean, I really do appreciate what you're trying to do, but at the same time, I'm looking, this is something I've been very passionate about in all developments, is like, please bring us these details, because I think we owe that to the citizens to know what we're voting on. And I don't feel like I know what we're voting on at this point, other than you have this density, and I know you have an old DRI, and I know that, you know, you have these vested rights or entitlements, but I mean, I can't say for certain that all these amenities and things that you're giving, and frankly, I gotta tell you, I don't like when you tell me all these things, this green space and amenities can be part of the a DRA or the landscaping requirements, the buffers, I mean, that's not an amenity. I mean, it's pretty, it's what's required, but it's not an amenity. I mean, they can't functionally use that. And if it's underwater, what good does that do? So,
I get it. That's not what
I know.
that's not what I'm telling you. That's what the comp plan code says.
I know.
Yeah, so,
And my concern
okay, so we
is,
can add a condition to eliminate any credit toward open space or buffers that would otherwise be available, to open space requirements that would otherwise be available within drainage retention areas or buffers. And that's going to, right now, the way your code is structured requires about 225 acres of this property to be devoted to open space. So that will probably be a fairly de minimis impact. I mean, I think if I remember right, the table is like 6.6. Yeah.
I think she's talking about like the buffers, and my understanding is the floodplain comp. Obviously, the other ponds are part of the 225 acres of open. That's a lot of open space.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, are you open to that?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we would not count the buffers
To
or
not
any
count.
floodplain comp if it's not usable. But
Okay,
these
yeah.
yeah.
So in other words, so it's very, very common for dry ponds with fields or, soccer fields or something, for those to be open space, but he is open to a condition eliminating any buffers from the open space calculations or any like floodplain compensation that would not be included within, that would be a net gain to open space throughout the project.
so Joanna, when I looked on the plan and I asked my question and I said, it's got the 20 acres, but I didn't see where they reserved anything in the table. I mean, they're telling me this, but I don't see that in the table anywhere.
No, you're correct. It's not identified on the plan.
So how do I know that there's 225 acres? Or whatever they're telling me, because it's not listed.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I was talking, yeah, there's a minimum of, that's each phase has the 20% open space requirement. So,
But in your plan, when I read it off and I said, you have the 20 acres, but I see there's nothing in the table that says, here's the space that's reserved for education and health and the amenities, the trails. I mean, like what you set aside in that table for acreage, there was nothing there. It doesn't identify that space being there.
I see, okay. So, I get it. So, and looking at it, I completely understand where you're coming from. The code would still apply to every single portion of the project that we bring in to be platted at conceptual subdivision plan, pre-plat stage. It would be required, every single platted portion of the property, to meet open space requirements. And and that's going to be the 20% open space. So every section of the project is going to have to meet that code requirement. And what we're further talking about here is saying, okay, buffers, which usually count toward that open space, we'll pull that out, which then further increases the open space. I don't know, I don't know the number, but.
We can amend it and add school site locations too, if that makes everyone.
School site location?
Yeah, we can do it. I think that was one of the comments. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was talking. So, a school site location?
Yeah, things that we're gonna do.
To the point about where these specific, like where the daycare is going to be, and where the schools, I mean, school's one thing. Fire station, we actually kind of talked about that with staff and both kind of agreed that it was too early at this conceptual stage. We talked about that with the DRA before we designed the road. We'd love to show you where the DRA is going to be, but we're just obligated to provide it. Before we design the road, we don't know where we need to capture the water and go out there and, you know, this is a very early stage, so we are not trying to hide the ball. It is very natural for a plan to look like this at the PUD master plan stage, particularly when it's a 1,100 acre project that is this large.
And I get it, I really do, but I've been trying to educate myself because, again, going back and visiting these large-scale developments. I've been going to other places across the state. And when I see what they're doing and what they have in place, but yet the plan that you're showing me doesn't give any of that level of detail, I have no idea what we're going to end up with. And I can tell you even some of them, when I've talked to the developers, they went so far as to do, before building, they did hydrology studies to know, like, where back in history did a wetland get pushed over somewhere, so that they recreated what had been changed over time. So some of this stuff is like, I get it, but look, if 39% of our county is in conservation and we want to be the nature coast and we want to be the best of the best, and I think that's what you're telling me. I think you're telling me that you're this quality developer that's been in business for 23 years and that you want to, then you've got your platform, sustainability, and all the other things that you're doing, then I would think that you would respect the fact that that's what we are trying to preserve for Citrus County.
100%. But what I will tell you is that I haven't seen those plans, but I've handled a lot of PUDs, and you've seen all the projects that they've done. The level of specificity in this plan matches what is typical of a plan at this stage.
But I think we're
in other
willing
words,
to go.
but
We're
we can
willing to go over and above. Maybe we can get some clarification on what that looks like on the map.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that we've talked about, we're going to do. So I'm not afraid to put it on a map. I don't think we're understanding what needs to go on the map.
I'm still, I feel like if we go down this, we're setting a standard with other people that are coming before us, that once we open Pandora's box, there's no going back.
We were talking at the break, and this project, speaking of setting precedent, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but Mr. Gibbs handled Citrus Hills that came before this board and was approved just a couple months ago. And we have far greater specificity in this plan. And when we're setting, it all comes from the right place. And so this board's going through a transition right now and really working hard. And I appreciate that as much as the detractors who want this denied do. We've been through it tonight. But it is important for us in that process to understand the entire process. It's been made more difficult for you by some of the legislature stuff, which I understand. But what you have before you is a more thorough package than I think has been up here before, particularly with the development agreement behind it, the DRI master plan, and the 2-page PUD plan with all of the notes. We are willing, as you can tell, to do whatever we can to keep buttoning things up through conditions or additional restrictions. But this is just the first or second inning, and that's the nature of the posture of this.
Do you want me to go back through your list?
So I want you to help me. I think you know what I'm looking for. I think you've heard from Commissioner Finnegan. I think I know where Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Davis is. I'm not quite clear about Commissioner Barrick, but I think you know what I'm looking for when I'm talking about some detail, some granular details, some specificity. What is it that they can do that will get us across the line? Do they have to bring it back? Is there something they can tell us tonight?
I'm not sure what it's going to take tonight for you. I can just go back to your list that you gave earlier, because that's what I've heard. I know, we've talked a lot in generalities about development plans, and what you discussed with me is the things that you've already said. That when you are looking at a plan, you want to know what amenities the people can expect. You don't want the pickleball courts interfering with potentially people, that are already there, or the dog parks. I think the big thing that we talked about was the interchangeability. Yellow becomes orange and orange becomes yellow. I think that was, something you talked a lot about. The phasing plan, you talked about that several times. How many units can you expect? Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm trying to think where it was. When they said they wouldn't make all changes because the residential wouldn't go in the commercial, well, I would expect that wouldn't happen anyway. That didn't solve the issue of what Ms. Katu was saying about the concerns about compatibility, because a lot of that single family looks like multifamily. And I think that's what you're saying, Madam Attorney, that even though it's single family, it has a characteristic of multifamily, or what I had said, that recreational unit, there's existing properties and homes around there. That problem's not solved. That could still pose a compatibility problem. And I agree with Commissioner Bays. I understand it's early, but in your bubbles, there's no, you would think after all this time there'd be, even if they're not platted out, like it could, this section's a community that will look like this-ish, this is where we expect the green space in these communities, but it's not. It's like, here's some bubbles, but they really don't matter. We'll put anything wherever we want it, and there's a lot of citizens that already live around that area, and that's a concern. It could be, or it could pose a lot of compatibility issues.
Currently, as you know, the DRI, it basically intermixes the different single-family products. So the single-family cluster, single-family attached, the single-family detached in certain areas. But some of them are on the border. So those single-family uses, while interchangeable, are subject to very reasonable, low-profile development standards. So the nothing can be moved. The multifamily cannot go to the single family.
No, I understand that, but some of your single family in this agreement looks like multifamily. They're townhouses. They're
and that's currently what's there.
I understand.
Yeah, so
I understand that.
it's just a matter of flexibility, because for a 25-year plan, obviously when we hear from not Metro Development, but when we hear from experts in the field, the market changes. And when affordability becomes an issue, frankly, the footprint becomes the only, so much of your cost is in the dirt that a different type of product is what we may need for our first responders and teachers who want to be able to afford a place to live, right? And that may change if there's a turn in the market and we need more large tracts. But at the end of the day, when it comes to compatibility, we're really comfortable that just like in 1981 and the 23 times since that this has been modified, that those single-family uses and the design standards that are there are compatible with adjacent properties. And that interchangeability doesn't apply within 150 feet of the boundary. So there's nothing we could do within 150 feet of the boundary that's any different than what you see. But when it comes to internal, we had that discussion about internal compatibility too. they're master plan community developers, and they have the biggest stake in making sure that internally this makes sense and is compatible.
I understand it's late and you're probably frustrated.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay,
It's,
okay.
hey, I love this stuff.
Here, it's just, the community at large. I understand you have a vision in your head, and it's happened before, but to Commissioner Baez's point, we have nothing for that. So all of us standing outside of ourselves and trying to explain this to the community at large, right? 491, we realize it could be a very good hurricane evacuation route. It's not like that end of it is really backed up now. It could be, obviously, with this development. So it's almost like, we're giving you 20 feet times 1.4 miles. I realize you're saying it's more, but that's the additional because you have to do the 30 and pay for the road. It's almost like a sellout, right? So because that is worth money, it's almost like we're selling out to let you do whatever you want here and pull from the aquifer, and maybe if there's reclaimed water, and we'll probably want a golf course, and we'll put the housing wherever we want. We're gonna say nice things like schools and daycare and trails, but none of that is here. You're so in it, I guess I'm trying to help you see, if we all back ourselves out of it, what somebody watching, or when the decision is made, whichever way it goes, that the average person looks and goes, what does this look like? And I think that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I understand. All I can tell you is that at this stage in the process, what is included in the way of detail is more than is usually included before this commission or any of the places where I go and practice. And I really think, I know that as it relates to the PUD rezoning stage and the development agreement stage, that they've really put their best foot forward. If there's ways that we can specifically address these things through, conditions of approval, then we're totally open. I hope you know, as we've tried to offer up as many as we can to try to address the discussion. Okay. If we could take a 5-minute break and consult with the county attorney on whether we can explore I'm not asking you to be the decision maker. I just, perhaps we can come up with additional conditions that may be workable.
Board, are you okay with that?
Are you saying to hammer out the conditions tonight or to bring this back?
I'm sorry?
Were you saying to bring this, like working out some things to maybe bring it back, or you're saying to figure this out tonight?
No, we've been at this for years. And frankly, at this point, and this is not like threatening, and I know that.
I'm not asking, I'm just asking what
No,
you meant.
yeah, Commissioner
Everyone
Kennard.
calm down.
No, no, it's okay. But I mean, it's a, let's see if we can create some reasonable conditions to make this happen, because I know this is the better option, but I want to make you comfortable that that's the case as well.
And the reason I asked that, I just don't know how you're going to map all this out in 5 minutes, but.
Well, we're definitely not going to be able to map it all out. That's not what happens at a PUD rezoning anywhere. But we can definitely try to come up with some specific criteria that address things that have been mentioned that we haven't discussed yet, and we'll do our best to do that.
So one of my issues, I guess, and I'll keep it brief, but when you get into these single-family pods, or whatever you want to call them, where you can have the, whatever you call it, like they're duplexes, there's fee simple is what they're intended to be. I guess I look at that, and when I look at what's going on, particularly in the state of Florida, and if you look at the Tampa Bay region, about 27,000 homes are owned by REITs, and they're used as investments. And so when I look at these, what did you call them, clusters, single-family clusters or duplexes, and you're mixing those in with a traditional single-family home, I would be concerned personally, live like for that. And I get it, and I know it's the new modern thing, but I know also that these builders like Lennar and Pudi and all the major developers, they all have different levels of product that they build, you know? So it could be quality 1, 2, 3. I don't know what that means, because that's another preemption of the state. We can't require facades, we can't ask you what you're gonna build, how, you know, what level that's going to be. So my concern when you get into the single family clusters, that you'll have investors that would come in and build those and rent them out. But that's mixed in with what's the traditional single family home. And I just don't, maybe it's a model that works, but that would be my concern. And I think if I'm picking up on what's going on here, I think that's the angst with you a little bit too.
Question marks everywhere.
So, and then, you know, just being able to mix all these different uses around. I know you can't put the multifamily in with the single family, but it is like multifamily if you're doing so that's just something that's.
Okay,
It feels like
that's
it could
helpful.
be, it just feels like it could potentially be a problem down the road.
Okay, that
You
is
know,
helpful.
especially depending on market conditions and how it changes, and I don't know what, I mean, like these little neighborhood clusters, I mean, because again, I don't know what these clusters are. And there's no elements on like, I mean, what are we gonna focus on? Are we gonna focus on, you know, something that would be more to the affluent retiree or the young family moving in? Are you gonna focus on building multifamily first or commercial first or a little bit of all of it? I don't know. I don't know what your plan is. But I can tell you what's missing in here. We don't have anything for young families or young people, young professionals that want to move here. Even when we hire people at the county, there's no place for them to live.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, that's part of what I feel is lacking, that I don't know what you're going to focus on here.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
This was Georgia, so it may not apply in Florida, but to your point about rentals, we do need some rental properties, but that has been a big problem at periods in United States history where all the houses get bought up and homeowners can't compete with cash buyers. There was a complex that at one point in time, my husband at the time and I were looking at buying a rental unit basically as an investment property. But in that particular, it was like a condo sort of situation. They had the HOA had a limitation in the rules that only X percentage of the units could be rentals. So I don't know if that's even possible in the state of Florida, but I just thought I would throw that out there because what the heck?
It's not that yeah.
Well, let's focus on the application before us.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Well, they're gonna try to make. 6 lanes, a plan, a full plan on purpose. All right, welcome back.
All right, Mr. Gibbs just drew a new plan. It's very detailed. It has the color of every home. Okay, in all seriousness, we hear you. Okay, so we're going to try to do two things that provide more near-term certainty. One is add a condition that provides that prior to a certificate of occupancy of 100,000 square feet of commercial, we will designate the locations for a school, early learning center, and healthcare facility. That's on the commercial side to provide some certainty that in the near term, those will be designated. We will also, as it relates to the single-family cluster, right now, that's an old carryover from the DRI.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. I'm getting slower as the minutes go on. You designate a school, and what else?
Early learning center, like a daycare, and a healthcare facility.
Thank you.
Provide precise locations. And then, as it relates to single-family cluster, can you show me the master plan page 2? Effectively, we're going to eliminate the zero lot line product from that designation, which is a big deal because the clusters, like in the fairway at Twisted Oaks right now, are not zero lot line products. They have a setback. Right now, do you have page 2? I want to make sure I'm clear on what we're actually amending here. First of all, in section 8.14.2, we have a definition of single-family cluster that is an innovative product type, more economical and conducive to today's lifestyles. These homes include cluster and zero lot line. We would strike and zero lot line layouts that mix lot and shelter variations of detached, single-family, fee simple ownership of dwelling and home site. So in that section, we would simply strike and zero lot line. And I'm looking at the residential development standards, and we do not need to amend anything. And Paul, correct me if I'm mistaken. On our PD plan or site data table.
It just comes out from the notes. Notes in here.
But it relates back to the.
Where are you reading again, Rob?
Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. I told you earlier that what the development agreement does is essentially trump any inconsistency in the DRI or the PUD master plan. If there's an inconsistency, the development agreement controls. In that section I just read, we won't only strike zero lot line, but we will add a sentence that says, single-family cluster shall not include a zero lot line product. So to recap, we will amend 8.14.2, which defines single-family cluster, which wasn't defined in the old DRI. It was very ambiguous, to exclude a zero lot line product, which is the for rent product that the REITs buy, and that's a problem. So that will happen for single-family cluster, and then prior to CO of the first 100,000 square feet of retail, and there's going to be a whole lot more of commercial, and I should say commercial, not retail, we will locate or provide the location for the school, early learning center, and healthcare facility. Now, the method through which we do that, we'll have to work out with staff, but that can even be a report back to you all if you'd like.
Is that it?
Yes. That was in 5 minutes. That's what we could come up with.
That was also the comment we got, right? So
Yeah, those were squarely addressing the comments that we just received. We hope.
You have a comment? You're looking at me.
If you're going to talk, pull your mic down.
So I guess when we close, and I guess we'll give it to the board. I've said it, and I'll say it again. I know I represent them, but this is a high-quality client. You've seen their product. This PUD master plan and development agreement goes above and beyond what their proportionate share would be if we were under that kind of a system. Instead, they've just worked with staff for the last 2+ years to create the draft you have in front of you. We've heard you tonight. We've come forward with all of these additional conditions. There are 2 options here, you know. It's what we have and what's before you. And what's before you is so much better than what we are entitled to do right now. It's just not what's best for the county. So we're asking for your approval. This is something that you'll be proud of. You've seen their product in other places. This is going to be a gem of Citrus County. So we hope you'll give us your vote of approval. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard?
I would agree. I've already said it, that our options here are either they develop the DRI with all the rights that they already have, and the county gets a much lower quality end product, than what we get if we approve this. I understand the concerns. I feel like the applicant has done what they can, and for the public who's watching is still concerned, yes, the lagoon is a right that they have under the DRI. So they can, if they decide to build that, they can build it under the DRI or they can build it under the PUD. The PUD ultimately gets us a much better product. We get more out of the infrastructure development for the community. In the end, it is far less expensive for the Citrus County taxpayers if they build this as a PUD rather than build it out as a DRI. And to try and bring this thing in for a landing, I am going to make a motion based on competent and substantial evidence that we approve DA 2024-00002.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. So I'm going to ask the question. We have been all around the block and back. I have no idea at this point. So what they just came back with.
Well, right now, all your vote, what he's made a motion on is just the development agreement, which includes a copy of the site plan. It incorporates a copy of the PUD.
And then what about all the terms that they just offered?
Well, his motion doesn't.
I would include that. The no zero lot lines. What he stated up there, that the single family clusters would not include the 0 lot lines, and that by the, was it the 300th and one?
301st.
301st CO, they would come back with the locations of the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, sir. You're talking about the commercial. I was looking at the previous list. Can you repeat your point number 1 after the 5 minutes?
15 items that he said in total.
I know. I think Commissioner Kennard is focusing on the 2 things after the 5-minute break.
Yes.
So the first of the 2 things after the 5-minute break. Can you restate that?
Yes, prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy of 1,000 square feet of commercial improvements, we will locate, 100,000 square feet of commercial improvements. The applicant shall provide the location of the school, early learning center, and healthcare facility. And I would just, for sake of time, maybe, well, then the second was to amend, excuse me, holding my stuff up. Section 8.14.2 to strike the words "and zero lot line" and add a sentence that says, "Single-family cluster shall not include a zero lot line product." And I would just like to point out that some of my prior recommended conditions contemplated amendments. They were read into the record, and we are open to those being included as well.
Would those go into the development agreement, or does that go into the?
There's a mixture of both. Some things he changed in the development agreement, some things he changed on the face of the master site, the PUD. I have written down 8.9.5. Shared DRA, providing that it'll accommodate 491 6 lanes. I also have 4.4.2. My notes just say not in BCO 1. Oh, golf.
The single family shall not be.
Oh, single family shall not be in BCO 1.
Yes.
Isn't BCO 1 where the golf course possibility?
I'm sorry, shall not be in any town center or BCO district. That was what we. Yeah. In other words, we're not going to relocate single family. So at the end of 4.4.2, we simply add the language except for BCO/town center districts, meaning we can't relocate single family to those districts. And the other was, which I don't think we want to repeat, was the language concerning if we get into a disagreement over the construction cost or a market value of the fire station, and that's in 8.10.
Fire station or the land. If it comes down to the land, then it would be.
Yes, sir. And I think you just referenced the previously proffered. It's in the
I know, but the clerk's got to get it down for the motion. Madam Clerk, how you doing?
I've gotten some of it. I don't have it all, y'all been going back and forth.
And the applicant shall order a transcript of the hearing for Madam Clerk from a court reporter, so she doesn't have to do it.
I don't know how specific I don't know how specific y'all want to get with this motion. I don't know where y'all are. I mean, if y'all aren't inclined, why are we going through the exercise?
I mean, so I know I shouldn't still be up here, but if you just simply made a motion to approve the development agreement subject to the changes read into the record by the applicant, those revisions are all read into the record, and I can watch and modify it and send it over.
Let's do that. I will make that motion. I believe that we've handled the issue with how we're going to deal with the fire station. I think we've dealt with the issue of where the healthcare facility, the daycare, and what was the other one, the school, where and when those would be located. And we've dealt with, I feel like most importantly, the zero lot lines. And Commissioner Bays, I think, was the one that brought up the idea of allowing them to go to 4 stories rather than 3 stories. Doesn't change the actual number of units that they're able to build, but it will increase the open space. We're not going to allow them to use the buffers to count as open space either. So.
And DRAs.
Or the DRAs. So that would be my motion or my amended motion.
And you're going to give us a list of like the trails, like that was, I think that was included somewhere, like all those
was-
amenities, like where they're gonna
So
That was
go?
read into the record.
If there is
Okay.
a similar motion on the PUD rezoning, those would be additional conditions of approval of the PUD rezoning. All of those things, all I have referenced here are things that concern amendments to the DA, to the development agreement. If this is approved, then the next motion could be similarly approval of the rezoning subject to the conditions of approval read into the record by the applicant.
Rob, but the changes to the PUD need to be attached to the DA. I mean, they have to approve both of them, I think.
Well, they could take the PUD rezoning first and then take the DA with the amended exhibit that would then be the PUD master plan as approved or revised. Is that okay?
It'd be better.
So you
Can I
want
have that
to
in
take
English?
Denise, you want to take the PUD first?
Rob? I think you take the PUD first because there are so many places on the PUD, the little words on the charts and things that need to be changed first, because then that document gets attached to the DA.
Okay, so I need to rescind my motion then for
But keep
the,
it.
Hold on. We started the motion for the DA, subject to the changes read into the record by the applicant, and then everybody started talking. I did not get any of that everybody was saying.
so if
So-
I rescind my motion for the
That
DA,
one that I just stated.
yes.
Okay.
If I rescind it and the second rescinds,
Yes.
then I can move on to the PUD. And based on competent substantial evidence, I would make a motion that we approve PUD 2663 with the, subject to the conditions that the applicant has read into the record. Do I need to include anything more than that with it?
Like the PDC conditions.
And the 20 PDC conditions?
Didn't it turn to 22?
Sorry, it's a lot more than 22 because of all the ones he read in the record, but there were 20. We added one for the length of time, plus all the ones he's read today.
Okay.
And then he added the reclaimed water, the Parks and Trails plan for 301st CO, the phasing plan and amenities for 301st CO.
It's essentially the PDC conditions plus the ones he read
ones
into
he
the
read
record
tonight.
in 2 different phases tonight.
And the fact that we didn't have a 25-year date like the development agreement, yes.
So is that your motion?
So, yes, that would be the motion, the subject to, or including the 20 conditions from the PDC and subject to the conditions that the applicant read into the record here.
And he's whispering to me correctly, I have the wrong map dates on some of the master plan dates in the condition. It should be the April 21st, 2025. I have some February dates in there. So it'll be the correct master plan date.
Was there also something about years that she was talking about that did that need to be added in?
Yes. They're asking for a 25-year expiration date for the PUD from the date of approval, if this is approved.
It's actually the PDC conditions minus number 6 because that's the one about limiting it to 3 stories and 2 stories.
Okay.
Got that?
All right,
Andy?
I would amend my motion then.
Second.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis.
May I?
Yes, Ms. Lynn.
So, Rob, the first two of the things that you said, the 301st residential unit for approval And the parks, trails, and green space for approval, are we leaving that for approval on there?
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. No, I think your county attorney had a good idea to change that from for approval
To just be presented to us.
Yes, and shall submit, so prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the 301st residential unit, applicant shall present a Parks and Trails master plan
And green
to the
space.
BOCC.
And green space.
Okay, Parks, Green Space, and Trails master plan to the BOCC.
And then if,
And then the same language would be used, but replacing Parks, Trails, and Green Space master plan with phasing plan with amenities. So the same language would be used.
Chair, was that added onto the conditions he previously stated, or is that specifically for the PUD?
That's modifying one of the conditions, correct?
it's modifying the first,
Condition that he had given previously?
yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Anyone? Oh, what? No? Okay.
I'll say something.
All right, Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you, ma'am. I see the vision, and I think we could, in the future, or could have been tonight, I don't think it's gonna happen, have gotten there. I think that this board needs to realize we, without knowing a lot and with having a lot of faith and trust, are approving a city, like a new city, if you will. I think we're giving it away. I know a bird in the hand and all this money for right-of-way, 20 feet times 1.4 miles. Not that that's not a lot of money. We said the extra part of paving and getting credits for 491, your stretch that you're creating the issue, would maybe be $8 million. So that amount of dirt is a lot less than $8 million. I don't know what that is, $1 million, $2 million, I don't know. But for us to allow the difference with the ISR, with the setbacks, with the increased density, although they say it's not increased, but in 2025, it is an increase. That's a lot of extra money for this development to be made. You approve it, I think you're giving it away. I really do. I think that we could work together. There's too many question marks still. I do appreciate all the extra, trying to address the issues, but the bigger issues that our community would be worried about and for us to answer, water would be one, slightly addressed, and traffic. And I realize that we don't have concurrency, but this is an agreement. And again, it's not like my pitch was, hey, get us miles because we're not doing it. Putting in a strip of road or giving us the money for it and getting all the credits is not a real benefit because we're not getting there. We're just, my thought was you're gonna get the credits anyway. Fix the problem as you're creating it ahead of time. You're getting it all on the back end. You're not gonna be giving us the impact fees because you're gonna be taking on your credits on the front end. So that doesn't get us anywhere. I think I've said my piece. It's late. I'm not
Madam
gonna
Chair.
drone on.
Commissioner Davis.
Staff has worked with these folks for 2 years. And I am one of those people that respects two things very much. I respect people's career expertise, and I respect their ethics to operate in good faith. I have heard staff say in briefings they are not operating in good faith, and I'm not talking about this group, I'm talking about other developers not operating in good faith. twisting things around, trying to get away with stuff. We have fought these guys, not these guys, the bad guys, in chambers. And for staff to say in my briefing that in 2 years, there's been a whole heck of a lot of work, and these guys have operated in good faith to bring good things to our community says a lot, because I respect their expertise. I don't try to tell Dr. Kennard how to be a chiropractor because I respect his expertise. That's just the way I go through the world. I respect honor and ethics and expertise. And yes, it is a leap of faith to some degree because there isn't that incredibly detailed plan. But we heard from an attorney that I respect very much because I have seen Mr. Batzel in action over the last 5 years in many boards. I have an intrinsic faith in his ethics just in watching how he operates in the world. And he has said over and over and over again that this is a more developed plan than is typically presented to other counties. So we need to not necessarily worry that we are getting taken advantage of. I think that that's the mindset of a small county, that the big guys are going to take advantage of us. I do think they're operating in good faith. And I take this responsibility incredibly seriously because I may not be alive in 25 years, but I'm probably going to be alive long enough to know whether I made a mistake or not. And I take this really seriously because I always want the best for my home county. I yield.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
I looked at this, and I read it, and I read it, and I reread it, and I listened to comments from citizens. And yes, everybody's put in a heck of a lot of work, okay? I usually don't say that, but I don't use those terms. But not enough. If you had put in as much work as everybody keeps saying they put in, we would not have spent over 5 hours putting changes in that you're gonna put in there. I have to say, well, is it gonna actually go in there exactly the way we wanted it? Or should they take it back to the PDC in a written form? And if you're just gonna be going back to the PDC to get these things approved, because it looks like the PDC is on your side, then it shouldn't take long to get it back to us in writing. Not, well, this is this and this is that, and we went around in circles and around in circles with what you were adding and what conditions you were approving, what you said in this and what you said in that. And even the clerk of court had a problem trying to keep up with the wonderful changes that you're making. Now, if they are so wonderful and you're convinced that you're, what you want to do, then I feel you should be willing to take it back to the PDC in writing. Okay? And it's over 20 conditions that were here initially. And we're adding more. And I agree, you guys may have a good track record, but as a parent of children, and my kids used to say, well, so-and-so is doing it, and, their mom or dad is letting them do it. Just because another county thinks you're doing a wonderful job doesn't say that you're not doing a wonderful job, but it doesn't say you're doing it. And I was always told, you can't say so-and-so. Either you're gonna do it, and you're gonna do it the way you're asked, or it's not gonna happen. So it's nice that other people feel you're doing a wonderful job. And I saw the place that you did, okay, and it is nice, okay? It's a lot larger scale than the property that we have here in Citrus County for you to do, but for us, for Citrus County, it's a big development. And yes, it is like putting in a city in our county. So at this point in time, I'd like to see you take it back to the PDC. So that's what I wanted to say.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Well, I will say, first of all, there's no reason to take it back to the PDC. They supported it unanimously before we've added even more protections, more conditions to adhere. So there's no reason to go back to the PDC. What we've got before us, I'll say it again, you've got one of two options. This property is going to be developed with 4,000 plus units. Maybe it's 4,900, maybe it's 4,500. It's 4,000 plus units that are going to be on this property. It's either going to be a project that was designed and approved back in 1981, or it's going to be a very updated design that was done in the 21st century and worked on very hard by our staff, approved by our staff, or our staff is very satisfied with the design, the development agreement, the impact fee credits, the transportation planning. You're going to get all of that one way, or you're going to get a plan that was designed in 81. That's what's before you. The plan that was designed in 81 is going to cost taxpayers, residents right here in our county right now, tens of millions of dollars in the acquisition, the eminent domain attorneys, all of that. Because right now, if they do nothing, we still have to widen 491. If they let it sit there for another 40 years, we still have to widen 491. That is tens of millions of dollars. I'm telling you, I sat through this and saw it with 491 in 2 stages. I was sick to my stomach when I heard what the eminent domain attorneys were going to make out of that deal. It was a stupid amount of money, and that's exactly what we're facing if we're not in an agreement and a deal with a partner who's going to give up the right of way. So I'll leave it at that. This board said enough tonight. We're working on 7 hours of beating this horse. So I hope this board will approve it. It's the right decision.
Commissioner Finnegan.
First of all, because I heard it kind of from 2 commissioners, definitely from one, I don't know the same thing. I do know, yes, our staff has worked on this tirelessly, but I don't know that they are supporting this and they think that this is a good deal. I didn't get that at all. Matter of fact, I probably have gleaned the opposite completely, that we're not, this isn't great. So I don't know how we're seeing this completely 2 different ways. That was actually the point I forgot to make when I was first making my point. For me, that's the kicker. It's staff. I don't see staff thinking that this is a great deal. I'm not sure where that is. And taxpayers are going to spend tens of millions of dollars to widen 491 anyway. There's miles. This is 1.4. That's not saving them that amount of money. That is going to be paid. You can't think that this 1.4 miles is getting us all the way there. We'll still have to have the attorneys. I know it's sickening, and we still have to acquire property. They already have to give us property. They have to. It's not like we get nothing. They have to build the road. We're disagreeing on some of that, but the perspective from staff, I'm a 180 on what I'm seeing, and I feel like I'm getting from them.
Commissioner Berg.
When it comes to 491, the numbers I've seen, it's going to be 192 million to do 491. To get 8 million from them is a drop in the bucket. I mean, a really, really small drop. So when you tell us that this is going to cost the taxpayers, it's going to cost them no matter what.
Oh, I can see where I sat in this chair, right in the middle. I am going to concede and I am going to support this because I feel like I think you've made every effort to come around to try to get there. I hope you don't disappoint me. I hope I hope this turns out to be a good decision. So I'm calling the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2.
Madam Chair, based on competent and substantial evidence, I make a motion that we approve DA 2024-00002.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis.
Let me.
The same set of
Yeah.
conditions as the last one?
Subject to the conditions read into the record by the applicant.
The 20 PDC conditions
And
It's
minus
the
number
same as
6.
T2, right? Just say the same
And
conditions
do
as
y'all need the
T2.
25-year thing in that too, or just the bud?
Rob said they're gonna do a transcript so that we get this all right, or was he joking?
Since this is the development agreement, the things the items that I read into the record that modified the development agreement should be, I believe, included. And we discussed those initially before the first motion was withdrawn, and then the motion was made for the PUD rezoning.
But I don't,
Okay.
I don't think the clerk got it because she said we were all talking at the same time and she wasn't getting it.
Can't type as fast as you were talking,
I'm sorry.
and then they were talking at the same time. If you want, I can read what I did get, and you can tell me if that.
I think I can at least reference them, and then we can then relate back. One revision would be in 4.4.2 concerning interchangeability.
Okay, hold on, slow down.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In section 4.4.2, we would add to the end of that sentence, quote, except for BCO/town center district.
Hold on, you are going way too fast.
Sorry,
You're trying to type it when I was talking.
I can't keep up with you.
Add to the end of the sentence.
Quote, except for BCO/town center districts.
End of quote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Concerning section 8.10, Madam Clerk, I would just suggest that we relate back to the video. That was the lengthy one that I read about what would occur in the event we could not agree upon the cost of construction of the fire station or the market value.
I got some of that. After the section that provides that we are able to pay for the fire station, meeting the architectural studies of the county in the event that the parties cannot agree on an estimate, the county will pay for the cost of the developer's construction cost estimate if the county's construction cost estimate. That's when you lost me.
Okay.
So I got some of it. Did that sound?
That is the beginning. Could we then rely on can you then rely on the video after the fact, or?
Yeah, I can play that back if y'all are good with that. Just saying the fire station read into the record.
Yes, I think when all this is said and done, I think Mr. Batzel and I need to see drafts of your minutes,
Okay.
if that's possible.
I can
And if
send it to you
if it's
tomorrow.
agreeable, I'm out of town the next 3 days. Did everyone hear that?
Call you repeatedly the next 3 days.
Well,
So-
I'm not doing it when we get off.
No, with the board's indulgence, I think that Mr. Batzel and I and his clients and staff need to all get a look at those minutes before the minutes are finalized. Is that agreeable, Mr. Batzel?
Absolutely, yes,
The
ma'am.
board, are you all agreeable to that?
Yep.
Because it's very convoluted. You okay with that? Do you have some notes?
And the only other modification to the development agreement would be to then, as an exhibit, incorporate the PUD plan as just approved rather than the one that was in the agenda packet.
Correct.
We also have like 8.9.5. That was in your earlier. Those 6 lanes.
Yes, so I think we added language to provide that the shared DRA shall be,
Of sufficient size to accommodate.
yeah, I was trying not to be too
491.6.
quick. But, yeah.
Hold on. I was re-listening to the paragraph you had just said about the PUD. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
In 8.9.5, we were going to add a paragraph that I think Ms. Lynn probably has a better grasp on what I said than what I can repeat, but I said the shared DRA shall have sufficient capacity to accept stormwater from a 6-lane expansion of County Road 491.
Can you change the word "except" to "accommodate"?
Yes, for the record, good with me.
Okay.
Did we talk about 4.4.2?
We did.
Okay.
And just-
8.10? That was the wasn't that the fire station?
It was, and
We got that.
Okay.
I'm
Zero
gonna
lot
re-listen.
lines?
I read what I had and he said, listen for the rest of it later.
You had the 2 that you did after the 5 minutes, which was the 0 lot line and,
Designate locations for school daycare center and healthcare facility. See, I did get some of it.
yes, and so to be clear, the first concerning the requirement for us to provide the location of a school, early learning center, and healthcare facility prior to CO for the first 100,000 square feet of commercial improvements, that would have been one of the conditions of approval under the motion that just passed, because that was a condition of approval. But you're right, the latter, the 0 lot line, we do need to address, because that instead is an amendment to the development agreement.
100,000 square feet, what was the next word you said?
That
of commercial.
of commercial improvements,
Thank you.
the applicant shall provide locations of
Okay.
a school, early learning center, and healthcare facility.
What's 100,000 square feet of commercial look like?
What's that?
A
A
Walmart?
little over 90,000.
A Walmart, a Publix?
Publix, yeah.
Two Publixes?
Publix also.
Sorry.
And then the final would be section 8.14.2 would strike the words, quote, "and 0 lot line." And then at the end of that paragraph, add a sentence stating that,
Single-family clusters will not include any 0 lot line.
yes, ma'am, that's great.
Can we also agree that if there's notes on the plan that conflict, that we'll try to take those off? Because I'm seeing some things.
Yes, and I did reference a few in my discussion, in our discussion, but yes, absolutely.
Anything further?
So if there are any words in the plan that conflict with the conditions, they will be struck off. How do you want that worded?
We agree that we will work together
Okay, so.
And reviewing the
add that in.
transcript, and also in confirming that if any of the things that we've talked about with these conditions are inconsistent with the master plan notes or tables, that we'll modify those. And an example is where it says 2 stories instead of, or 3 stories instead of 4, and the ISR being 15 instead of 20.
And the BCO one can be a lagoon or a golf course still.
Yes, that
No
was not
6.
changed,
Okay.
yes. Right. Thank you.
Final vote, right?
Yes, this is your final vote. This is the second of your 2.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. We're adjourned.
You do. Thank you so much. We'll